Ryder. A Clean Army Ranger Romance. Book 4. Written by Bree Livingston. Narrated by Liz Krane. Chapter 1. Yawning, Ryder Whitlock set his elbow on the desk and put his head in his hands. The screen blurred as he stared at it. He was so exhausted. Hot tamales weren't even working anymore. Actually, nothing was working anymore, and his nightmares were only getting worse. "Tired?" Mia asked.
"I'm fine."
She perched on the edge of his desk and leaned back, crossing her arms over her chest. "Shovel that somewhere else. I know you're not." Until Mia came along, Ryder had flown under the radar. He was the happy-go-lucky guy of the group, always parked in front of his computer with his candy. At 26, he was the youngest in the group, and no one paid much attention to him. Well, Pam, their former boss and founder of the Guardian group, had once confronted him, but he'd managed to put her mind at ease. Not Mia. She just wouldn't let it go. When she'd met and married Noah, his current boss, and started working with Ryder, she'd picked up on his struggle. What she didn't understand was that there was no fixing his problem. He'd seen a counselor, more than one. He'd tried the techniques they'd suggested. Over a year of his life spent in session after session talking about what happened. And for what? Nothing had changed. He was still plagued with sleepless nights and nightmares.
"Really, I'm fine, Mia." "No, you're not,"
Noah said as he stepped inside the office where Mia and Ryder worked.
"And I think it's time we addressed it."
Ryder quickly stood, raking a hand through his hair.
"What? Mia!"
She'd ratted him out? She turned to Ryder and took his face in her hands. "I love you like a brother, and I've watched you hurt for months." He pulled away.
"But you're supposed to be on my side. You said you wouldn't say anything."
Noah held up his hand.
"And she didn't until recently, but she's my wife, and she's worried about you. We made some calls, and we think we have a solution."
"Calls? Solution?" "You're taking some time off, and you're going to be working with a group called Rescues for Vets," Mia said.
"What?"
Noah gripped his shoulder.
"It's a program for returning vets to be matched with a rescue dog as emotional support."
Ryder froze. Emotional support? He wasn't some pathetic weakling. He'd deal with this problem on his own. Yeah, he was tired a lot, but he didn't need help.
"I don't have the energy to mess with a dog. I'm busy."
Ryder could barely control his temper. He jerked away from Noah.
"I don't need emotional support or whatever it is you think a dog will do for me. You'll either work with them or—"
Noah paused, glancing at Mia.
"I can't do it."
Mia took a deep breath and stepped between Ryder and Noah. "Do you care about me or Noah at all?"
"What kind of question was that? Of course I do. I love all of you."
"Well, we love you just as much," Mia said as she stepped closer. "Please, do this for me. I'm so worried about you, Ryder. Not sleeping. You can't keep going like this." She paused. "It's even located in your hometown. Palm Shores, maybe a mile or two from your house. My friend Kennedy is the director. I've asked her for a favor, and I've only told her you might be interested." He swallowed hard as he looked at her. When had Palm Shores, North Carolina, become home to a veterans program? "I know what you're thinking," Mia sighed. "You're thinking it'll make you look sad and weak, but it won't. It'll make you look like a fighter. It'll make you look like someone who doesn't stop searching for solutions." Ryder shook his head.
"It won't—"
Mia held up her hand. The worst thing that can happen is that you give a shelter animal a place to stay while they find a permanent home. The best? You find a companion animal that helps you. Why not try?
Why not? Because he couldn't. He couldn't have anyone or anything depending on him. What if he let them down again? What if he didn't get things right like last time? No, I'll figure out something else.
Noah shook his head.
No, Ryder. You need this. The appointment is already set up and you're going to give it a chance. But it's either this or you're out.
Noah wouldn't meet his eyes. Ryder's lungs felt deprived of all their air. Not working at the Guardian Group? That was all he had. It was the only safe place he could turn to. How could Noah do this to him?
You'd cut me out? I've devoted my life to this group.
Pamela Williams had started the group a few years ago when her husband was murdered. He'd left her enough money to do great things, and she'd started the Guardian Group as a way to give back. They helped protect people who had run out of options.
Yeah, you have. And I don't want to lose you. You're one of my closest friends, but Mia's right. This could help you. You don't understand.
Ryder knew the instant it left his mouth that it was the wrong thing to say to Noah. Their last Army Ranger mission in Africa, they'd been captured. All of them held. A deal had been reached with the guerrillas holding them, and at the last minute, Noah and Colby had been held back. The two of them had endured even worse torture than Ryder and the rest of the company. His friend's eyes narrowed.
Don't understand?
Mia made a time-out sign with her hands. Stop! She turned to Noah and pointed to the door. Out! His lips pinched together.
I'm the boss here, you know.
She held his gaze as a lone eyebrow slowly lifted. Noah might be the boss, but Mia had him wrapped around her finger.
Okay, this is your rodeo,
Noah said, and walked to the door.
I do understand, Ryder. It wouldn't have mattered what your intel said. I'd still have made the same call. You need to let it go. I was the commander. I sent us in. I bear the responsibility of all of it, not you.
With that, he shut the door, leaving Ryder alone with Mia. Mia's shoulders rounded. Ryder, other than Noah, you are my best friend in the world. It breaks my heart to see you hurting. You have a home you never stay at. You never go anywhere in public unless it's work-related. It's time to face this. You need help. He raked his hand through his hair. She wasn't backing down, and coupled with Noah's threat, was there even a choice?
You're going to make me do this, aren't you?
I don't want to make you do it. I want you to love all of us enough to try. Why did she have to put it like that?
All right, I'll do it. But you know this won't work. Noah can say he'd have made the same call, but I'll never know that for sure. Neither will he. It was my fault, and I don't know that I'll ever be able to put that behind me.
All I want is for you to try. That's all. Try. It sounded so easy, but he knew it'd be anything but. Kennedy Crenshaw threw her phone onto the floorboard of her 60s VW Bug, parked it in front of the Rescue for Vets building, and leaned her head against the back of the seat. She never would have thought she'd be 26 and thinking her life was never going to be anything but a mess. Marrying Abel while working on her doctorate hadn't been a mistake then. It had turned into one. They'd only lasted 3 years. Why couldn't she just escape him? What would it take? Even with a new number, her ex-husband had found her again. She'd moved to the tiny beach town of Palm Shores, North Carolina, to get away from him and all the problems that seemed to follow him. Most likely, her parents had talked to his dad and thought nothing of giving her number to them. Why would they? His dad was a good man, just blind to Abel and his manipulation. She couldn't blame him, because she'd been blind too, and she was a trained professional. It had been almost a year. Thanks to his prison sentence, she'd made it nearly 12 months without hearing from him. His message was to let her know he'd received early parole, and that he'd be getting out soon. She'd hoped he'd be forced to stay the entire sentence. It seemed she was the only one who dealt with the consequences of his gambling. Normally, she'd be in a flurry of packing the few belongings she had and trucking it. The people he associated with weren't nice people. That's why she'd left home and moved so many times in the last year. And she was sick of it. People were always looking for Abel and making her life a mess in the process. She'd wanted out of that world, and moving seemed the only way. She'd divorced him shortly after he was arraigned. By the time the trial had started, she was free. Of course, he'd contested it, but the looming prison sentence didn't help his case. The prosecution had called it a slam dunk, and Abel was facing at least a year-long term. In her mind, it had been long enough that there was no reason for anyone to come looking for her anymore. Unlike all the other times, this time she couldn't pack up and leave in the middle of the night. This was her life, and she'd found her place. Okay, maybe that was taking it a bit too far, but she wanted it to be her place. If Abel found her, she'd just tell him she was done enabling him. That he'd have to figure out his own problems because she was done. This time, she wasn't leaving. There were dogs and veterans counting on her, and she'd made promises she wouldn't break this time. One, in particular, was Ryder Whitlock. His case had intrigued her. Mia Milan, now Mia Wolfe, an old college friend of hers, had called and told Kennedy about him. He was having trouble sleeping, and lately he'd started having panic attacks when he went out in public. Which made sense to Kennedy. She'd seen that before, where someone's problems started out small and grew bigger. Other than what he was dealing with, Mia had been a little cryptic in what he did for a living. Something about a computer expert for some firm? All Kennedy knew was that he needed help, and she'd spent the last 2 weeks evaluating dogs for him. So far, she'd narrowed it down to 6. Once she met him, she'd narrow it even further. These dogs ranged from tiny to huge. She'd learned that not all veterans wanted the gigantic, slobbery dog. Some wanted the tiny ankle biter, which was hysterical. To see a big guy walking around with a pug was always going to be funny to her. Willow Hart walked in front of Kennedy's car. "Hey," Willow said as she stopped. With the window down, Kennedy poked her head out and worked to keep Abel's message to herself. "Hi, Willow." Willow and the people who started the organization, the ones who hired her as the director of Rescues for Vets, knew nothing about Kennedy's ex-husband, and she wanted to keep it that way. "Ready for the day?" Her friend looked up, and Kennedy did the same. Bright blue sky, fluffy, slow-flowing clouds. Could the place be any prettier? "I'm definitely ready," Willow said. Kennedy brought her gaze to Willow's. "Me too. I'm expecting a client in a few hours." It was a good thing, too. She needed to walk a few of the dogs and work some of their energy out before Ryder got there, especially Rufus. Plus, it would give her time to get her mind in the right place. Rufus, the Belgian Malinois, had been surrendered to the Durham shelter 3 hours away. The owner had run out of patience with his behavior. Kennedy had gotten a call, went to meet him, and couldn't leave without him. Why didn't people do their research before getting a dog? Belgians were working dogs. They needed a job. Like all working breeds, these dogs were smart, and they could be incredibly destructive. Still, Rufus was the perfect dog for the program. He got a job, and a veteran got a friend. After Kennedy gathered her things, she stepped out of the car, used her hip to shut the door, and followed Willow. They'd only moved to the new facility, a historic house-turned-business on Grand Street, a few months ago after an anonymous donation. The outside was in rough shape, but the inside was a step up in space. It was so much nicer than the strip mall office they'd been using. The house was only a few miles from the beach, and since it was an older property, there was more land as well. They'd converted the bedrooms into offices, and the same donor had built a few kennels to get them started, even going so far as to provide UV lights to cut down on diseases. Willow laughed, pulling Kennedy from her thoughts as the sound of dogs barking filtered from the kennels attached to the back of the home. "Guess we'll both be walking a few dogs this morning." Kennedy nodded. "Yeah, I'm going to start with Rufus. I suspect he'll give me the same look as every morning. The innocent, 'I don't know how that bed blew up.'" She laughed. "Do you have everything handled here?" Willow nodded. "Sure." Stopping by her office, Kennedy dropped her stuff off and then made her way to Rufus's kennel. Sure enough, his bed was nothing but shreds and stuffing. "Oh, Rufus, the bed was to sleep on!" He wagged his tail, giving her a goofy grin. What a difference from 3 months ago. He had gone from cowering in the corner to energetic and happy. It had taken some time to gain his trust, but she'd worked harder with him than she'd ever worked with a dog. There was something different about him, and it made her wonder about his history. Mostly, her gut told her Rufus belonged to someone. She just didn't know who yet. Grabbing the leash hanging next to his kennel, she pulled open the door. "Ready for a walk?" He spun around. "Bark, bark, bark!" "I'll take that as an enthusiastic yes." She laughed as she hooked the leash to his collar, and he immediately sat to her right. "You're such a good boy." She hadn't taught him that. He knew a lot of commands, which seemed to support her theory that Rufus wasn't just some shelter dog. He pawed the ground, eating up the praise. Out of the area where they housed the dogs, Kennedy took a path that led directly to the beach. Of the places she and Rufus loved to walk, it was there. It not only seemed to calm her, but him as well. Plus, she loved the scenery. As they reached the sand, she leaned against a tree and used her toes to slip off her shoes. She'd come back for them once their walk was over. One of the things she loved about this sleepy beach town was that things always stayed where you left them. Just then, she spotted a surfer out on the water. It wasn't the first time she'd seen him. He'd been out there the last few days. Before then, she'd been alone on the beach this time of the morning, except a few tourists who hunted shells before the beach filled up. With her feet free, she sank her toes in the sand, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath of salty air. She loved this place, mostly because it reminded her of home. Another small town, but on the West Coast. It was so small that most people didn't even know it existed. She'd tried living in a big city, hoping to blend in and get lost. Except Abel had found her. At the time, she'd thought about going to another big city, but the idea of all the hustle and bustle created so much anxiety that she'd scrapped it. She'd been stressing about her next move, packing and worried about Abel. Coming to Palm Shores had been so serendipitous. Kennedy had called Mia, on the verge of spilling her guts about her ex-husband, when Mia had mentioned Rescues for Vets was looking for a director. Kennedy had a long resume, but she'd never been the one in charge. Plus, she was willing to accept the tiny salary. Giving up her therapist license and choosing to remain under the radar made things tight financially, but it also gave her the ability to stay anonymous. Another way to keep Abel from finding her. She didn't have to register with the state boards if she was just the director of a rescue center. As long as she could pay her rent and eat, she didn't care. Rufus barked, breaking her out of her thoughts. She looked down, and the goofy boy was looking up at her. "You're ready to go, huh?" Another bark. "All right, let's go." For now, she was going to push all her thoughts and problems away. She needed to focus on her job and running Rufus out of energy. Chapter 2. Ryder parked his Jeep at the edge of the driveway. A makeshift banner with the business name hung from the roof. Rescues for Vets. He shook his head as he read the business name aloud.
Mia, what have you gotten me into?
If it weren't for her, he'd be hightailing it. The place didn't seem all that put together. And if it wasn't put together, how on earth were they going to fix him? Not that he thought they could. But the last thing he'd promised Mia before he left for Palm Springs a few days ago was that he'd come with an open mind. Stepping out of the Jeep, he set his hands on his hips and gave the home a once-over. It looked so different from when he was growing up. The old, historic home sat only a few blocks from his childhood home that was now his. Obviously, the maintenance hadn't been kept up. He could almost hear his dad's voice in his head, listing off the things needing to be done. Paint, replacing rotten boards, the porch, which was just sad-looking, and the overgrown trees. It was a wonder anyone could find the place. Ryder's dad had been a carpenter before he and his mom had retired in Florida. An all-around fix-it man. When Ryder was a kid, he'd spent his summers helping his dad. At least until he got into computers the summer between 9th and 10th grade. He still worked for his dad to earn cash, but his career path had been irrevocably changed. The first day being back in his childhood home in Palm Shores had felt strange, but that had only lasted until he stepped out the back door and took a deep breath. The familiar smell, the ocean hitting the sand. He wasn't sure why he avoided coming home so much, other than seeing people he knew and them asking questions about his service. No one knew what had happened to him or the circumstances surrounding the end of his army career. A breeze rustled through the large willow trees framing the driveway. Okay, so admittedly, it was the perfect place for something like Rescues for Vets. It was tranquil and calming. Then again, the old house had always been like that, even when Ryder was a kid. Just better taken care of. Every time they went into town, they'd pass by it. It was sad to see it in such rough shape. "Hello?" a cute brunette said. The dog walking next to her pulled on the leash, and she stopped. "Rufus, heel!" The dog quickly sat right at her feet. "Sorry, he's never pulled like that before. Have you?" She scratched the dog's ear, looking down at him as she said it. Ryder shrugged. "It's okay." She continued her approach with her hand outstretched. "I'm Kennedy Crenshaw." Her smile reached her eyes. Light blue, captivating eyes. In fact, all of her was captivating. Dark hair, bronzed skin, and not looking at all like he'd expected. And that coconut smell? Wow. She definitely had his attention. "And this is Rufus."
"I'm Ryder Whitlock,"
he said as he shook her hand, working to ignore the zaps of electricity shooting up his arm. Whoa. It had been long enough that he couldn't remember that happening any time recently. It had to stop. He didn't want a dog, much less a relationship. Why had that thought even popped into his head? Was his lack of sleep finally getting to him? Kennedy blinked and pulled her hand back. "Oh, I've been expecting you." Her smile widened and his heart rate spiked. Working to ignore it, Ryder took another look at the dog next to her. He'd seen this breed of dog before. In his last deployment, they'd been used as bomb dogs. Ryder squatted down. "Hey, buddy." He reached his hand out to Rufus and stopped a few inches away so the dog could smell it. The dog took a few whiffs and stepped forward, his tongue hanging out the side of his mouth.
"You're a goofy boy, aren't you?"
Ryder asked. There was something about this dog, like he had a story, and he'd had no one to trust with the darker parts. Much like Ryder. Rufus stepped forward and pushed his head into Ryder's chest, almost like the dog was giving him a hug. Ryder put his arm around him, patting his side.
"Yeah, you're a really good boy."
But Ryder didn't need or want or have time for a dog. It wouldn't be fair to the animal. He'd told Mia he'd try. That didn't mean he'd ever agreed to have a dog. "He's never done that before," Kennedy said. Ryder stood, his eyes locking with hers. He had no desire to have a dog. His place wasn't dog-proof. When this was over, he was going back to work. When would he have time for a dog? What would he do with Rufus when he had assignments? He didn't want or need the responsibility, and before Ryder could politely find a way out of it, he said,
"I'll take him."
Not what he'd planned to say at all, but his brain and his tongue were in a flat-out war. Her eyes widened and she gripped the leash tighter. "Well, it's not that simple. We need to do a home study. Make sure you have a fenced yard, that you and Rufus will work."
"He'll work."
What? That was his ticket out. Ryder couldn't seem to get his head in the game. He looked down at Rufus. His head was cocked to the side like he was trying to understand the conversation. She stepped back. "I'm not saying he won't, but this is part of the process. Why don't we go to my office and talk for a bit?" Great. Talking. Another thing he didn't want or need. Kennedy softened. "Mr. Whitlock, I'm in your corner. Can we start there?" It was like she read his mind. Something he didn't care for at all. Ryder cast his gaze to the ground.
"In my corner, huh? What if it's dark, dank, and scary there? What then?"
He lifted his gaze to hers. "Then we'll grab some flashlights, some buckets of soapy water, and a bunch of rags to wash it with. I won't leave you there, even if it means I have to drag you out." There was a fierceness in her tone and a fire in her eyes that made him believe her. It made her incredibly cute, too. He laughed.
"Is that right?"
She caught her bottom lip between her teeth, her cheeks rising as she smiled. "I might look small, but I'm stronger than you think." She winked.
"All right."
He waved her toward the house.
"Let's go to your office and we'll talk."
In his gut, he knew this had the potential to go really, really bad, or really, really great. And based on how his heart sped up when she smiled, he was leaning more toward bad. Rufus's nails clicked against the hardwood floor as Kennedy walked to her office with Ryder Whitlock following. Holy cow! Mia had failed to mention how incredibly attractive the man was. Blonde hair, deep, dark eyes she could drown in, and a smile that could melt steel. Add to that he was tall and well-built. The t-shirt he had on was stretched so tight she almost touched him to make sure it wasn't painted on. They reached her office, and she stepped inside with Rufus, waiting on Ryder before shutting the door. She dropped Rufus's leash, and he bounced over to Ryder. It was a good sign, but it didn't stop the feeling of sadness that washed over her. She'd grown close to Rufus, and she'd miss him when he left. "So," she said as she looked for Ryder's file, "Mia said you're into computers and you work in security, but not much else." She looked up and found Ryder with his back to her and his arms crossed, his head turning from left to right, seeming to take in her office. Geez, his back was as yummy as his front. The thought caught her off guard. She'd never done that before. He was a client, and she couldn't think like that. What was her problem? Shaking her head, she cleared the thought. Besides, after her previous relationship, that was the last thing she needed. Talk about a complication. Dropping his hands to his sides, he patted Rufus on the head as he turned, and that glorious smile from earlier spread on his lips.
"I'm a computer specialist with a private security firm. Mia is my partner in crime."
He laughed. Kennedy chuckled, working to keep her voice even. "Oh, private security? Did Mia know about Abel and not say anything?"
"Yeah, it's good work, and we help people."
She narrowed her eyes. "Are you really here to get help, or did Mia send you?"
Ryder lifted an eyebrow. "You're friends with Mia, right? If you know her, you know I wasn't given much of a choice."
Now Kennedy didn't know what to think. Ryder worked in private security, but it didn't seem like he knew about Abel at all. But Mia, that girl was sneaky. And if Ryder was anything like her ex-husband, he could look completely innocent, all the while hiding his true motives. What should she do? She glanced at Rufus, who seemed to understand there'd been a shift in the mood. He trotted over to the couch against the wall and lay down in front of it. He was so intuitive. It was one of the reasons she'd placed him in the to-meet category for Ryder.
"Look," he said, "I don't know your history with Mia, but I can assure you I didn't come here wanting a dog or to talk. Actually, this was a bad idea."
He strode to the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. Before she could stop herself, Kennedy came from behind her desk, wedging herself between him and the door. "I'm sorry, please stay." Being this close to him was making the tingles from earlier seem like nothing. Her body was on meltdown. His scent wrapped around her, all masculine and beachy. Whoa, he smelled amazing.
"You can't fix me. No one can."
His dark eyes held hers, and the hurt in them was palpable. "You don't know that," she whispered, and cleared her throat, repeating it a little stronger.
"I do know that."
His voice faltered, and he looked down.
"There are some things that can't be forgotten or forgiven."
That couldn't be true. Not when it came to him. For some reason, she just didn't believe that. Maybe not forgotten, but don't give up on forgiven. There's hope for that. He slowly lifted his gaze to hers.
"You're assuming there can be forgiveness. What if—"
He stopped short. What was it about this man that was pulling at her so strongly? She'd worked with plenty of veterans, and for the life of her, she couldn't remember any of them affecting her like Ryder. Her heart was breaking for him. She palmed his cheek. I believe that forgiveness is given, not earned. It's given because holding on to things only hurts us. The only way to be free is to know that all you can do is let go. You can't change the past, Ryder, but you can change the future. Ryder took a shuddering breath and whispered,
"Please, let me go."
Nodding, Kennedy stepped aside, and he moved quicker than she'd ever seen anyone move. She ran to the door, with Rufus following, and watched as he sped off in his Jeep. She couldn't fathom what he could have possibly been through to make him feel so hopeless. She also knew she'd never be able to let him stay that way. Her feeling, and she was usually right, was that he was a good and decent man who was punishing himself for something he shouldn't be. Yep, she was in trouble. He needed her, and she wouldn't stop until she figured out a way to help him. Flames. She was going to go down in flames. Chapter 3. Another night of waking up in a cold sweat with sheets wrapped around him like a constrictor. Untangling himself, Ryder threw his blankets off and stood. He was so sick of the nightmares and the sleepless nights. A few months ago, he'd graduated to panic attacks when he was in a crowd. It was almost like Gunner's peanut allergy. Ryder would feel his throat was closing and nearly pass out. He stumbled through the house, out the back door, and into the night air, continuing until he was on his dock that stretched from the edge of the surf to close to 200 feet out. About halfway down, he stopped, bracing his hands on the dock railing. Stars glittered above him, and the salty smell surrounded him. Things had to change, but wanting change and believing in change, those were two very different things. He hung his head, gripping the railing tighter.
I don't know who's out there, but please help me.
Do you always talk to yourself? Ryder startled and searched for the source. He narrowed his eyes as the woman he'd met earlier that day came into view.
Dr. Crenshaw?
What was she doing on his dock? She hugged herself and walked to him, stopping about a foot away. That's me.
This is a private dock,
he said, nearly barking. She was the last person he expected to see or wanted to talk to, and she'd heard his plea for help. The slight flinch from the woman made him pause. He protected people. Was it getting to the point that he needed to protect people from himself? I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'll go, she said.
No, I'm sorry. I'm a jerk.
He held his hand up.
You're more than welcome to stay.
Awkward silence stretched a moment. He'd been harsh, and that wasn't him. His personality was taking a hit because of his lack of sleep.
Do you live around here?
He asked. The apartment complex about a mile up the beach.
And you don't like their dock?
A smile quirked on her lips. There was a little too much canoodling going on for me. Ryder laughed.
Not your thing?
No, especially when I'm not the one being canoodled. She chuckled. Plus, a walk on the beach always clears my head.
What made you stop at this dock?
It was empty. He lifted an eyebrow.
So you didn't remember where I lived?
Actually, no. She took another step forward. You know, you moved pretty fast earlier today for a computer guy. Yeah, 1 second he was fine, the next he couldn't breathe. Another step forward, and now she was invading his personal space. She touched his arm. It's okay, you don't have to explain anything to me. At least, not yet.
How do you know I'll ever explain anything?
She lowered her gaze a second and then looked back up. His heart thundered. Was she trying to be sexy? Because at that moment, she was doing a great job of it. I suspect you made Mia a promise, and for some reason you strike me as a guy who will do just about anything to keep his promises. He didn't want to, but he smiled.
You don't even know me.
I'd like to get to know you. I'd like you to trust me.
That's a tall order. I've been to therapist, Dr.
Kennedy. Please call me Kennedy. and sounded like she was nearly pleading. Kennedy. He let her name roll around on his tongue. He liked that name.
Kennedy, I've been to therapists, tried all the techniques.
You are not broken, not unfixable. That's if I even agree that there's something wrong with you to begin with, which I don't. He pulled his gaze from hers. It wouldn't take her long to know how wrong she was.
What if I am broken and unfixable? What then?
One more step, and she was so close that the coconut smell from earlier invaded his senses. Mixed with the salty air, it was heady. Then I'll be around a long time. My promise to you is to stay until you don't need me. It was a good thing he wasn't hooked to a heart monitor. The thing would be screaming bloody murder. He swallowed hard.
You say that, but...
She placed the flat of her palm on his chest, holding his gaze. I mean that. If that means following you back to wherever you work or to Timbuktu, I'll be there. I don't give up on people. The spot where her hand touched him tingled, and little zaps were pinging from the tip of his head to the ends of his bare feet. If he were standing in water, he'd be dead from the current ricocheting through his body. I'll fight for you, Ryder. Even if that means I'm fighting you. It was ridiculous. This woman had no vested interest in him, and yet the fierceness in her voice made him do a double take. Hadn't he just begged for help? Now he wished he'd been more specific. It wasn't as if he hadn't begged for help before. Nothing changed then. But the idea of being free from his nightmares, panic attacks, and guilt was so strong. His soul was crying out for life.
Okay,
he whispered. She dropped her hand. The only thing you might regret is the amount of time you spend with me. Ryder nearly chuckled aloud. Not likely. He liked her. Liked her passion and her fight. Her cute button nose and long hair. Sweet smile. And those thoughts needed to stop. She was only going to be his therapist, maybe. Although he had a sinking suspicion he needed to keep himself in check. He had a feeling it wouldn't take long to want her around all the time. It was a victory. Kennedy could have done a dance right there on the dock. When she decided to take a stroll down the beach, she had no idea she'd run into Ryder. She'd thought about him all afternoon, and he'd invaded her sleep. The sorrow in his eyes had haunted her. The break in his voice as he'd asked her to let him leave made her ache. Throughout her career, she'd worked on a lot of hard cases. Men and women back from combat, struggling to find their place and new normal. Some with missing arms, legs, pieces of themselves. She'd never given up on them either. Some still contacted her, calling when they needed her or just to talk. It made her feel good to know she could help people. But Ryder, she'd felt something for him. A pull or a draw. Something she hadn't felt before. Looking into his eyes, she'd gotten a peek into his soul. And all she could see was someone hungry for healing. Only he'd been burned by people who only saw him as a case or a problem. He was a person, a gorgeous person, but that was beside the point. Well, she wanted it to be. Her body, on the other hand, let her know that was a total lie. It had been a mistake to touch him. Sheesh, it was a painful zap when she touched his chest. Even through the shirt, she could feel hard muscle. She was absolutely attracted to him. Which meant she'd need to be extra vigilant in maintaining her professional distance. Getting involved with a client was not going to happen to her. Plus, her with her ex-husband soon to be paroled and most likely hitting her up for money, it was foolish to want a relationship with anyone, even if she could. Her drive to help people had enabled her ex-husband end his gambling habit. The addiction had barreled out of control, and despite her stubbornness not to give up on people, eventually, she'd had no choice. Abel didn't want help. He didn't want to be fixed. He just wanted to manipulate her and use her for money. At the end, right before she served his divorce papers, all he saw her as was a bank that allowed his addiction to continue. Ryder, though, in her heart, she knew he was different. The little cry for help she'd overheard was sincere and genuine. She could help him, be completely committed, and she wouldn't break her code of ethics. Still, a little voice whispered, "Good luck with that." She didn't need luck, though. Kennedy Crenshaw was an experienced therapist. Her body and silly little thoughts could stuff it.
"So,"
he said, rubbing the back of his neck with his hand.
I guess I should go. I suspect I have a session tomorrow."
"Nope." He froze.
"No? Then how's this gonna work?"
"You're the surfer out on the waves in the morning, aren't you?" She was taking a guess and hoped she was right.
"Yeah. How'd you know?"
She leaned her hip against the railing. "I usually take Rufus for a walk early in the mornings before the beach gets crowded. The last few days I've seen a surfer out there, and it was just a shot in the dark."
"I love the beach. I haven't been able to enjoy like I used to. Mostly I go out there and try to find a little peace."
"Have you?" Ryder looked down as he shook his head.
"I don't think peace is in the cards for me."
When had this man lost hope? Why? He couldn't have done anything so bad that he couldn't be free of it. Granted, she didn't know him well enough, but she'd never had such a strong gut feeling about someone before. He was a good man. She just knew it. She wanted to tell him that wasn't true, that she didn't believe it, not about him. But they would just be words until he learned to trust her. He needed more than empty words, and she needed more time with him, a chance to figure out a way over his wall. "How about I start coming earlier with Rufus and we'll sit on the beach? We can talk about whatever you want, from surfing to whatever else." He set his hands on his hips, his gaze holding hers until it was almost uncomfortable, and then he nodded.
"Does that mean you're going to talk too? It won't be the beach equivalent of a couch?"
She froze for a second. Talk about her? She didn't want to talk about herself. Her problems were, well, hers. And she slept just fine most of the time. No, it won't be like that, but I would be your therapist."
"Then no,"
he said, and turned to walk away. Kennedy grabbed his arm. "Wait!" He stopped and looked at her.
"I don't want a therapist. I've been to them. If the only thing different is the scenery, then what's the point?"
Well, she did say she needed to do something different. What did you have in mind?
"I would like a friend."
"You don't have any friends?" she asked softly.
"I have the guys I served with, but I work with them. I love them, but talking about things with them, it's different. Mia, man, I love her, but she's Noah's wife."
He let out a long sigh.
"The only thing I know is I don't want another therapist. Me on the couch, them with their clipboard and pen, and me just words to be put on a piece of paper and analyzed. I don't want that. It hasn't helped."
She tapped her chin with her finger. Talking to Ryder would be okay. It wasn't as though she had to divulge intimate details. And if it came to that, she could skirt it. Somehow. So far, she'd managed to avoid that part of her life. So you want conversation?
And not an examination.
Smiling, she nodded and stuck out her hand. You have a deal. But when I ask a question, you need to answer. I'll know if you're lying, too. I don't think you realize how expressive your eyes are. His eyebrows kneaded together.
My eyes?
Yep.
He huffed. Fine, but just so you know, I'm pretty good at that too. And if you lie, I'm done. That is a promise.
One last look, and he strode off the dock, leaving Kennedy gawking after him. Cripes, now what was she going to do? She couldn't back out. He'd agreed to at least talk to her. But how was she going to keep him from finding out her own secrets? She took a deep breath and began her walk home. She'd deal with that when she came to it. For now, she'd enjoy her victory. Chapter 4. Ryder fell back on the sand. After his middle-of-the-night conversation with Kennedy, he hadn't expected to see her and Rufus when he coasted to shore after his morning of surfing. She'd brought a small offering of muffins and donuts along with coffee. If nothing else, he would have stayed for that. Of course, Rufus was treated to a dog-friendly pastry, and now he was happily taking a snooze next to Ryder. It was wild. The dog had trotted up to him, sat, and waited for Ryder to bend down. Once he did, Rufus headbutted Ryder's chest and circled around like he was his person. Almost as though Rufus was saying that the sooner Ryder got with the program, the happier everyone would be. He didn't know what it was about that dog, but he felt better having Rufus around. The dog was more like a buddy who had his back if needed. Part of Ryder wanted to humor Kennedy just so he could have Rufus. But then again, it was a war between his head and his heart. He didn't need anyone depending on him, and yet he liked Rufus. Feeding and watering a dog couldn't be that difficult, could it?
So, is Rescues for Vets planning on fixing up the rest of the house?
He asked. They'd yet to wander into personal territory, and he liked that. Every therapist he'd been to always began with the difficult stuff. He needed a chance to work up to that. If he could work up to that. Finishing her last bite of muffin, she nodded. Yeah, that's the plan, but we have to have funds to hire someone first.
You mean you don't fix veterans and homes?
He chuckled. Laughing with him, she said, No, I'm afraid not. My carpentry skills are lackluster at best.
Is the organization in trouble?
She shook her head and sighed. No, not really, but the funds are tight. The house was donated, and the kennels were part of it. So is the interior renovation to make offices. We do get monetary donations, and that takes care of our salaries and the dogs.
That must be a little scary.
It can be, but I don't do this for the money. I have my doctorate. If I wanted to make money, I could go into private practice. I do this because I love it. He sat up.
You have a doctorate?
He was floored. She barely looked old enough to have a bachelor's. He'd assumed she'd just finished her internship or something. Rufus lifted his head, his tongue lagging before dropping it back down. Yeah.
How old are you?
His voice rose an octave. I turned 26 at the beginning of the year.
How is that possible? I thought it took years to get a doctorate.
Smiling, she tucked a piece of hair behind her ear as a blanket of rosy pink colored her cheeks. It sure looked good on her, too. I did accelerated classes in high school. By the time I was 16, I was a junior in college. I knew what I wanted to do, and I focused on getting my education.
Did you always want to work with veterans and dogs?
Kennedy lifted her gaze to his. Her eyes were stormy. Yeah, I did. He waited a beat.
There's a story behind it, isn't there?
She nodded and took a deep breath. Stick around and I might tell you. Why did she have to say something like that?
That's going to bug me to death.
Like I said, we just have to keep talking. He rolled his eyes, frustration hitting him square in the chest.
I don't see why people think talking about things will help. I've already talked about them.
Okay, so that wasn't the whole truth. He'd talked about most of what happened. Some of it was a dark hole he was too afraid to travel down. But you haven't talked to me about them. I'm not like the others. I'm not wanting your story so I can add it to my collection. I want your story so I know how best to get you to the happily ever after.
Please, don't tell me you're a romance junkie.
Ravenous, she said, grinning. I love them.
Great. A therapist with rose-colored glasses. I'm doomed.
What had he been thinking to even consider this? Kennedy laughed. I'll make you eat those words. It was funny to her, but it struck him wrong. It wasn't funny to him. She had an idealized view of things. She would be one more person he'd let down, and for some reason, the idea of letting her down crushed him.
I think you've got your head in the clouds, at least when it comes to me. I know I promised Mia I'd try, but this is a waste of your time. I'm a waste of your time.
He stood. She scrambled to her feet along with Rufus. What just happened? He waved his hand between her and Rufus.
This? You? Him? I can't. I just can't.
Yes, you can. I don't know what just went through your head, but you're wrong. I do know that.
Look, Kennedy, I'll tell Mia you tried. I'll take the full blame, but I can't.
His voice broke.
I can't. I'm sorry.
He didn't even take a last look before picking up his board and making long strides to his home. It was a mistake from the beginning. It was a mistake to even agree to talk to her. He'd let down his company, let down that village, caused so much grief. Noah could call it his, but it wasn't. It was Ryder's. It was all him, and nothing would ever change that. If Noah wanted to fire him from the Guardian group, then Ryder would have to take his lumps. He'd stay in Palm Shores, and he'd find a way to work from home. He was a public nuisance. Maybe it was better if he hid out at home. At least maybe then he wouldn't let anyone down. Kennedy looked down at Rufus. Do you know what just happened? He tilted his head as if he were contemplating the question, and then barked. I did say I'd fight for him, didn't I? Rufus took off at a run. Rufus, heel! She called after him. The dog forged on ahead, following Ryder like she wasn't even speaking. She gathered their trash and followed Rufus to the back deck of Ryder's home, and her mouth dropped open as he came into view through the window. He'd taken off his shirt and had his back to her, and he was covered in scars. She'd noticed little scars on his arms, but she dismissed them as hazards of his army career. Whatever that could mean for a computer guy. But this? She had no idea what to think of it. Before he could catch her spying, she hurried to his back door and knocked. Ryder, I'm not leaving until you talk to me. No answer. If I have to, I'll camp out on your back deck with Rufus. She paused. I mean it. If you think you're stubborn... Finally, Ryder yanked the door open as he pulled down his shirt.
I thought I said this wouldn't work. Did I speak a language you didn't understand?
And I told you that I'd fight for you, even if it meant fighting you. She pushed her way in with Rufus and stopped as Ryder gawked at her. We're not done talking. He leveled his eyes at her.
We are done.
No, she said, and then walked to the couch and sat. Now, are we going to do this the easy way or the hard way? Ryder worked his jaw a second and then slammed the door.
I'm not talking. You can sit here alone until you get the message.
He stomped through the house and she heard another door slam. The hard way it is, then. Kennedy looked at Rufus. He has no idea who he's tangled with. Rufus yawned and lay down, as if he were already bored with this tug-of-war. I'm going to win, you know. He yawned again and put his head down on his paws. You just really don't care, do you? The dog lifted his head and then stretched out on his side. That was Rufus language for nope. If Ryder thought for 1 second that she'd give up, he'd bet on the wrong horse. She puffed a piece of hair out of her face and settled back on the couch. If there was one thing she had, it was plenty of gumption and stubbornness. 2 characteristics that had both kept her marriage going too long and then given her the strength to end it. She'd given Abel several chances to clean up his act. After the last time, she was done. Ryder's reaction made no sense. 1 minute they were talking, and the next he was storming off through the dunes. Crossing her arms over her chest, she searched her memory of the conversation, and the moment when it had changed. Great. A therapist with rose-colored glasses. I'm doomed. Was that it? She thought they were joking, but that was the moment it changed. His voice had broken the next time he spoke. Where had the change come from? She'd known since their first meeting the day before that his case was going to be tough. But there was a lot more to him than she initially thought. There had to be a way to chip down that wall he'd built. Some little thing that could get him to open up just a little. If she could only find a way through, she just knew there was hope for him. Even if she had to give him some of hers until he found his own. Leaning her head back against the couch, she closed her eyes as she went through scenarios. Soon, she found herself relaxing. With the late night and even earlier morning, she was exhausted. What felt like moments later, she opened her eyes and sat up, a blanket pooling at her waist. What?
You fell asleep,
Ryder said. She looked around the room and found him in a chair overlooking the beach.
I thought you looked cold, so I covered you up.
How long?
It's almost 3 in the afternoon.
He'd let her sleep? You could have woken me up, but thank you. Without looking at her, Ryder nodded his head.
You're welcome.
Where is Rufus?
Over here by the chair. He followed me all over the house today.
He leaned over and petted Rufus on the head. The dog didn't move an inch. She stretched her arms over her head, yawned, and then pushed the blanket off. Is this what you do each day? Sit at home and look at the beach?
I don't like crowds, and there are days when it's not a good idea for me to drive. Those days, yes, I stay home and look at the beach, he said softly.
Kennedy stood and walked over to him, taking a seat on the floor facing him. How much trouble do you have sleeping?
I don't sleep more than an hour or 2 at a time. Just enough to keep me going.
He rubbed his eyes. Okay, she said, thinking about what she'd ask next. What have you tried? Give me the whole list. He grunted a laugh.
Noise machines, counting, taking control of the dream, meditation, medication, staying awake until I could barely stand. I slept okay, but I woke up with a busted lip. Didn't try that again.
How did you manage to get to the rescue house yesterday?
More shots of energy drinks than I'm willing to admit. I would have walked, but while I was out, I'd grab something at the drive-thru.
Shaking her head, she looked down. Ryder, that's not healthy. She looked up, catching his gaze. If I suggest something, will you try it? Maybe if she and Rufus stayed, maybe watched over him, Ryder could sleep.
It's not going to work.
But what if it does? He stood.
There you go, trying to fix me, thinking you have a brand new, unheard-of solution. You don't. It will never work, and I'm done trying. This is my lot.
He walked to his back door and opened it.
I don't want to talk anymore.
Slowly, she stood and grabbed Rufus's leash. As she got to the door, she stopped, facing him. You've put your trust in the wrong people, but I won't give up.
I wish you would. I'm a lost cause that will only bring you misery.
The way his eyes widened, he'd not meant to say so much. Kennedy swallowed hard, her heart in her throat. I will never, never believe that. I've seen a lost cause before, and there is no way that fits you. She tugged on Rufus's leash. Come on, Rufus. The dog sat at Ryder's feet and didn't budge. Rufus, come. She tugged on the leash a little harder and flicked her gaze to Ryder. I have a feeling the two of you bonded today. A small smile spread on his lips.
Maybe.
He squatted down.
Listen, buddy, I don't have any food for you or a bed or even a bone. You go with Kennedy, okay?
He glanced up at her.
I have a feeling she'll take good care of you.
Rufus pawed at Ryder's knee like he was trying to plead his case. Ryder ran his hand over the dog's head.
What would I need to do to have him?
Kennedy's pulse jumped. She couldn't force too many hoops, or Ryder would give up. But in her heart, she knew she needed to make the man work for Rufus. It felt like her only chance to help Ryder. Well, you have a great house. You'd need a better, taller fence. He'll need to be walked.
And then he could stay here?
He asked, standing back up and facing her. I would like to talk some more. I'd like to get to know you a little better. Ryder swore under his breath. She touched his arm. I've grown attached to him. It would give me time to let go. It wasn't a total lie. She did love Rufus. Much like Ryder, there was something about him that pulled at her. We'll have conversations like this morning. Just me, you, Rufus, and the waves. He took a deep breath and scrubbed his face with his hands. Before she could stop herself, she hugged him. It's going to be okay. You're not alone anymore. For a heartbeat, he froze, and then he hugged her back. I'll be your lockbox if you let me, she said just above a whisper. I promise all of you is safe with me. Ryder took a shuddering breath.
What if you aren't safe with me?
He leaned back, and she could swear his eyes were glistening. You'd have to kick a room full of puppies for me to believe that. She smiled. And I don't think Rufus would like you as much as he does if you weren't safe.
So, what you're saying is that the two of you are ganging up on me?
Kennedy shook her head. No! We just aren't giving up on you. His Adam's apple bobbed and he nodded. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Again, he nodded and said nothing. She tugged on Rufus's leash, and this time Rufus came without a fight. When she said she'd fight for Ryder, she'd had no idea she'd need an armory. She limply waved and walked away, hearing the door slowly shut as she did. "Please, whoever's listening, please help me help him," she whispered. If she had to beg, she would. For some reason, she knew Ryder was worth it. Chapter 5. Sitting back in her office chair, Kennedy went over their latest monthly donations. They'd been declining since the start of summer. With vacations taking place, there was less disposable income to donate to places like rescues for vets. At least the salaries for her and Willow were safe at the moment, along with care for the dogs. Over the last 2 weeks, she'd spent her mornings talking to Ryder. Nothing too deep, and if things moved that direction, he'd quickly retreat or guide the conversation away. The only thing Kennedy knew for certain was that she really liked him. She chuckled, thinking about him. At first, his accent was so slight that she had to work to hear it. As of late, it was a little thicker. His North Carolina roots were slowly coming back, and that country boy vibe was returning. He still wasn't sleeping, and was no closer to taking suggestions than 2 weeks ago. Stubborn man, but she sure liked him. It made it hard because on one hand, she had to remember her role in his life. And on the other, she was a woman and he was a man. An attractive man she enjoyed spending time with. Taking a deep breath, she shook her head. He'd reawakened feelings in her. Ones she thought were so tamped down that she wasn't sure she'd find them again. After her divorce from Abel, she'd felt so hollow that even considering a relationship was too much. Her ex had not only drained their bank account, but her as a woman. She wasn't wanted because she was loved. She was wanted because she was useful. An ATM machine that fed his habit. Ryder was so different. From time to time, he'd compliment her, and it would feel like an afterthought, not in a bad way. The way he said them, they were just facts she should know. And he was so incredibly likable. Enough that, after their last talk that morning, she'd allowed Rufus to go home with him for the day. She'd wanted him to work for Rufus, and he'd done okay. Her gut told her letting Rufus move in with him would lead to something amazing. She'd also matched a couple more dogs. One to a veteran who had been put on a waiting list for a medium-sized dog, and one to a veteran who had just come back from Iraq. Normally, they didn't do matches that quickly, but his therapist had asked them to consider him a special circumstance. Due to his injuries and for his mental health, the therapist felt it would help the man while his sessions were in progress. Kennedy's phone rang and she checked the caller ID as she answered it. "Hey, Chris, what's up?" Chris Bowman was the SPCA president in Wilmington, which was about 2 hours south. When he'd taken a dog with the right temperament, he'd call her. Talk about great timing.
"Hey."
His deep voice came through.
"I think I might have a dog for you."
"Okay." She looked through her calendar. It was Friday. Would Monday work for you? That would give her the weekend to get a kennel sanitized and ready for a new resident.
"Yeah, that'll be fine. If you don't take her, she'll easily get adopted. I wanted to give you first dibs, and she's such a sweetie. I think she'll be a great fit."
"What breed?"
"We think lab mixed with golden. She's got the body of a lab with the longer coat like a golden."
Nodding, Kennedy sat back, thinking. She loved retrievers, and they were popular with the veterans she worked with. Well, those and shepherds. Every once in a while, they'd get a request for a different breed, but it was a blue moon sort of thing. Sounds good.
"She's gonna need work, but she's super food-driven. I've already got her doing sit and wait before I set her bowl down. She's really smart and a people-pleaser. I don't think training will take much at all."
"All right, I'll see you first thing Monday morning."
"Thanks. See you then."
They said their goodbyes, and Kennedy ended the call with a smile on her face. Willow was working with a veteran, and the dogs they'd picked for him hadn't worked out. The man had become depressed. Hopefully, this girl would be the right fit. Kennedy stood and walked to Willow's office. "Hey," she said, taking a seat across from her coworker. Willow looked up but continued working. "Hey, what's up?" "I'm going Monday to get another dog from Chris, or I hope so. So far, he's been right every time, so I'm assuming I'm coming back with a dog." "Awesome." "I think she'll be a good fit for Andrew Johnson." Willow tilted her head. "My client?" "Yeah, is that okay?" "Sure. I don't think my car could make it right now." Willow stopped what she was doing and tented her fingers in front of her mouth. "How are sessions with Ryder going?" "Good. Different. Slow." She smiled, thinking about her time with him. He was intelligent, funny, and sweet. Guarded, too, but she felt like she was making progress. Willow dropped her hands to her lap. "Is that where Rufus is? Did you decide to let him go with Ryder for the day?" Kennedy chewed the inside of her cheek. "Yeah." "He sure is cute." "Rufus sure is." Cocking an eyebrow, Willow leveled her eyes at Kennedy. "You know who I meant." "He's a client." Kennedy worked to keep herself from blushing. With the thoughts she'd had, it was a wonder there weren't little fires bursting out all over her face. Snorting, Willow sat back. "And you think he's hot? We're not blind, you know." "Hot? No. Scorching. She felt like she was on fire every time she was around him." "No, but I don't want to think about him that way." She may not have wanted to think of him that way, but it didn't stop her. Not that she was going to tell Willow that. "Hasn't stopped you, though. I saw you blush." Kennedy chuckled. "It's not like that." She sighed. "He's a good man, and he's so tough to read at times." "They usually are." "Not like him. Something about him is different. I don't know how to put my finger on it," she said, looking down and fidgeting with a string hanging off her blouse. He thinks he has no hope. There are times when I look in his eyes and all I can see is sorrow and grief. I get tiny instances where I'll see a bit of light, and it's gone so fast I wonder if I've imagined it. He's gruff and guarded, and at the same time, there's this warmth that pours from him. You have a crush on him." Jerking her gaze to Willow, Kennedy shook her head. "I don't. I'm trying to figure him out so I can help him, not date him." Crush was the right word, though. A silly thing and easy to control. "The heart wants what the heart wants," Willow said with a chuckle. "Well, this heart just wants to see Ryder healed, or as close to it as I can get him." "How was your session this morning?" Nodding her head, Kennedy said, "It's been 2 weeks of the same thing. I think I'm going to pick up lunch somewhere and stop by his place. Maybe shake things up a little." "You think he wants to be shaken?" Kennedy stood and walked to the door, shrugging. "No clue, but I'm going to do it anyway." He'd probably grumble at her, or maybe even try to make her leave. But she had a need to see him. Not that she was interested in him. She was his doctor, and sometimes mixing things up helped. Plus, he said he didn't go many places. Maybe he'd like to have a day where lunch came to him. Through the living room window, Ryder watched as crowds gathered on the beach, playing and building sandcastles. When he was a kid, he'd have been out there in the thick of things. He loved the beach, but these days that was a panic attack waiting to happen. The last thing he needed was to pass out and wake up fried to a crisp or in a hospital. A knock came from the door, and Rufus quickly sat up, pointing his nose in the direction of the front door. He stood and then barked, wagging his tail. Ryder thought it was an interesting reaction, considering the dog couldn't see the front door from where they sat. Pushing out of the chair, Ryder walked to the front door and checked the side window to see who it was.
Kennedy?
He looked at Rufus, who had followed him. The dog tilted his head and wagged his tail.
You knew it was her, huh?
Rufus barked his response.
Man, you're a smart dog. Stay,
Ryder said, and pointed at him. Rufus parked himself next to Ryder. Ryder opened the door, crossing his arms over his chest.
I thought...
He stopped mid-sentence when his gaze landed on the bags she was holding. The smell coming from them was amazing. His stomach gurgled. He was hungry and hadn't realized it. Hey, I thought I'd bring you lunch. She lifted the bags. Mind if I come in? If she didn't have food, he might have had to think about it. Instead, he moved to allow her to pass by him.
I thought maybe you were just coming to get Rufus already.
Actually, let's eat, and we'll talk about that. Ryder eyed her a second. Where was this going, and was he going to like it?
Okay.
For now, he'd play along. Hey, Rufus. Miss me? She asked Rufus as he trotted next to her. Don't think you're getting any of this. It's not dog food. It could make you sick. And like he'd understood every word, Rufus headed into the living room and lay down in front of the couch. Good boy. She stopped at the table sitting off to the side of the kitchen and set the bags down. I had no idea what to get you, so I went with the classic. Cheeseburger, and you have a choice of fries or onion rings. His stomach growled loudly this time, and she laughed. Either I picked well or you're just that hungry. She smiled.
Maybe a little of both,
he said, stopping at the table next to her. Over the past couple of weeks, he'd spent about an hour every morning talking to her. In that time, he'd actually come to like her. Well, more than he had initially. She was a beautiful woman, and she had a keen mind with a killer sense of humor. If he was honest, he'd even go so far as to say maybe he liked her more than just a little. He'd also spent time stuffing those thoughts down. Of the things he knew with certainty, he knew he didn't need a relationship. He wasn't fit for one and probably never would be, even if spending time with her made him realize just what he was missing out on. After spending the last 2 weeks talking to her, the prospect of spending his life alone made him ache. Kennedy took a seat and pulled the food out of the bags. I told them to put the onions on the side because it's easier to put them on than take them off. The flavor and smell seem to stick.
Thanks. I'm not a huge fan of onions.
Taking a seat across from her, he flicked a glance at Rufus. Ryder had liked having him around that morning.
He's been great so far.
I knew he would be. He liked you the moment he saw you. Nodding, Ryder opened the burger she set in front of him.
I think we have a lot in common.
Me too, Kennedy said, her gaze meeting his as he looked up. He's good for you. I can see it in your smile. He shrugged.
If you say so.
Still, he liked hearing it. They sat quietly, eating lunch, with Ryder flicking glances in her direction every so often. There was a struggle to remember his internal pep talk about not needing or wanting a relationship. He didn't want to like her, knew he shouldn't, but he did, and every day it was more than the last. He was a bottomless pit of misery. The only reason the guys at Guardian Group put up with him was because of how well he'd hidden his problems from them. If Mia hadn't outed him, he'd probably still be skating along. Kennedy finished the bite she was working on and wiped her mouth. So, about Rufus. Ryder stiffened. This was it. Rufus was going to be taken from him. He'd wanted to open up more, but it was so hard. Still, she'd said he'd have to talk, and he knew the rules. It didn't make him any less disappointed. Before I stopped for lunch, I went to the local pet store and bought a bed, some dog food, and a few treats and toys. I thought you might like it if Rufus stayed the night. He sucked in a sharp breath as a lump formed in his throat.
The night?
That's all he could say without revealing how choked up he was. Smiling, she stood and tossed her trash into the wastebasket, just to see how it goes, sort of like a trial run. Before he could stop himself, he stood and pulled her into a hug, burying his face in her neck.
Thank you,
he whispered. Her arms circled his shoulders. You're welcome. That should have been the end of it, but Ryder didn't want to let her go. He liked the feel of her in his arms. She shouldn't have fit. Not with him, but she did. Swallowing hard, he leaned back with his gaze not quite meeting hers.
I thought you were going to take him.
I could tell. And just so you know, I think this will turn into a permanent thing if it works as well as I think it will. She smiled. Permanent. He liked the sound of that. Rufus being his and having him around.
Thank you.
And it didn't take much to put Kennedy in that category of want either. She cupped his cheek and forced him to look at her. It's kind of selfish in a way. First, I hate leaving him at the kennel overnight, and second, I wanted to do something for you. Something that would show you that I'm on your side.
I haven't made that easy, have I?
I've worked with harder, and it happens to turn out that I actually like you. She winked, taking her hand away from his face. His skin still tingled where she'd touched him, and his pulse rocketed. It was then he realized he was still holding her.
I haven't been very likable, and...
He dropped his hands and stepped back.
To tell the truth, I haven't been myself since coming home. I'm not always so grumpy.
She stepped into him, erasing the bit of distance he'd given her. It's okay. I know you're not. Your world was upended. Suddenly, you're home, dealing with a woman who won't leave you alone, and you're handling it the best you can.
I guess,
he said softly. He was ashamed he'd been so cold and distant. It wasn't like him, and he'd hated he'd been like that to her. In his mind, he'd been protecting her from getting hurt. Let me go get Rufus's stuff, and I'll be right back.
I'll help.
Sure. Ryder wasn't sure what had just happened, but he had an overwhelming feeling that something had shifted for him. He felt better, knowing Rufus was staying, that maybe Kennedy hadn't been all hot air, that she was in his corner and on his side. So far, she'd put up with a lot of his junk and taken it in stride. Maybe it was time for him to give her some slack and show her who he really was. The guy who worked at the Guardian Group. Mr. Happy-Go-Lucky. Chapter 6. That evening, with her phone sandwiched between her ear and her shoulder, Kennedy stopped her shopping cart in the cereal aisle of the grocery store, letting her gaze roam the wall of boxes. Sweet or responsible? It was a hard decision sometimes. Bran was good for you, but so was exercise. She wasn't doing that either. I know it's well after quitting time, but after you left, I got a call from the local rescue, Willow said through the phone. They wanted me to check a dog they got in, and I thought you'd want to know. Kennedy chuckled. You know you can call me any time. I'm just grocery shopping anyway. Have you already checked out the dog? Yeah, it was a bull mastiff. They hadn't tested him with men yet, and when I got there, Ethan, one of their volunteers, had arrived. We tried Ethan, and it was a good thing we did. The Mastiff lunged at him. I didn't feel comfortable with him in the program. Kennedy picked up a box of flaked cereal as she nodded. Yeah, that was a good call. We can't have that kind of liability. If something bad happened, we'd lose the few donations we're getting. True. I keep trying to think of ways to increase donations, but I'm not sure they'd work. What ideas have you had? Kennedy asked, setting the box of cereal back on the shelf and grabbing the Lucky Charms and placing it in the cart. Maybe one of the rainbow marshmallows would rub off on her, and her life would change for the better. It couldn't get any worse. The donations were thinning out and her ability to keep afloat along with them. And the constant struggle to help Ryder and not want more was weighing on her. If the marshmallows didn't make things better, at least they'd be magically delicious instead of bland bran. Willow hesitated a moment. Well, I was thinking about a fair type of thing. Maybe have an old car show, some vendors, and a few contests. It wouldn't have to be huge this year. We could just test the waters and see how successful it is. Then maybe we could make it a yearly thing. Kennedy began strolling with her cart again. That's a really good idea. We could do it near the fall. That way it's not so hot and people would stay longer. It would be a lot of work this year to get it all set up in time, but I think we could do it. She stopped walking. See if you can get a few people to volunteer to help with calling around and getting the word out. That way it's not all on the two of us. Where would we hold it? Willow asked. Our property is big enough for this year, plus it would give people in the area a chance to see what we're all about. I mean, we moved from the strip mall into that house and we're not exactly super visible anymore. Now that Kennedy thought about it, that could be a really good reason why donations were down. No one could see them. Out of sight, out of mind. They needed to make some noise to get money rolling in again. Willow exhaled into the phone. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. Geez, no wonder things have dried up a little. She paused a second. The house is in such rough shape, though. You think it'll be okay? Kennedy inhaled sharply. Oh, I hadn't even thought of that. Well, maybe they'll see it in bad shape and it'll spur them to donate more. I mean, we just don't have it in the budget to fix it up. Yeah, I know. Oh well, we will do what we can with what we've got. Laughing, Kennedy said, Yep. Okay, so tomorrow we start on this. I'll take kennel duty this weekend while you run around town talking to local vendors. You're way better than I am at that. Only because I've lived here my whole life. Willow did have a point there. Her family had deep roots in the little town. But I don't mind. It'll give me a chance to catch up with some of them. Kennedy smiled as hope filled her. This is a great plan, Willow. Next time you come up with something like this, please feel free to share. I'm all ears when it comes to keeping this rescue solvent. I will. Let me go, and I'll start with Timothy Bland. I graduated from high school with his son. I bet I can get him to sponsor us. He was in the Navy when he was younger. Absolutely. I'll talk to you later. They ended the call with a quick bye, and Kennedy continued her shopping. Her phone rang again, and she put it to her ear. Already have another idea, Willow? That was quick.
Hey, babe. I don't know who Willow is, but I do have an idea.
Kennedy stopped mid-stride like she was hearing a ghost. Abel? How did you get my number? I changed it after the last message.
Babe, come on, don't be like that.
How are you even calling me? Your message said it would be a few weeks before you got parole. She whispered into the phone.
It has been. I got out a few hours ago and I'm dying to see you.
It had been over 2 weeks since that message? Already? How had the time gone by so fast? Whatever the reason for the time flying by, she didn't want to see him. Shaking her head, she said, No, I don't have anything for you, Abel. I hope you're doing well. I wish nothing but good things for you, but we are over."
He scoffed. "Look, I'm clean. I'm on the straight and narrow. No more gambling."
"And if that's the case in 6 months, maybe we can talk then. But for now, no. Twice I had to bail you out with an obscene amount of money, and you lied to me over and over. I can't put myself back in that position again."
"But babe..."
Kennedy took a deep breath. "No. Please don't call me anymore." She tapped the end call button and bowed her head. There wasn't enough conviction in her tone, and she didn't know why. Maybe he didn't hear the shakiness in her voice or the wistfulness that things were different. For a heartbeat, Ryder drifted to mind, but she couldn't. He was her patient, and no matter how he made her heart flutter or butterflies dance in her stomach, there wasn't a future there. There couldn't be. Aside from it being unethical to date a patient, she couldn't be sure her feelings weren't just because she felt protective of him. He was sweet, and she wanted to see him happy. Yeah, that's all it was. She cared about all her patients like that. Once their time was over, she was sure those feelings would dissipate and everything would be back to normal. Even if a little voice told her to hold on to her seat because things are about to get complicated. Parking his Jeep, Ryder eyed the hardware store looming in front of him. The one positive of living in a small town was most of the shops were small, much like Bland's hardware. It was a good thing, too, because with anything bigger, the possibility of a panic attack was there. He wasn't going to let that stop him, though. It had meant more to him than he'd been able to express that Kennedy let Rufus stay with him, and he'd been nothing but grouchy to her since he'd met her. She'd put up with a lot from him, and it was time to show her he appreciated it. Glancing at Rufus in the passenger seat, he said,
"You think you can keep me from freaking out in there?"
The dog barked and stood in his seat.
"I guess that means yes, and hurry up. Let's go."
Another bark, and this time a wag of the tail.
"All right,"
Ryder said, getting out of the Jeep, grabbing Rufus's leash as he hopped down. A little bell jingled as he stepped through the door, and the familiar smell of new tools and leather filled his senses. It reminded him of when he was a kid, and he and his dad would stop by before heading out to a job. Tim Bland, the owner, was on the phone and held up a finger as Ryder reached the counter. The man smiled.
"Sure, Willow. I'd be happy to sponsor it."
Willow? That got Ryder's attention. He wondered what she needed a sponsor for. Smiling, Tim said,
"You bet. Tell your mom and dad I said hello the next time you see them." "Okay, you too. See you soon."
He ended the call and shook Ryder's hand.
"Ryder Whitlock. Last time I saw you, you were just a whip." "Yes, sir. It's been a while. How are you doing?"
The man shrugged.
"As good as I'll get, I guess. How about you? And who is that?"
He pointed to Rufus. Ryder wouldn't stack all his issues on Mr. Bland.
"I'm doing okay. This is Rufus."
Rufus barked and wagged his tail.
"Well, he seems friendly." "He's a good dog. Smart as all get out."
Tim walked around the counter, bent down and scratched Rufus's ears. Ryder had looked up service dogs, and he wasn't supposed to let people pet Rufus. Doing that, though, would be admitting Rufus was an emotional support animal, and Ryder just couldn't admit to that yet.
"He's a good boy," Tim said, straightening. "Did you know that old house off Grand Street has been turned into a rescue?" I saw it in passing the other day."
It was a white lie. Ryder could live with that. Tim's eyebrows knitted together.
"It's been turned into a place called Rescues for Vets." "Oh, yeah?"
Ryder would feign ignorance. He didn't really want anyone to know he got Rufus from them, or that he was seeing a counselor.
I've heard a little about them. They're going to be putting on a fundraiser later this year, asked me to sponsor it. I guess with me being retired Navy, they figured I'd be amicable to the idea. As you heard, I agreed.
Ryder nodded.
Yeah, I heard that. That's kind of you.
Waving him off, Tim smiled.
Back to business. What can I help you with today?
Ryder cleared his throat.
Well, I need some siding, a couple of boxes of nails, and do you have a power washer in stock?
Tim nodded.
Yeah, I do. And I just got it in. I sold the last one to a young lady moving in over on Clover Street.
The man smiled.
Cute woman, too. If I wasn't so old and so married, I might be interested.
It was a loud hint, and Ryder got the message. He'd put it in the spam folder. If he was going to even think about someone, it'd be Kennedy. Therapist, counselor, or not, he liked her.
I'll take your word for it.
The bell above the door rang, and a family walked in. It was only 4 people. Normally he was okay when it wasn't a crowd, but it didn't stop his heart from racing or his palms from sweating. Was he getting worse? The thought crushed him. Next thing he knew, Rufus had Ryder's hand in his mouth, leading him away from the counter.
Ryder looked over his shoulder and said, Apparently he has something to show me.
Tim waved.
Take your time. I'll help them while you're looking.
Rufus walked Ryder to the very far end of the store and into a hallway where a couple of bathrooms were located. Ryder wedged himself in a corner that was blocked from view and squatted down. His chest was tight, his stomach was in knots, and he was more than frustrated with himself. Rufus circled between his legs, sat, and leaned hard against his chest. As crazy as it was, it helped. Ryder hung his arm across the dog's body and closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he counted and worked to push the anxiety away. The last 2 weeks of talking to Kennedy had done nothing to help him. Then again, he'd not talked about anything serious either. When she tried, he'd shut her down. What was it going to take for him to see that he needed to start talking and work to move forward? He let out a long puff of air and turned his attention to Rufus.
Thanks, buddy.
Rufus nudged Ryder's hand with his head as if to say, You're welcome.
You've got my back, don't you?
Ryder smiled.
It's just a little family, huh? Nothing to get excited about, right?
The dog whined and pushed against his chest.
Small steps. I've gotcha.
Ryder stood, wiped his forehead, and let his nerves settle. Small steps. Things like opening up to Kennedy, letting her know who he was and what happened. Then again, what if he did and that caused her to run? He liked having her around. Would she take Rufus back if she knew? Shaking his head, he slid up the wall and straightened. His life felt like one big step forward and 2 even bigger steps back. His hope of finding the light at the end of the tunnel lessened every time he thought he could let go of the past. For now, he'd work on the rescue's house, show Kennedy he was sorry, and hope she'd be stubborn enough to stick it out with him. Chapter 7. Early Saturday morning, Ryder had loaded himself, his tools, and Rufus into the Jeep. Not only was he going to show Kennedy he was grateful for Rufus getting to spend the night, but he was going to get the house in shape for their fundraiser in the fall. He had the skills, and if he got there early enough the next couple of days, he could get a start on things, and it'd be a surprise when she came in on Monday. It was a good thing he decided to skip surfing that morning. Even at 6 in the morning, the humidity was already starting to crank up. Much later, and it would have been too hot. He was already sweating buckets as it was. Just as he hammered a new board into place, Kennedy's car pulled into the driveway. He looked at Rufus.
Stay. I need to talk to her a second. I'll be right back.
Rufus looked at him from where he lay and then stretched out on his side. That dog! Ryder was amazed by his intelligence and intuitiveness. "Ryder?" Kennedy called as she stepped out of the car. He set his hammer down and strode to her.
Yeah?"
He rubbed the back of his neck. He didn't know why he'd figured she'd not be there all weekend. "What are you doing?" Glancing over his shoulder, he said,
Well, I thought I'd work on the house a little."
Her eyebrows knitted together. "What?" He shrugged.
"I told you my dad was a carpenter. When I was a kid, I'd help him. I thought maybe I'd make up for being such a grouch to you and work on fixing up the place. My way of, I don't know, saying thanks."
She lunged forward, embracing him around the waist and nearly knocking him over. "This is amazing! Do you even know what this means to me?" She leaned back and there were tears in her eyes. "Thank you!"
"It's not that big of a deal."
His cheeks were on fire. He'd expected maybe a thank you, but not a reaction like this. Again, she hugged him and then squeezed.
"Honestly, for some reason, I guess because you're the lady in charge, I thought you'd have the weekends off. I'd hoped to surprise you."
Pulling back, a smile lit up her face that took his breath away. "It's a fantastic surprise! We're having a fundraiser in September, and we're hosting it here. I was thinking we were just going to have to live with it for now, but this..." Tears pooled in her eyes. "This is great!"
"Still, you kind of ruined the surprise I planned."
She chewed her lip. "I'm sorry. Willow and I take turns coming in on the weekends to take care of the dogs. She's working on recruiting for the fundraiser this weekend, and I'm going to pick up a new dog in Wilmington on Monday and wanted to come in and sanitize the kennel. So I volunteered to trade weekends with her." He hung his head.
"I just wanted to make up for being so gruff and giving you such a hard time.
She tiptoed, kissed him on the cheek, and then stepped back. "Oscar the Grouch was always my favorite Sesame Street character." Ryder laughed.
"I guess that's a good thing."
He held her gaze, and the moment stretched until he was tempted to pull at his collar.
"Well, I'll get back to work. It's going to get hot soon."
"Sure, I need to get in there and feed everyone." Her gaze drifted to the ground as she walked to the front door. "Thank you again."
"No problem."
He watched as she disappeared behind the door. Something had definitely shifted for him. He didn't have a shot with her, even if he was the only target in town and the dart was as big as Texas. But it didn't stop him from wondering, what if? It was stupid. She deserved someone better than him. A defect. As much as his heart begged for a future and someone to share it with, Ryder knew it was pointless. He needed to stick with the status quo. The grass wasn't greener on the other side. In his case, there was no grass. Stepping just inside the house, Kennedy covered her mouth with her hand as she leaned against the door. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Progress. It was teeny tiny in the grand scheme of things, but it was something. They discussed nothing of real importance in their meetings, but it must have been helping because he'd shown up at the house to work on it, to thank her for letting Rufus stay with him, for being grouchy, and just when she needed it. Her heart was pounding and her hands shook. If she didn't know any better, she could have sworn she just stepped off an amusement park ride. It was the best feeling in the world. If she was honest with herself, she was beginning to get a little down when it came to Ryder. The little hope that she'd made a difference helped ease her feeling of failure. She straightened and wiped her eyes as she walked through the house to the kennels. The dogs barked as she entered. "Calm down, guys." There were only 4 dogs in their care at the moment, and 2 were already spoken for. If the meet and greet along with the trial run went well, they'd be going to their forever home. At least, she hoped so. While she loved giving shelter dogs a second chance, she hated them having to wait in a kennel until they were adopted. Taking them to her apartment was a no-no. She tried hard to find a place that would allow pets, but all of them came with deposits she couldn't afford. Another thing her ex-husband gave her. Going through bankruptcy hadn't helped her credit, and because of it, landlords saw her as a risk. It made everything harder. At the moment, she was making just enough to stay afloat. Every so often, Willow would take 1 dog home for the weekend, but this weekend, when she switched with Kennedy, she'd decided to leave the dogs at the kennel. With her working on fundraiser stuff, she couldn't devote the attention she needed to them. Most of the dogs were still working on things like manners, not jumping on people, leaving things alone with commands, and without supervision, they tended to get into mischief. "Well, may as well start with you, Bella." She opened the kennel to the first dog. Bella had the body of a beagle and the legs and face of a basset hound. It was actually rather comical. Her long ears nearly touched her toes. But her personality was perfect. She was sweet and calm, and the veteran they'd matched her with was a little older. His emotional support dog had passed from cancer, and with him being older, he'd decided to go with a dog he could manage instead of a Saint Bernard like he'd lost. A lot of sweat, and a few hours later, she sprayed the last kennel down. It had been the one Rufus stayed in, but the policy was, regardless of how healthy a dog seemed, that each kennel would be completely cleaned and sanitized before the next dog occupied it. It was a policy Kennedy had implemented after going to a seminar on shelter practices. Another reason she'd asked the donor for UV lights. The fewer diseases they had, the less they'd be spending on vet care. A well check, along with spaying and neutering, was one thing, but distemper and other communicable diseases were another. It had been those lights or remodel the outside of the house. Tough choice, but now she was glad of it.
Kennedy?
Ryder's call was muffled by the kennel door. She turned off the hose and went to the door to open it. "In here!" The smile he gave her lit up his whole face. It made him an absolutely beautiful man. Well, he was beautiful all the time. The smile just made him delicious. Which wasn't something she needed to be thinking. He was her client, her patient. There were rules and all sorts of things.
I'm stopping for now. It's pretty hot, and I think Rufus is ready for air conditioning.
Ryder tugged at his shirt.
Can't say I disagree with him.
She couldn't blame him. His face dripped sweat, and his clothes were soaked. Nodding, she said, "Absolutely. I'm thrilled you got anything done." He approached her, Rufus in step with him.
I'll keep working on it. I've replaced all the boards. When I get the porch repaired, I'll pressure wash it and then paint. Okay?
Okay? It's more than okay. She held his face, lifted on her toes, and kissed his cheek. "I don't even know how to thank you enough." His cheeks were already flushed from work, and they turned even darker.
Well...
He'd gone from good-looking to adorable in a blink. Casting his gaze to the floor, he said,
I owed you. I'm really not normally so...
Angry? Frustrated? Ryder lifted his head and locked eyes with her.
I think the list is longer than that.
She smiled. It's not as long as you think.
You sure give me a lot of grace.
Because I think you're worth it. Stepping closer, he smiled.
No one has said that to me before.
His voice had dipped low, and it was so sultry. The deep timbre of his voice was warm, just like him. Kennedy gulped as her pulse shot up. She couldn't have a thing for this man. As the director of the program, his doctor, and all the other rules she couldn't remember at the moment, he was off limits. Granted, because she'd not kept her license, the state couldn't come after her if something happened, but still, it wasn't ethical.
"Thank you for putting up with me these past 2 weeks," he said. "I promise I won't do that anymore. If I do, remind me of this promise."
Swallowing hard, she nodded. "Does that mean I can ask a few harder questions?" She sure hoped she wasn't pushing things too quickly, but he'd just made a promise. Maybe that was his way of saying he wanted her help now. He nodded.
"Yeah."
"And you won't run away?"
"I'll try not to."
"Okay." She paused a second. Maybe a car ride would give her the opportunity to talk to him and take away his instinct to run. "Would you like to ride with me to Wilmington on Monday? I'm going to evaluate a dog at the shelter. I thought you might like to go."
"What about Rufus?"
She chewed her lip as she considered the question. "How about we let him come with us? There are dog-friendly restaurants there, and Chris would let him stay with him at the front desk." Ryder looked down at Rufus.
"Does that sound okay to you?"
Rufus barked his answer. Bringing his gaze back to hers, Ryder smiled.
"I guess that's a yes."
"Do you always ask his opinion on everything?"
"If it involves him, I figure he should have a say in it."
"How do you know he's not saying no?" she asked, chuckling. He shrugged.
"I don't know. I just do."
Silence fell between them and stretched out. Before it became too unbearable, Ryder said,
"I guess I'll get going, unless you need some help in here."
She shook her head, waving him off. "No, I was just finishing up." Ryder took her hand in his and turned it over.
"You hurt yourself."
"It's just a little scratch. I caught it on the hose." It really was small, almost unnoticeable, except to him, apparently. He touched the scratch to his lips, holding it there a breath before taking it away. Her skin sizzled. The current coursing through her was short-circuiting her ability to think. She wasn't supposed to be having a reaction like this to him, but it certainly didn't stop her heart from panting like a dog.
"Not much, but I hope it helped."
His lips quirked in a half-smile. The touch was innocent and sweet, and she knew it. Her body, not so much. The spot where his lips had touched still tingled. Woo! So much for that simple, silly crush she could control. A few more moments like that, and she'd be kissing control goodbye.
"Okay, well, I'll get going."
He thumbed the door behind him.
"See you Monday?"
"Yep," she squeaked.
"Okay, if you need anything, just call."
Nodding, she managed to choke out, "I will, thanks." She worked her jaw, trying to ease her dry mouth. He turned, and Kennedy watched as he and Rufus strode to the front door and left. It wasn't until he was gone that she realized she'd been staring at his rear end and completely enjoying it. She shook her head and went back into the kennel area. Not only was he a client, but she had her own issues that she didn't need to be laying at his feet. Until Abel was out of her life, love was on hold. At least, that's what her head had in mind. Her heart, on the other hand, wondered about Ryder. He wasn't broken. He wasn't hopeless, and she had a feeling that as soon as she cracked that wall, it would be a whole new world for him, and a whole new set of possibilities for the future. Chapter 8. It's Sunday evening. What are you doing here still? Ryder opened his eyes and shielded them as he looked up to find Kennedy standing in front of him.
The house needs work. I got a late start this morning, remember?
Kennedy smiled and squatted to pet Rufus, who was lying with his back against Ryder's stretched-out legs. If by late start you mean you got here before me, then sure. But I really didn't expect you back today. He shrugged.
I keep thinking I'll get to surprise you, but you've ruined it both times now.
We feed the dogs twice a day and make sure they have water. She straightened. And you did surprise me because I didn't expect to see you 2 days in a row or twice in one day.
I wasn't going to come today, but since I'm going to Wilmington with you tomorrow, I figured I'd do a little more this weekend.
She sat down facing him, her gaze roaming his face. Are you feeling okay? No. The energy shots he downed earlier weren't agreeing with him. On top of that, they'd worn off 20 minutes ago, and he was dog-tired. It was his typical operating status anymore, but he'd hoped to get more done on the house before it wore off. He hadn't expected to make him sick to his stomach.
I'm all right,
he said, not thinking about it. That had been his automated response for so long that it was an afterthought. She lifted an eyebrow. You are a snake oil salesman if you think I'll believe that. He chuckled.
I'm fine. This is normal for me.
Kennedy nodded. I hate that. Shrugging, he said,
It's life. Or it's my life.
Has it been this bad the whole time?
No. And I didn't realize just how bad it was until I got to Palm Shores.
He rubbed his eyes.
It was probably a good thing Noah forced me to take time off.
Noah?
He was my CO in the Army, and now he's my boss at Guardian Group.
Oh, so that's who you work for. Mia didn't really go into what you did, just that you were a computer specialist. He took a deep breath.
That's me. I hope Mia's not eating all my hot tamales.
She furrowed her brow. Hot tamales?
Work fuel.
He smiled. Her cheeks lifted as her lips quirked up. Ah, gotcha. Have to admit, I'm a Twizzler fan.
They're okay. Great for role-playing games.
How so?
They're longer. You stick one in your mouth and then slowly chew on it. Unlike hot tamales, where you have to refuel every few minutes. That's serious time when you're taking on enemy fire in a multiplayer game.
She snorted. Are you a gamer?
I play some. Do you?
No, well, phone games sometimes when I'm waiting or bored at night. I'm not sure that counts, though. He shook his head and smiled.
No, not really.
Are you still working on the house, or do you want to keep me company while I feed the dogs? He felt like he needed to be honest with her. And for once, he needed to be honest with himself.
Actually, I don't feel good.
I knew you weren't fine. Why did you say you were?
I'm so used to saying it that it was out of my mouth before I even thought about it.
She nodded. Yeah, I can see that. I think everyone does it to some degree. Someone asks how you're doing, and you give them the easiest answer because the truth isn't something you want to confront at the moment. Or you figure they don't want to hear your sob story.
There's a lot of truth to that.
Covering his hand with hers, she said, But I want to hear when you aren't feeling good. I want to hear all of it. I find myself wanting to know as much about you as I can. Her cheeks turned rosy as she pulled her hand away. That came out weird, but I mean, I don't want you to think you have to hide things from me. He was still cautious when it came to telling her everything, but the more time he spent with her, or, well, the more time she fought against him, the more his mind changed.
I know.
I can take you home and then come back to feed the dogs if you'd like. He scrubbed his face with his hands.
I think I can manage long enough for you to take care of the dogs.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
He said, running a hand down Rufus's side before pushing off the ground.
Come on, bud. We got dogs to feed and then a ride home chauffeured by a beautiful woman.
He reached his hand out and helped Kennedy up as a blanket of dark pink colored her cheeks. "You're very sweet," she said.
It's the truth.
He looked at Rufus.
Right, bud?
Rufus barked and wagged his tail. Ryder caught her gaze and grinned.
See? Even he thinks so.
Shaking her head, she pulled her gaze from his and pinned it on the ground. Stop.
You can't tell me you aren't used to being called beautiful. If not, that's a tragedy.
Keeping her gaze down, she began walking toward the house with Ryder and Rufus. She took a deep breath and said, "My ex-husband did when we first got married, but later he'd use it as a way to manipulate me into giving him money for his gambling addiction." She stopped suddenly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that."
It's okay. Is he still in the picture?
Man, Ryder hoped the answer was no, and it made him contemplate doing a check on her ex. Sometimes exes like that didn't go away quietly. She shook her head. "No, we parted ways a little over a year ago." Ryder grunted, and she stopped as they got to the door. "What?" she asked.
He's an idiot if he let you get away.
"Because I'm pretty?" Now it was his turn to blush.
No, well, yeah, there's that, but from what I've seen...
He rubbed the back of his neck. Man, he'd walked into that. It was hot already, and now he felt like he'd walked into an oven.
Well, you're smart and kind, and you don't seem to give up on people who need you, even if they don't think they need you at first.
Chuckling, she said, "Thank you. And you're definitely right about the last part." She winked as they reached the door. They stepped inside and Ryder touched her arm.
I'm sorry about your marriage, but if he didn't know what he had, it's his loss, not yours.
He was a good man when I married him. I think that's what disappoints me the most and makes it hard. I can see what could have been had he not changed. I had my life mapped out, and the next thing I knew, my map was gone. Of the things Ryder understood, that was one of them.
Yeah, I hear you. I get that more than you know.
I bet you do. It was then that Ryder realized he'd been treating her as though she didn't have problems. The thought had never really formed tangibly, but deep down, now that he was thinking about it, he expected her life to be perfect. Then it hit him. No one's life was perfect. What happened to him was something he'd wish on no one. But that didn't make other people's problems any less than his, just different. Maybe that was the problem with prior therapists. They'd come across as perfect, and Ryder knew he wasn't. Perhaps that feeling was what kept him from really talking about things. He wasn't sure he wanted to tell Kennedy everything yet because he'd just met her. But if he was going to talk to anyone, it'd be her. She'd understand more than most. Or at least he thought so. Kennedy shot a glance at Ryder sitting in the passenger seat of his Jeep. After feeding the dogs, which he helped with despite her protests, he'd offered to let her drive his vehicle. It was her turn to protest, but he'd insisted. She didn't live far from him, and they could take his vehicle to Wilmington in the morning, another way he was trying to make up for being grumpy. She'd wanted to argue, but she couldn't. It was sweet, and now that she was driving the Jeep, she loved it. He'd worked on the house twice in one day. It already looked so much better than it had. Just the little bit he'd done had made such a difference. When she'd arrived, she'd been surprised to see him on the ground with his back leaned against the house. He hadn't even noticed her at first. It had taken her making a little noise before he opened his eyes and looked up at her. Even before that, she could tell he didn't feel good. His color was off, and after his gaze drifted up to hers, her suspicions were verified. His eyes weren't their normal dark chocolate brown. Instead, they were dull, and even more bloodshot than normal. She couldn't believe she'd let it slip that she was divorced. Normally, she was so careful. Not that she was perfect, but patients didn't need her problems dumped on them. Plus, with him working for a private security company and being a computer specialist, she didn't want him to think she was discreetly asking for help. Although, truthfully, she'd been getting messages from Abel. The first one had been his normal operating procedure, and since then, they'd progressed to desperation and then anger. He was the same old Abel. Going to prison had done nothing to curb his addiction at all. If anything, it sounded like the addiction was even worse than before. As much as she hated that Abel was going through it, there was nothing she could do. She'd continued to send his calls to voicemail because all he'd do was try to manipulate her into sending him money. And she didn't have it. Her paychecks were barely covering her living expenses.
"You just passed my house,"
Ryder said, breaking her thoughts. In the rearview mirror, she caught Rufus lifting his head briefly before dropping it back on top of his paws. She'd said Ryder would need a better fence, and based on the rescue's rules, he would. But she knew Rufus wouldn't need it. Not with the way he stuck with Ryder. Those two had become thick as thieves. Kennedy inwardly groaned. "Sorry." She turned around at the next chance, drove back to his home, and parked out front. Instead of jumping out, he twisted in the seat.
"I hope those deep thoughts weren't on my account."
"No, they weren't."
"Want to talk about it?"
He smiled. She rolled her eyes. "No, you don't need the weight of my issues on your shoulders. Do you need to talk about anything?" He chuckled.
"No, but I've been thinking that I need a change. That things need to be different. Or at least my head is saying that. My heart can't find the same zip code at the moment."
It's difficult to go from being so closed off that you've shut down to opening up and trusting someone. It takes time.
Yeah, I guess it does. But I think knowing you have your own problems helps. It's hard to talk to people who are perfect. You expect judgment from them, and I'm already doing that myself.
Kennedy hadn't thought about it that way. In her mind, she was protecting her patients from extra baggage. I never considered that before.
I've been to plenty of therapists. Their clothes are perfect, their teeth are perfect, their offices are perfect. Feels like I'm sitting in a white room with not a blemish, and if I start talking, I'll just fill it with so much darkness that they ask me to leave.
Wow. She'd definitely not considered that. How it must feel to be on the other side of the couch. I can assure you I'm far from perfect. I think therapists are mostly trying to keep their problems from their patients because they don't want to add to their burdens.
And I get that, but it's nice to know you aren't perfection personified. Minus how pretty you are. You are perfectly beautiful. I've never seen a more beautiful woman, personally. Of course, Noah would fight me on that. Colby and Gunnar probably would too, now that they're with someone.
Are Colby and Gunnar friends? He nodded.
Yeah, they're both getting married. Colby later this year, and Gunnar sometime in the spring, I think. Gunnar and Sophia are trying to find the perfect date to get married, but I don't suspect it'll be very long after Colby's.
Is there a perfect time to get married? Shrugging, Ryder shook his head.
I have no idea. I don't see it in the cards for me. I don't want to be a burden for someone.
Burden? Oh, that made her heart hurt for him. To go through life alone? Don't say that. You wait. You're going to have a moment of epiphany and it will change everything. I've seen it happen more than once. Not all the time, but I have hope for you. And nothing about that has changed.
I'm glad one of us does.
When did you give up hope? What caused that? Ryder took a deep breath.
I don't know,
he said softly, and paused a moment.
I guess knowing my part in what happened and that if I'd done a better job, I don't know how to reconcile it. I don't want to live in the past, but that seems like the only place I have.
No, it's not. And I'm not going anywhere until we've figured this thing out. Nodding, he shot her a crooked smile that sent her pulse skyward. He was so cute, even when he wasn't trying to be. Plus, she could see the war raging in him. He might have relegated himself to being hopeless, but there was part of him wanting more. All she had to do was hang on long enough for his desire for change to outweigh his despair. He got out of the Jeep, and Rufus scrambled out behind him. I can't believe how well he's taken to you, Kennedy said.
Guess he's like you. He doesn't give up on people.
Rufus barked and wagged his tail.
See?
Ryder laughed. I'll see you in the morning, okay?
Okay,
he said, and shut the door. As she drove off, she waved, and her heart fluttered as he returned the gesture with a wink. She had no business getting involved with a patient, but her heart just wasn't listening. Maybe inviting him to spend hours with her the next day had been a bad idea. She huffed and grumbled to herself. I'm a professional, and the only investment I have in that man is to see him well. Nothing more, nothing less. He was a patient, and getting out of the house and taking a trip would be good for him. That's all. And her silly heart needed to get on board. Chapter 9. When Kennedy arrived Monday morning, Ryder was waiting for her. Rufus jumped into the back seat and promptly went to sleep the second the vehicle started moving. Leaning his back against the seat, Ryder tried to ease the tension building in his shoulders as he and Kennedy drove south to Wilmington. He was sure any minute she'd start questioning him, and he had nowhere to hide. Plus, with as little as he'd slept the night before and the panic attack he'd had before she arrived, he was worried something else would go wrong. He'd never had a panic attack at home before. One minute he was fine, and the next, he couldn't breathe. Rufus had flown off the bed, grabbed his hand, and pulled him back to the bed to sit. It wasn't the first time his new friend had come to his rescue. It was comforting, but at the same time, Ryder didn't understand why it had happened. Unless he was getting worse, a thought that bothered him immensely. I want to thank you for working so hard on the house this weekend. It's amazing how much you've gotten done.
Ryder laughed. You said that yesterday.
Nodding, she said, I know, but I don't feel like it's enough.
It's enough. He paused. Besides, it's me who's thanking you, so no need to thank me.
She shot him a glance, one lone eyebrow raised. Fine. Minutes ticked by until she broke the silence. So, is that promise still good? Rolling his head, he looked at her.
It'll always be good.
Dread built in the pit of his stomach, but a promise was a promise. And the way her face had lit up when he'd made it, it felt good all the way to his core. And more than anything, he found himself wanting to be the source of her smiles. It was an odd feeling for him. He'd given up on allowing himself to feel anything towards someone. He still didn't think it was a good idea, but he couldn't deny how his skin tingled when she touched him, or how much he thought about her when she wasn't around. Giving him a quick glance, she nodded. Okay, just reminding you before I start asking questions.
Yeah? Go ahead.
They'd covered the small stuff like his childhood, what life was like growing up in North Carolina, and other easy stuff during their first week of beach meetings. So he knew the hard questions were just on the horizon. He tried to prepare himself so he didn't snap at her, and he'd do his best to answer her. You said you worked at a private security firm, right?
Yeah. I've worked there since I got out of the Army.
He'd leave the part where he was dishonorably discharged until later. She nodded. How long were you in the Army?
I joined the moment I turned 18.
Wow. Did you always want to be in the service? Ryder shook his head.
No, but a recruiter came to a job fair during my senior year, and we got to talking. I liked the idea of them paying for my education. Plus, it felt like that's where I needed to go. I finished basic, and next thing I knew, I was in the Rangers.
Have you always been good with computers?
Yeah, actually, but I really got into them between my freshman and sophomore year in high school. We had this teacher, and he introduced me to coding. He said I had a natural gift. It came really easy to me.
He smiled, thinking of Mr. Langdon. That man had changed his life and given him a path he was passionate about. Kennedy shot him a smile. I think I can picture a young Ryder loving something like that. He laughed.
I really did. Still do.
Why did you get out of the Army?
It was time.
A total lie, but he hadn't promised to be absolutely truthful, just answer her questions without being a jerk. Granted, he'd warned her about lying. He just wasn't ready to tell her everything. I have a feeling that's not the whole truth, but maybe when you trust me a little more, you'll tell me. Ryder nodded as he rubbed his palms down his shorts.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. At least you're talking to me. I appreciate that.
Don't. I lied just now.
She took his hand and squeezed. We're in this together. She glanced at him, and for a brief moment, they locked eyes. Hanging his head, he closed his eyes.
I've been begging for help longer than I can remember. I finally get it, and I keep throwing it back in your face. I'm so messed up that I can't even get help correctly.
The next exit, Kennedy pulled the Jeep off the interstate and stopped at a gas station. She turned to him. You are not messed up, and you can't mess this up. There are no rules to it. Whatever happened to you, it takes time to heal and work through. You've been talking to people you didn't trust. I want your trust more than I want anything.
I don't want to disappoint you,
he said softly. She pulled him into a hug. The only way you'll disappoint me is if you give up. Rufus popped up and laid the tip of his mouth on Ryder's shoulder.
Ryder eyed Rufus. I still feel like I'm being ganged up on.
Leaning back, Kennedy smiled. And I maintain that we're both determined to see you happy and healthy. Those two words were a song to his soul. Happy and healthy. Two things he never thought would apply to him again. But with her looking at him with so much hope and determination, he couldn't help but feel a little of his own hope build in his heart. Maybe if he didn't give up this time, he could find some peace. For a fraction of a second, his gaze dipped to her lips. It had been a long time since he'd been tempted to kiss someone, but the feeling hit him with such force that it nearly made him choke. But he was smart enough to know it would be the wrong move. Not because of the nature of their relationship, but because he wanted a little more control over his life before he wrangled someone else into it. He wanted to be free of the nightmares, panic attacks, and guilt. Granted, he knew that stuff would take time, but now wasn't the time for a relationship. The thought rocked him a bit. He wanted a relationship, a connection with someone, and the only way to have that was to be healthy, mind and body. Neither of which he was at the moment. It was a new motivation to work harder. He hadn't seen a relationship being possible with Kennedy, but now that he knew what he wanted, he was going to find a way to make it happen. Kennedy opened the driver's side door of the SUV, allowing Greta into the back seat. The dog jumped in at the same time Rufus did. She'd been exactly what Chris described. Sweet, friendly, and eager to please. He was also right about her manners needing work. Ryder got in and shut the door, turning in his seat to pet both dogs.
Simmer down.
In the last few hours, she'd seen him smile more than she had the entire time she'd known him. They'd met Greta, assessed her, let her and Rufus work some energy out, and finish the paperwork giving Rescue for Vets ownership of Greta. So, are you hungry? Kennedy wanted him to say yes, partly because she was hungry and partly because she liked Ryder. He was so kind and gentle. Greta had come out of her kennel, and at first she was a little timid. He'd kneeled down and spoke softly to her, and in minutes Greta was bouncing around, happy as could be. He shrugged.
I could eat.
Good, me too. What sounds good?
I guess we need to limit our choices to places these guys are welcome.
He seemed so much more relaxed, less guarded. The shelter had been good for him, but she had to wonder if their little stop on the way to Wilmington had helped as well. His voice had broken, and along with it, her heart. Since she'd pulled the car over and pulled him into a hug, he'd seemed lighter, which made her deliriously happy. It felt like something in him had changed. She wasn't sure what yet, but she hoped to see the fruit of it soon. She nodded. True. Maybe you could Google restaurants while I drive?
Sure,
he said, pulling out his phone and tapping the screen.
There's a little Gracie Spoon on the edge of town. They're dog-friendly, and they serve breakfast all day.
I could go for some pancakes.
Chicken and waffles.
Kennedy made a face. Ew, I don't understand that. Ryder laughed.
It's delicious. You should try it.
I'll stick with pancakes.
You say that, but once you get a whiff, you'll be stealing off my plate.
Shaking her head, she laughed. I will not. There's no way that will smell good to me. With a shrug, he grinned and said,
Okay, but I'm right.
If you say so, but I'm stubborn, if you haven't noticed. He chuckled.
Oh, I noticed.
His laughter quieted.
I guess that's what I needed. Someone more stubborn than me.
How many therapists have you seen?
I don't know, about a half dozen or so.
Kennedy blinked and shot him a glance. Really? He nodded.
Yeah, but to be fair, I gave them about as much of a chance as I gave you. None of them chased me down, though.
He paused a heartbeat.
Why did you chase me down? I mean, I know what you said about fighting and stuff, but why?
Sheesh, how could she answer that? From the second she met him, she was drawn to him? No way. Talk about awkward. I had a feeling about you. I think you're carrying around something hard, and once you find a way to lay it down, everything else will fall into place. He took a deep breath, and she could feel the cloud rolling in over him.
I want to believe you, but it's hard. I want to be free of it. I just don't know how, when what we went through was my fault.
There was more to it. She didn't know how she knew, but she did. Until there was absolute proof he'd done something warranting that much guilt, she'd never believe it. I have faith that you will. For now, I'll hold on enough for both of us.
What if you find out it's true? He whispered as he looked out the passenger window.
Then I'll forgive you. Seconds passed before he quietly asked,
What if I don't deserve that forgiveness?
Holding the wheel with one hand, she covered his hand with her free hand. It's not about what you deserve. Forgiveness, it's one of those things that's given. The person getting it just needs to receive it into their heart. Give yourself the freedom to accept it.
I don't know how.
We'll figure it out together, okay? He let out a long sigh and then smiled.
You really are the most stubborn person I've ever met.
She laughed. He hadn't seen anything yet. Once she made up her mind about something, that was it. Ryder wasn't going to spend his life hiding in his house. She wasn't sure what it would take or how long, but she wasn't letting him go. Chapter 10. With Greta and Rufus happily lying at their feet on the restaurant patio, Ryder and Kennedy waited for the meals they'd ordered. They'd stopped on the way and grabbed the dog something to eat and then set some water down for them. As far as being on the edge of town, whoever had written that must not have been back since. Wilmington had grown up around it, and now it was nestled in between shopping strips. It still had that down-home feel, and at some point it had been featured on a food show. Ryder was just glad they'd come at a slow part of the day. Any more people than the few that loitered the place at the moment would have been too much for him to handle. I'm thankful for the breeze today. Much hotter, and I'm not sure I could handle being on the patio, Kennedy said as she looked around.
We are in agreement. The breeze takes the edge off the humidity.
No kidding. Their server arrived with their food, and steam drifted as she set it in front of them.
Plates are hot. I'll be back to check on you in a minute.
She smiled and left. Wow, this looks really good. Kennedy eyed his plate and pointed. That doesn't. She changed her mind once she got to the restaurant and ordered a club sandwich. Ryder had thought about changing his mind, but ordered chicken and waffles just to see if he could get her to try them. The large piece of fried chicken sat atop the fluffiest waffle he'd ever seen, and the whole thing was doused in syrup. To him, it looked like a food masterpiece.
Now who's crazy?
Ryder teased. She leveled her eyes at him. Neither of us is crazy. He crossed his arms over his chest and grinned.
I dare you to try it.
I don't play silly games like that.
Chicken.
Her mouth dropped open. You're being childish. Ryder shrugged.
Maybe, but you're still a chicken.
Ryder, stop.
Just try a bite.
She narrowed her eyes, and heartbeat after heartbeat she held his gaze. On one condition.
I dared you, remember?
You want me to try it, don't you?
He mirrored her. Fine. What?
Tell me why you really got out of the army. For a second, Ryder froze. He'd done it to himself, and it wasn't like it wouldn't come out later. Still, there was part of him that wondered if she'd ditch him when he told her. Then again, he'd also decided he wanted more out of life, and the only way to do that was talk.
I was dishonorably discharged.
He spat it out and waited for the blowback. The whirl of the patio fans, along with the breeze rustling the plants decorating the place, were the only sound. Just when he thought he was going to wither from the silence, she covered his hand with hers. I think there's more to it.
Why do you keep saying that?
She pulled her gaze from his and shrugged. Honestly? Ryder nodded.
I'd like that.
Lifting her head, her gaze locked with his. Since the moment I met you, I've felt like there's something different about you. I feel safe when I'm around you. Rufus loved you the second he met you. If there was ever an ogre with layers like an onion, it'd be you." With that, her shoulders bounced as she laughed. He couldn't stop himself from laughing with her.
"So, I'm an ogre?"
She chewed her lip as her smile widened, and she gave a one-shoulder shrug. "Sorry."
"Okay, well, I answered you, and now you have to try chicken and waffles."
He fixed her a generous bite and handed her the fork. Her face scrunched up. "Just for the record, I was actually hoping you wouldn't answer."
"That's not true. I have a feeling you'd eat my entire meal if it meant you'd get more out of me."
Why had he said that? What if she actually took it as a challenge? Was he ready to pour his heart out to her? She studied him a moment and then popped the bite in her mouth. When she finished, she handed him back the fork. "Okay, it's not horrible. And yes, I'd do just about anything to see you smile like that more often." He scoffed.
"I smile?"
"Not like that. Not all the time. Sometimes it's like you forget to be weighed down. Your eyes sparkle with life, and I think you have happiness for just a second. I want that for you all the time. You're attractive even when you're grouchy, but when you're smiling like that, you're beautiful." Her eyes widened as her cheeks turned cherry red. He had no idea how to respond to that. And by the way her cheeks blazed red, she'd not meant to say all that either.
He
stabbed his fork into the waffle, pulled off a bite, and stuffed it into his mouth, giving himself a second to figure out what to say. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you." She palmed her forehead. "I don't know what's wrong with me. Sometimes I just—"
"A beautiful, intelligent woman just paid me a compliment. I'm not embarrassed. I'm flattered."
After that, awkward silence fell between them. Even the waitress returning to fill their glasses didn't break the weirdness that had settled over them. Ryder hated it. He'd been enjoying himself. And she had a point. Since she'd barged into his life, he'd started having moments where he could see some light. Her tenacity and hope had rubbed off on him. He liked how he felt when she was around. She'd taken a chance on him and fought back when he tried to shut her out. He'd asked for help that night, and to him, it felt as if his plea had been answered. Now he just wanted to fix whatever had happened, so she'd stay. Sitting rigid in her chair, Kennedy nibbled at her food. She couldn't believe she'd blabbed like that. Calling him attractive and then beautiful. What on earth was she thinking? She'd never done that before with a client. Her brain had taken a hiatus and her mouth had shut off. For the life of her, she couldn't figure out what happened or why she said all that. It didn't stop her from loving the luscious pink color of his cheeks or that his lips had spread into the most glorious smile yet. He was like Helios, muscled, radiant, and beautiful. With her food nearly gone, she set her fork down. She'd ruined their friendship, and she needed to somehow fix it. "I'm really sorry."
"It's okay."
"No, it wasn't. I'm supposed to be helping you."
"You are."
He pushed his plate away and sat forward.
"I haven't felt so alive in years. Do you know the last time I was in a restaurant?" She shook her head. 6 months or better. This has been one of the best days I've had in a long time, and it started with a panic attack.
"You didn't tell me that." He hung his head.
"Because it's never happened while I was at home. And Rufus helped. A lot, actually. He took my hand in his mouth, led me to the bed, and sat with his head in my lap until I could breathe again. I wouldn't have him if it weren't for you."
She lifted his gaze to hers.
Please don't tell me I need to find a new therapist."
Inwardly, she ached. She'd completely messed up, and because of that, he'd been worrying that she'd drop him. She quickly moved her chair closer to him. I wouldn't, I promise. I made a mistake just now, and I won't let it happen again. I won't do anything to jeopardize this. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a chorus of voices carried out of the restaurant onto the patio, and in the next second, the patio was flooded with people. Ryder's eyes went wide, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Rufus stood and barked, almost like a warning. Kennedy jumped up, walked to the edge of the patio, and found 2 tour buses sitting in the restaurant parking lot. She returned to the table and found Ryder with his head on the table, breathing erratically. After throwing enough bills down to cover their meals, she bent down, whispering, "Hey, I'm going to get you out of here, okay? We can take the exit off the patio and avoid the rest of them." Ryder sucked in shallow breaths as beads of sweat formed on his forehead and dripped on the concrete.
I can't breathe.
I know, just hold on, okay?
Okay.
Kennedy straightened, quickly grabbed Greta's leash, and pulled Ryder up by the waist. He draped his arm over her shoulders and wobbled before getting his footing. "Rufus, come on," she said. Instead of following behind, Rufus walked in front of them, making space for Ryder and Kennedy to pass through. "We're almost there." It took work to ignore the people just staring. Instead of realizing that the man needed space, they just stood there like lumps.
"I hate this," he rasped. "I hate it."
"It's okay, we'll talk about it in the car." As they reached the car, she leaned Ryder against it while opening the door. "In, Greta." When she hesitated, Rufus barked and nudged her. Then they both hopped in and went directly to the back seat. Once they were in, Kennedy helped Ryder sit. In the time it had taken to get from the patio to the car, his breathing had worsened. Now it almost sounded like he was having an allergic reaction as he gasped for air. Lowering the seat back, she perched on the edge and leaned over him. Instead of saying anything, she merely took his hand, letting him know she was near, and whispered words of encouragement. After about an hour, he'd calmed enough that he could speak. With his arm covering his eyes, he said,
"I'm sorry."
"No, I'm sorry. I should have paid attention."
"I'm the social defect."
He was closing down, and she couldn't let that happen. She'd seen just a little of his sparkle, and she wanted more. She pushed his arm away and made him look at her. "You are not. All sorts of people have panic attacks. That doesn't make you a defect. It makes you a human." He pulled her into a hug.
"I almost believe that when you say it."
"Because it's true." For a long while, he held her, and she let him. There was nothing romantic about it. He needed comfort, and she wasn't about to tell him he couldn't have it. Slowly, he loosened his hold on her, and she leaned back. Dull eyes stared back at her.
"I'm exhausted, Kennedy. I don't know how much longer I can take the sleepless nights."
"Would you let me try my idea when we get back to your house?" He nodded as his eyes slid shut.
"I don't want to have a nightmare and scare you while you're driving, but I just can't keep my eyes open."
"It'll be fine. Just rest if you can." She stood and watched him a moment before shutting the door. Suddenly, the hair on the back of her neck stood on end. Looking around as she walked to the driver's side, she tried to figure out why she felt so strange. Rufus perked up and let out a low growl. Slipping inside the Jeep, Kennedy checked her surroundings once more. It had been a while since she'd felt like this, like Abel was nearby. But she knew him well enough to know that he'd gloat about finding her if he was. "It's okay, boy. I think I'm just stressed." She looked over at Ryder, and before she could stop herself, She brushed the back of her hand along his jaw. He was a sweet man with a good heart. She knew it because only that kind of man would work in the heat as a way to apologize for being grouchy. Without a doubt, if things were different, she could see herself falling for him. But things weren't different, and she couldn't. He was just now opening up. What if things didn't work out? She couldn't be that selfish. She needed to put him first, no matter how much she liked him. A little voice in the back of her mind whispered, "Good luck." Ignoring the crazy thought, she started the car and pulled out of the parking lot. It was an insane thought and one she couldn't entertain. Not now, not ever. Chapter 11. After dropping Greta off at Willow's house, Kennedy set her purse and keys on Ryder's dining room table as he leaned his hip against the kitchen counter, rubbing his eyes. He'd tried to sleep on the way back, but he'd been too worried about scaring her. She tried to reassure him, but it hadn't worked. Rufus whined as he parked himself next to Ryder.
"Go lie down, bud. I'll be okay."
The dog stood, whined again, and then slowly walked to the couch and lay down in front of it. Kennedy studied his face. She didn't know how Ryder was even standing, how he'd managed to function as worn down as he was. She wasn't so sure anymore that he'd hidden it as well as he thought. She'd only just met him, but even she could tell he was struggling hard. Surely others could see it too. "Do you want to take a shower? Maybe it'll help," she said.
"This is the worst I've felt since all of it started,"
he said through a yawn. His eyes were bloodshot and deep dark circles surrounded them.
"I'm so tired of feeling this way."
She closed the distance between them, cupping his cheek. "I hate that you're going through this, but I'm here. You can lean on me." He pulled her into a hug, buried his face in her neck, and took a deep breath.
"You smell like wildflowers today."
Goosebumps traveled down her spine. She'd finally corralled her wayward thoughts, and just like that, they were busting free again. But she couldn't. If something happened and she somehow hurt him, the damage could be catastrophic. Not only for him, but for herself as well. How would she ever forgive herself if she had a hand in making things worse for him? Kennedy leaned back. "Go take a shower. I'll order takeout and then we'll go from there, okay?" Ryder nodded as he released her and stumbled. Now he was worrying her. Or maybe that's not a good idea. She put her arm around his waist and helped him to the couch where he stretched out. "Have you been like this before?"
"No,"
he mumbled as his eyes closed.
"Not like this. I feel heavy."
"Do you think the panic attack contributed to it?" He gave a slight shrug.
"I don't know."
She started to move, and his eyes popped open. He wrapped his fingers around her arm.
"Are you leaving?"
"I'd planned on staying if that's okay with you." Ryder answered with a nod and closed his eyes again. Not a second passed before his chest was rising and falling evenly. When she was sure he was deep asleep, she made herself a sandwich, hoping he didn't mind. Halfway through eating it, he began tossing and turning on the couch, little whimpers punctuating the moves. His shirt had ridden up, and just like his back, his stomach was covered in scars. She'd yet to even acknowledge that she knew about the scars on his back. She touched her fingers to her lips, tears pooling in her eyes. He'd been subjected to cruelty, and she hated it. Kennedy sat on the edge of the couch next to him and leaned in. "It's okay." The little reassurance did nothing. He still looked like he was fighting against something. She sat back and glanced at Rufus. He lifted his head and looked at her from his spot on the floor. "Want to help me?" He jumped on the couch and laid his body across Ryder's legs. That seemed to help considerably, but not completely. Something had to work. She leaned in again, set her lips against his ear, and whispered so low it was more like a hum on the breeze. "You are safe, Ryder." His body relaxed, and the whimpers stopped. Pulling back, she smiled. But it was short-lived, and his restlessness returned. "Well, I'm not sure how this will look when you wake up, but I'll deal with it when we get there," she said as she lay next to him, whispering in his ear once again. Over the next several hours, she repeated the phrase again and again. Each time it would be a little longer than the last before he'd become restless again. The little victories gave her hope, but the bigger ones were on the horizon. Taking a deep breath, Ryder opened his eyes to find himself on the couch with Rufus planted on his legs. The dog lifted his head and tilted it. "Hey," Kennedy said. Ryder looked for her and found her standing with her hip leaned against the kitchen table.
Hi.
"Do you feel better?"
Yeah, I do."
"Really?" Kennedy asked as she walked to the couch and stopped. Rufus jumped down as Ryder sat up, making room for her.
"Yeah, I'm tired, but I don't think I'll fall over now. How long did I sleep?"
She perched on the edge, facing him. "Since we got back from Wilmington, so about 9 hours, give or take a minute." Ryder checked the window. It was dark outside. They'd gotten home around 5. He pulled his phone out. 2 in the morning? 9 hours of uninterrupted sleep. It was better than a Christmas present. His mouth dropped open and he stared at her a moment.
"How?"
Chuckling, she said, "Rufus and I kind of sat on you." She leaned in, her eyes roaming over his face. "You look like you feel better." He raked his hand through his hair. Shock didn't begin to cover how he was feeling. "I think you'd benefit from a weighted blanket. When Rufus lay down on your legs, that helped a lot, but not totally. When I nearly lay on top of you, it helped even more. I think with a blanket, it would cover you and help with your restlessness. Or just her," which at that moment, he was glad she couldn't read his mind. It was going places it didn't have any business traveling.
"Right,"
he rasped. She wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'm so glad you finally got some sleep." He returned the hug.
"If you think that blanket will help, I'll get one."
Pulling back, her brows furrowed as she chewed her lip. That may not be all of it. I'd kind of whisper in your ear when you'd start moving around. I just wanted you to get some sleep. Maybe it would help with everything." Man, he wanted to kiss her. But along with the vicious morning breath he was sporting, he wanted more control over things first. That way she wouldn't think the only reason he did it was because of what she'd done for him. He didn't want her attributing his kiss to anything but her and only her.
"I appreciate that."
He paused and locked eyes with her.
"I want to be healthy. I'm sick of being sick and tired. You think if I spill my guts to you, tell you everything, that it'd help me?"
She dropped her hands to her lap. "Well, it could. There are no guarantees, but maybe getting it all out will give you the chance to really digest what happened to you. Maybe then you can think through it and let it go."
"Maybe."
He didn't want her to leave yet, but he was in dire need of a restroom break and a toothbrush.
I'm going to run to the restroom.
He stood.
I'll be right back.
Without looking like he was hurrying, he strode to his bathroom. When he was finished, he walked back into the living room. Kennedy was still where he left her on the couch. Yawning, she covered her mouth with her hands.
And now you're exhausted,
he said. No, I snoozed too, but I do think I should get going, she said, standing to face him. He knew he shouldn't be so selfish as to want her to stay longer, but he didn't want her to go.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd like to sleep in your own bed. This couch isn't the most comfortable in the world.
She closed the distance between them. I sort of hate leaving. I know that helped, and I'd like to see what Helios looks like fully rested. He knitted his eyebrows together and tilted his head.
Helios?
Her eyes widened. Never mind, she said, waving him off. Apparently, I'm more tired than I realized. Ryder stopped her as she tried to walk toward the door.
You can't say something like that and then not offer an explanation.
She laughed nervously. It's nothing. She pulled free, darting closer to the door. I should really go now. He rushed after her, and she gasped as he pinned her between his arms against the wall in the foyer.
But the way you're running, it's not nothing. Helios, what?
Her shaky breath mingled with his. He's the Greek god of the sun. When I picture him, he looks a lot like you.
Greek god? He smiled as the compliment traveled through him. Is that so?
He asked, leaning in further. Now that she was so close, he was fighting the temptation to kiss her with a baseball bat. Yes. It was barely above a whisper. He didn't even think. He just bent forward and touched his lips to hers. So soft and sweet, her lips were better than he'd imagined, and a slow burn began low in his stomach. She was so much more than a therapist who had helped him. Their talks on the beach had been more conversation than session. Most of the time, he didn't even think of her as a therapist. She was just a beautiful woman he was getting to know. Ryder, she whispered, her lips moving against his, a wild look in her eyes. For a second, he thought he'd overstepped. But then she groaned as her arms circled his neck and her fingers threaded through the back of his hair. It was as though she'd fought herself and lost. Wrapping one of her legs around his, her lips parted. It was an invitation, and he didn't hesitate. The kiss deepened, and it was hungrier than anything he'd experienced before. Someone seeming to want him as much as he wanted them. Her hands traveled from his hair, down his back, and found the hem of his shirt. The feel of her skin against his made his breath catch, and he left her lips, trailing kisses along her jaw, tasting her as he did. She gasped and pushed back on him with another wild look, something akin to betrayal. I'm sorry, I can't. The words were barely out of her mouth before she pulled away and ran out of his house. Leaning on the doorframe, he watched as she ran away, without so much as a glance back. Rufus jogged over to him and sat at his feet, looking up at him. Ryder kept his eyes on her back until he couldn't see her anymore.
Dude, she kissed me! Kissed me. Rufus barked. Yeah, I know she cut and run, but she said she couldn't kiss me. Not didn't want to. Maybe this whole attraction thing might not be one-sided.
He looked down and Rufus gave another short bark.
You think so too?
Another bark.
I guess that means I need to get with the program, huh?
Rufus stood and wagged his tail.
Are you trying to play matchmaker?
The dog sat, his tongue hanging out. Ryder scratched him on his head.
Good boy,
he said, before pushing off the frame and shutting the door. Then guilt hit him. He'd pushed himself on her, and he wasn't healthy enough for a relationship. Not with the likes of her. He'd need to find his ducks and teach them marching lessons. The motivation to get healthy that he'd felt before seemed to grow exponentially. Even if she didn't want to see where things could go, he still wanted a relationship more than he'd ever wanted it before. Yeah, bad things had happened, but that was a moment in time. Something he couldn't go back and change. He shuffled to the shower and turned the water on. His life was going to take a new direction. Starting now. Chapter 12. Rufus's barking pulled Ryder out of his short nap. Then he realized why the dog was barking. His phone was buzzing and working its way across the nightstand. The caller ID showed Noah's name. Ryder's gaze drifted to the window to the right of his bed. It was still dark outside. He checked the time on the phone. 5 a.m? It didn't surprise him. The Guardian Group guys were all early risers most of the time, and even if they weren't, it wasn't like Ryder was usually asleep. He grabbed the phone and answered it as he flopped back on the bed.
Hello? Hey, Noah said. It's been a few weeks and I wanted to check on you. Are you doing okay?
Actually, he was feeling better than he had in a while, at least physically. Mentally,
I don't know.
He'd keep the part where Kennedy stayed 9 hours, giving him some of the best sleep he'd had in... He couldn't remember.
Ryder, it wasn't your fault. And even if it was, if what you need is forgiveness from me, you have it. I forgive you even if I don't think you did anything wrong. They were taking kids. To this day, I can hear their screams and see their faces. I would have fought Goliath to stop it. All of us would have. Yeah.
That part was true. Logically, Ryder knew that to be true, but his heart seemed to be lost when it came to finding that page.
I gave each of you guys an out. You can't bear the whole thing. If I hadn't been so bent on being a hero, none of it would have happened.
Ryder snorted.
Yeah, like that was possible.
He knew the men in his company, Noah, Colby, Gunnar, Mason, Elijah, and Isaiah. All of them would have walked through fire to do what they did.
Exactly. It wasn't possible. None of us could have stood by. The only thing I regret is Isaiah. I wish that could have been different. Losing him was hard.
That had been hard on all of them. The investigation ruled it was friendly fire, but based on what little data they had no way of telling which of them fired the kill shot. That left all of them to carry the weight of his death.
But I can't change what happened, and I won't live in the past. I've got Mia. I have to be present for her.
Just hearing that made Ryder ache for more than what he'd carved out for himself. The loneliness, sleeplessness, and isolation were wearing on him.
I want that. Then let this stuff go. Talk to that therapist. I am. Do you like her? Is she pretty good at listening?
Smiling, Ryder stuffed his hand behind his head.
She's great. I wasn't myself when I got here. She took a lot of junk from me. You haven't been yourself in a while. We all knew something was up, but we didn't know what to do. So you sicked Mia on me?
Noah chuckled.
What can I say? She's cute, and you can't say no to that face. Whatever.
But Noah had him there. If Kennedy ever turned her wiles on Ryder, he'd be in trouble.
Tell her thank you for me. I do like Kennedy. Mia was hoping you would. She loves you, and she's been pretty worried about you.
A lump formed in Ryder's throat. He was surrounded by people who cared about him. He knew that, but accepting help was a lot harder than people thought. It was admitting he was weak. Logically, that made no sense, but the feeling was there.
Have you told her anything yet?
Noah asked.
No, I haven't. Well, little things, but nothing major.
Noah groaned.
Don't waste this. You need to tell her. Tell her everything, down to the littlest nitty-gritty detail. Don't hold anything back. Let her have it all so it's out there and you can sort through it.
Ryder sat up and petted Rufus on the head.
I know I need to. Like I said, I want to. You're afraid of what she'll think of you? Yeah. I like her.
His friend took a deep breath.
Oh. Not as in, she's my therapist and she's good at it, but as in, she's a beautiful woman and I'm developing feelings for her? Then you have to tell her. Get well. Be happy and healthy. You don't deserve to rot in misery.
Ryder groaned. She's my doctor. I can't have feelings for her.
Well, don't look to me for advice. I don't exactly follow the rules, remember? I do believe I got lectured by you.
Because you were an idiot. I hated that plan for a reason. Noah had been shot and could barely move, and the jerk had decided to go after a sex trafficker with only one good arm and the prayer that the team would find him before he got killed. Which hadn't been the original plan. The one where he was supposed to wait until he didn't look like death. But did he wait? No. And with as murderous as Mia looked when they found him missing, it was a wonder she hadn't killed him when they found him.
Ryder, in all seriousness, you can't control who you fall for. Trust me, I do know that.
He nodded.
Yeah, we'll see. I need to be healthy first, and I know I'm not.
Noah huffed.
It's about time.
Shut up.
I'll hack your credit card and you'll wake up to a lawn full of plastic flamingos.
Laughing, Noah said,
Go talk to your therapist. Get well. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, later.
Ryder ended the call, threw his legs over the side of the bed, and set his elbows on his knees. Noah was right, and it felt like his call had come at the right time. Ryder was able to talk through some of what he'd been feeling, both about what had happened and the feelings he was having for Kennedy, minus the kiss Noah would have ribbed him about. She was someone he could fall for. If he was honest, the process had started and it wouldn't take much for the ball to roll faster. But first, he needed to apologize for kissing her. Then she needed to know everything, and he needed to learn to let the past go. Chapter 13. The breeze tossed Kennedy's hair as she looked out over the beach behind Ryder's home. She'd ventured out when her phone rang that morning a little after dawn. When she'd finally listened to the message, it had been Abel. The night before had left her frazzled. First, because she'd felt at home with Ryder. They already had the dog. Now all she needed was the 2.5 kids and a white picket fence. Treated wood, of course, because it was less maintenance. If nothing else, she was practical even in her fantasies. When he'd pinned her against the wall between his arms, she'd fought hard not to return his kiss. Her body was singing with the tingles the moment his lips touched hers. They were so soft, and she'd meant to tell him no. Her body had other intentions, and her brain had turned off. She'd kissed him, hot and heavy with a desire for a man she'd never felt before. The feel of Ryder's bare back against her fingertips. She'd been lost for a second. But then he'd pressed his body harder against hers, and that had been her wake-up call. It had taken every ounce of strength she had to run when she did. Another minute longer, and she couldn't honestly be sure what she would have done. Her feelings for him had nothing to do with anything other than pure want. He was so easy to be around. She didn't feel guarded all the time. He made her feel safe, and she appreciated that he respected her. He was a man, she was a woman, and it was destiny, so to speak. No different than if she'd been grocery shopping and accidentally on purpose ran her cart into his to get his attention. At no point while they were kissing did her brain scream, "Patient!" She wanted him. All of him. Then she'd gotten home, and an overwhelming sense of guilt hit her. She was his doctor, and he was vulnerable. It would be taking advantage of him. She couldn't do that. There was a reason there was a rule against doctor-patient relationships. It was to protect the patient. Attachments could form, and it would be born out of gratitude. They weren't real feelings, which meant her attraction to him, her wild thoughts, needed to quit. Wrapping her arms around her legs, she pulled them to her chest and buried her face between her knees. She felt a body next to her and looked up just as Ryder sat down with Rufus flush against him. Ryder had told her he was pretty sure that was dog speak for, "I've got your back."
I owe you an apology for last night. It was wrong. I hope it doesn't mess up what we've got going.
Just when she'd put the brakes on what she was feeling, he had to be so sweet and considerate. "No, you haven't. I wasn't exactly professional last night. I apologize for my part in it."
Kennedy, you have nothing to apologize for. I was the one in the wrong. Are you sure you still want to be my therapist?
Her heart sank. "Yeah, unless you don't want me to be."
Nothing could be further from the truth. No, I was serious last night. I'm sick of being sick and tired. I'm 26 and it feels like my life is over. I don't want that anymore.
She held her breath. When he'd said that the night before, she'd wondered if it was just an in-the-moment thing. I bet so.
You can't tell anyone what we talk about, can you?
No, I can't. And even if I could, I wouldn't. He scooped some sand into his hand and let it slide through his fingers.
During my company's last mission, we were captured by extremists trying to overthrow the government in Nigeria.
She held in a gasp. The scars on his back and stomach. He'd been tortured. It was agonizing just trying to picture it. He was so sweet and kind. That he was hurt like that hurt her deeply.
They were taking little boys, forcing them to fight. The little girls they'd sell to fund their organization.
He paused and swallowed hard. Sounds awful. It broke her heart to even think about it. Those poor babies. Ryder looked at her.
It was, and we'd been sent in to help keep that vicious group from succeeding. But keeping those kids safe wasn't part of our mission. My CO, Noah, couldn't do it. He said he was defying orders, but we didn't have to. Of course, we saw those kids scream for their moms, and none of us could just stand by.
Kennedy nodded. I'm sure. Because Ryder was a good man. A kind and wonderful man who wouldn't stand around and let children be ripped from their mothers.
Well, we kept them from doing it that time, and when we found out they were doing it in another village, we tried to stop them again. Only it was an ambush. The guys won't tell it like that because of my part in it.
He stopped and worked his jaw. She scooted closer. Your part? He lifted his gaze to hers, and her breath caught. He was torn to shreds inside, and all she wanted to do was hold him and comfort him. If he'd really done something as awful as he thought, There was no way he'd look so anguished.
It was my intel that sent us to that village. Somehow they found a way to feed us false information. I sent us into a trap. Not only were we captured, but one of my buddies, Isaiah, was killed by friendly fire.
His voice cracked, and he hung his head.
We were tortured for 4 months. My CO and my buddy Colby, even longer.
Oh, Ryder. If her heart was breaking before, it was crushed now. And he'd carried all of that this whole time?
Don't feel sorry for me. I don't deserve it. It was all my fault. Noah takes the blame, but we would have been better prepared if I'd been more careful. Something. There had to be something I missed.
He sucked in a ragged breath.
They did awful things to all of us, but Noah and Colby suffered the worst.
How did you get out? She asked softly.
Our release was negotiated, but at the last second, the guerrillas held Noah and Colby back in the hopes that they could barter for more weapons. They were held for another 4 more months before another company stumbled across them as they were taking back the village.
He wiped his thumb across his nose and looked up, blinking.
All of them suffered. When Noah and Colby got back to the States,
his voice broke.
I saw my handiwork. They were in such bad shape that no one knew if they'd live or not. I can't get their images out of my head.
Kennedy touched her finger to her lips. Ryder. Kennedy spoke his name, and then the dam broke as everything hit him all at once. Grown men weren't supposed to cry. There were better ways to deal with things, but in that moment, he couldn't stop it. It was a tsunami of grief gushing out of him, and tears streamed down his face. Circling her arms around his neck, she pulled him close. I'm so sorry. Those aren't the exact right words, but oh, Ryder, my heart breaks for you. Ryder grabbed her and buried his face in her neck. He didn't have any more words at the moment. Nothing that would come close to touching how he felt. He'd failed the people who had depended on him, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Most of his nightmares were him walking back in time, desperate to alter things, only to watch the events unfold like they were happening in real time. His captors didn't know it, but from his cage, he could see what happened to Gunnar. The things his friend endured. He'd hear Elijah scream at times, even Mason. Then there was Noah and Colby. He could hear their screams, see their torment. When they'd come home after their rescue, they'd all dealt with what they'd been through in different ways. But none of them would have had to if it weren't for Ryder's bad intel. I can't imagine what it's been like to keep that inside. To hold on to that grief for so long. Even if it was bad intel that took you to that village, would it have changed anything? He took a breath, but kept his face in her neck.
I don't know.
I do. From what I'm hearing, the kind of man you are and the kind of men you were surrounded by, there's no way you would have walked away. It wouldn't have mattered how many guerrillas there were.
They suffered because of me.
No, they didn't. They suffered because they were brave and honorable. They suffered because of bad men. And you've suffered long enough, Ryder. He sat back but wouldn't make eye contact.
Have I?
She took his face in her hands, making him look at her. Tears ran down her cheeks. Yeah, you have. I knew you were a good man. I knew it. Her voice trembled, and nothing has changed that. At that, Rufus popped up and wedged himself between them, licking Ryder's face as Kennedy laughed.
Oh, stop. I don't need a bath.
Ryder moved to get away from Rufus's tongue and wiped his eyes,
Seriously, dude, stop.
Rufus barked and took his spot next to Ryder again. He's proud of you, and so am I. She sniffed. You do know we'll need to talk about this more. This isn't a one-time type of conversation. Nodding, Ryder said, Yeah, I know. And it's going to take time to work through it. It's not an overnight thing.
Yeah, I know that too.
She smiled. I just didn't want you thinking it was and then getting upset.
He shook his head. I won't. I know it'll take some time and it's not over.
Leaning in, she said, No, but it's a start and I'm proud of you. I know that had to be hard, to trust me with all of that. Granted, it was hard, but not nearly as hard as she thought. Yes, he'd gotten choked up, shed a few tears, and talked about things he'd kept inside for years, but he was working towards something. There was a goal in sight. One day he was going to be healthy. For himself, for Rufus, and hopefully, maybe, for her. Kennedy stepped inside her apartment, shut the door, and leaned her back against it. She'd thought about returning to the office, but she was emotionally drained, which seemed crazy. And if she felt that way, she couldn't imagine how Ryder felt. He poured his heart out to her and wept as she held him. It had been both devastating and incredible. She could feel the physical difference in him. The tension in his shoulders had eased. The cloud she'd felt over him since she'd met him had parted. There was sunshine hitting him again. Sparsely, but it was there. Her phone rang, and without checking it, she put it to her ear.
Kennedy, baby, it's about time.
Squeezing her eyes shut, she swore under her breath. Not now. Not when she'd just had such a great breakthrough with Ryder. Abel, don't call me. I have nothing for you.
Baby, I need a loan.
She rolled her eyes. You're barely out of prison. Who could you possibly owe this quickly? He hemmed a moment.
I was celebrating. Things got out of hand.
Of course. The same excuse as always. You mean you bet with money you didn't have, and now you want me to clean it up? Well, I can't.
I know you have the money.
I don't, Abel. I'm barely making enough to take care of myself. She pushed off the door and walked to her couch, dropping onto it. I don't have it. Abel swore.
I know you have some money. We have that savings account.
Right. At one point, they had a healthy savings account. How could he not remember what happened? You mean had that savings account. I drained it for you the last time you celebrated. Remember? They ransacked the house and threatened to kill you.
Well, maybe you can just give me a little, just enough to give me time to come up with the rest.
A tear streaked down her cheek. How many times had she mourned this relationship? Mourned over the man he'd been and the person he'd turned into. Do you remember what things were like before you became a gambling addict?
I'm not addicted. I just had a little too much fun. Once I get this paid off, I'll be done.
She set her elbow on her knee and palmed her forehead. You've said those exact same words to me so many times. I can't do it anymore.
I mean it this time,
he growled. You meant it the last 100 times. She sat up and took a deep breath. I'm done, Abel. I hope you find help one day. Mustering all the conviction she could, she said, Goodbye, and ended the call. As she fell sideways on the couch, more tears came, and soon she was a curled-up, ragged mess. She'd said those same words before, but there had always been a little hope attached to them. Hope that he'd get help and be the incredible man she'd married. Hope that he would wise up and realize what he'd lost. Hope that he'd love her more than he loved himself, and gambling. But today, all that hope had died. There was nothing left to give him. Now her hope was that he'd take the hint and leave her alone. If he owed the same people from before, they'd come after him, and she wanted nothing to do with that. A relationship wasn't possible with Ryder, but he'd showed her that if a person wanted to be healthy, they'd work for it. She couldn't do it for Ryder or Abel. They had to want it. Pouring her heart, soul, and love into someone that didn't want the help only left her empty. Ryder wanted more, and he taught her that she did, too. Chapter 14. "I've liked these new beach talks," Kennedy said. It had been almost a month since Ryder's breakthrough. Granted, their talks weren't all deep conversations, but when they were, mountains were moved. Each time he seemed lighter, happier, and different. The man she'd first met was withdrawn and guarded. This new Ryder was jovial, funny, and even warmer than her initial observation. If she were honest, the initial attraction she had for him had grown exponentially. He nodded.
Me too. I'm feeling better. I still struggle with feeling guilty, like I could have prevented what happened.
She shook her head. "I don't think you could have." Shrugging, he ran his hand through the sand.
Not sure my mind or heart are ever going to agree with that. I think it'll be one of those things I just have to figure out how to carry.
That's not what she wanted for him, but it wasn't something she could fix for him either. Ryder was a good man. She couldn't see him letting children be taken, and if the man in his company were anything like him, they couldn't have either. It wasn't even a question whether or not they'd help those kids. But until Ryder figured that out, he was right that he'd have to figure out how to carry it and function. Or at least function better than he had. "Are you sleeping better?"
Yeah, I got one of those weighted blankets you suggested. I did some research, went on eBay, and bought one that was handmade. I really like it. Plus, Rufus has helped too. I still have some trouble, and there have been a couple of nights when even it didn't work, but overall, it's better.
She smiled. "See? I told you." He pulled his knees to his chest, wrapping his arms around them.
I know. I guess I was so used to the status quo that the very idea that things could be better scared me. What if I got my hopes up and failed again?
Is that what you were really thinking? That you'd fail?
Yeah, because every other thing had. I wasn't kidding about going to other therapists. I've been to plenty, but none ever chased me home and camped out on my couch.
Kennedy chuckled. "What can I say? I was determined." She couldn't even express how true that was. She'd been drawn to him the moment she'd met him, and it had only grown stronger as she spent time with him. Which was obvious in the way she'd kissed him. A kiss that she'd both loved and regretted. She knew she'd broken so many rules that night, but it did nothing to curb the desire to feel his lips on hers again. If anything, she wanted him more than ever. It was a war that was making her sleepless and worn out.
I guess I needed that. Someone more determined to see things change than I could picture for myself.
Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Pulling it out just barely, she spied the caller ID. Abel again. He was calling nearly non-stop, each voicemail containing the same desperate plea for money. Something she didn't have, even if she did want to help him. The past month, donations had slipped a little, and now her finances were really tight. They couldn't take away from the dogs, and Kennedy wasn't about to penalize Willow for the lack of funding, so she docked her own pay. It made meeting ends more than a little difficult, so much so that she was beginning to wonder how she was going to pay her rent. She'd known the job would pay significantly less than she was worth, but she'd been willing to risk it to help both shelter dogs and veterans. It was a noble job in her mind. Still, her landlord didn't accept noble deeds as pay. She silenced the buzzing and took a deep breath.
Problems?
Ryder asked. No, just a wrong number. His eyebrows furrowed.
You've had a lot of those lately. There are some apps that will block telemarketers. I could show you a few, and maybe that would help.
If only it were that easy. She'd blocked Abel, and each time he'd get a new number and start again. Thanks, I appreciate it, but that's okay. I just ignore them. She forced a smile. He nodded and stretched his legs out.
You're my therapist, and I don't want to overstep my bounds, but if someone is bothering you, I can put a stop to it.
She shook her head. No, really, it's okay. It's nothing to worry about. Except, she was worried. The last voicemail from Abel had sounded different. Just as desperate, but there was something else in his voice during that call that had made her skin crawl. At the very end, before he'd hung up, she'd heard another voice. It had been both menacing and threatening. If Abel didn't come up with the money he owed, people around him would start getting hurt. If she'd still been married to Abel, it might have set off warning bells, but since she wasn't, she took herself off the list of people they'd come for and deleted each message he left. His dad and other family members could be in trouble, though. Part of her wanted to reach out to them, to warn them of what she'd heard, but she couldn't. If she did, they'd try to pull her back into Abel's world, because she couldn't live like that again.
You sure? Because your face doesn't seem to agree with you.
Shaking her head, she fixed her expression. Really, I'm fine. I've just got things on my mind. Things you don't need to worry about. We're here to talk about you.
And we have been. I trust you, and I hoped the feelings went both ways.
She touched his arm and held his gaze. I do. I absolutely trust you, but I need to keep this professional. There's a fine line here, and... How did she explain this without losing him, or worse, hurting him? My problems should stay mine, and this relationship is already bordering on too personal. There are rules that I promised to follow when I got my license, and while I don't have it anymore, I still feel obligated to follow them. This has the potential to hurt you, and I don't want that. Pulling his arm free, he sat quietly a moment, keeping his eyes trained on the sand.
I see.
The words were so soft and equally cold. Her heart sank and dread pooled in her stomach. The war she'd been having was nothing compared to what she was feeling at the moment. She'd fallen for him. The thought made her brace her hand on the sand. That's why she was dying inside. She didn't want these talks with him to end because she was selfish. Too many doctor-patient relationships had ended tragically. What if that happened to him because of her? She wanted to be with him, but she also needed to put him first. Kennedy swallowed hard and took a deep breath to steady herself. You have no idea how I wish things were different. If something happened to you because of me, I'd never be able to forgive myself.
Right,
he said, and stood with Rufus following. A guarded expression met her.
If you don't mind, since I'm doing better, could we maybe back off these beach meetings a little?
Tears pooled in her eyes, and she quickly got to her feet. Ryder, please don't do this. It's all my fault. I should have been more careful. You mean the world to me, but...
I know, but I think I need the space. I think I've... Never mind.
He raked his hand through his hair.
Look, this is on me. reading something into this that wasn't there. I need a minute to get myself in the right frame of mind, and then we can start up again.
The problem was that he wasn't reading something that wasn't there. If anything, it was there on a billboard in flashing neon. It had been there since she'd met him. She caught his gaze and held it. "No, you don't understand. I gave you my word that I would fight for you, even if it meant fighting you. I never thought I'd be fighting myself."
I get it, I do. I just need a minute.
Rufus barked. Ryder looked down at him.
I know, it's my fault.
She shook her head. "No, it's not. It's mine. You've done nothing wrong. It's all on me." And it was. She'd allowed this thing between them to run like wild horses because she thought it would help him. But just like wild horses, it had gotten away from her. Her own heart had betrayed her. "I'm so sorry."
Kennedy, Dr. Crenshaw, you've done nothing wrong. I'm not taking a step back or withdrawing. I need some time.
She balled her fists in his shirt and locked eyes with him. How could she make him understand? Ryder, what could she say? If she admitted she had feelings for him, it had the potential to wreck everything. Please. He took her hands and pulled them from his shirt.
Look, I'll call you when I'm ready to talk some more. Just give me some space.
He turned.
I'll talk to you later.
She stood there, watching him go, torn between wanting to run after him and thinking it was best that they'd rip the bandage off. Why hadn't she been more careful with him? She should have insisted they start meeting at her office instead of on the beach, but no, she'd let her feelings get tangled. It wasn't fair to him. Her shoulders sagged as she trudged down the path back to her office, hoping Ryder wouldn't take too long to call her. He still needed to talk through everything. A few weeks weren't going to cut it. He said he wasn't withdrawing, and she sure hoped he was telling the truth. If he lost his light because of her, she'd never forgive herself. Ryder shut his back door and fought the urge to run back out. He'd let himself get entirely too close to Kennedy when he knew it was stupid to do so. She'd been upfront with him. Their relationship was platonic. She was his doctor, and he was her patient. Nothing more, nothing less. Although lately, things had felt different. Or so he thought. They'd spent nearly a month going into depth about the things from his time in the army. Why had he allowed himself to do that? What would a woman like her want with someone like him? Someone with so many issues that it would take who knew how long to sort all of them out. If that was even possible. For just a moment, he'd entertained the idea that maybe, just maybe, he'd have a shot at being with someone. Why he'd thought it could be her, he had no idea. Would he have even thought of her like that if she wasn't his doctor? Sure, they'd spent a lot of time together, but that didn't mean anything. Rufus barked, pulling him out of his thoughts.
But she doesn't think of me like that.
The dog sat and tilted his head.
Ryder threw up his hands. What? You heard her. I'm her patient. That's all.
He whined, letting his tongue hang out.
I do like her. I'd even like her even if she wasn't my doctor, he said, walking to his favorite chair overlooking the beach and taking a seat. And there was the crux of the problem. He'd liked her from the very beginning. That had fueled his desire to work through his issues so he could have more out of life. A life that included her. Yeah, it was strange because she was his doctor, but he enjoyed spending time with her. Rufus trotted over to him and laid his head on the arm of the chair. Taking a deep breath, Ryder leaned his head back. I don't know, buddy. I think I need to back up and find a different road. I like her. I like her enough to know she doesn't need me and all my problems.
His head was doing a lot of talking, and his heart wasn't in agreement at all. He did like Kennedy. More than that, if he pictured someone perfect for him, she was it. It was more than just her, too. He liked how he felt when he was with her. She didn't see him and all of his problems. She just saw him. At least, that's how he felt any time they were together. Maybe he needed to curb his thoughts from traveling in Kennedy's direction and find someone else who only saw him. He was about talked out and felt he was in a good enough state of mind to return to work. He'd made a lot of progress in the past couple of months. Maybe he could move on and put this whole chapter behind him. Except he'd told Kennedy he would fix up the rescue house for the fundraiser, so he'd have to stick around for a little bit longer. He'd take a few days to regroup and strengthen his resolve, and then he'd finish the house and move on with his life. That's what his head wanted. His heart still hadn't found the same page. He wasn't sure it ever would. Chapter 15. Sitting back in her office chair, Kennedy crossed her arms over her chest as she let her thoughts drift to Ryder. It had been a little over a week since she'd last spoken to him. She'd called during that time, but the conversations had been stilted and awkward. Whatever bond they'd formed seemed to have dried up, and left in its place was a clinical, distant, doctor-patient monstrosity that made her feel empty. A knock came at her door, and without looking, she said, "Come on in." It was Monday, and typically when large parcels were delivered.
"Hey,"
Ryder said.
"Do you have a minute?"
She jerked her gaze to him and smiled. The absence of him had been profound. Her pulse jumped as butterflies swirled in her stomach. Sure." It took work not to fly out of the chair and fling her arms around him. She'd missed him fiercely. Wow, he looked good. Fitted t-shirt and shorts, and more kissable than ever. The smile he sported lit up his entire face, and he was glowing. Her reference to Helios roared back in her mind. He was simply a beautiful man. There was also that kiss continually playing in her mind every time she closed her eyes. It was maddening. She pushed him away because she thought it was the right thing to do. It had been a war, and she'd lost. Rufus walked next to him as he strode through the door and sat in the chair in front of her desk.
"You can say hi, bud."
The dog softly barked and pranced over to her for some love. She'd missed him, too. "Hey, Rufus, how are you?" She chuckled. "Now you have me talking to him like he understands everything I say."
"I'm pretty sure he does. He's one of those dogs you hear about. The kind that shows up just when you need them. Like they've been sent by something supernatural."
"You know, I think I agree with you." She rubbed Rufus's head a little more before he pulled away and returned to Ryder. So, how are you?" she asked. He shrugged.
"I'm okay. I actually braved the grocery store yesterday, and I didn't have a panic attack."
Her lips parted with a small gasp. "That's amazing! What made you decide to do that?" For a moment, he held her gaze.
"I need to function. Guilt or not, I need to be able to work and take care of myself. I can't do that if I'm holding on so tightly to the past that the world passes me by. I've already given too much of my life to it. I want to move on."
That wasn't all she wanted for him. She'd wanted so much more. But at least he was better. I guess that's one way to look at it.
He shrugged. "I'm still restless at night. Out of the last 10 days, I've had 4 nights where I couldn't sleep. It's not a one and done, and I know that. It's a day at a time kind of thing, but I'm keeping the ball rolling, I think.
That's great. I'm really happy to hear that. Are we going to start up our beach talks again? She should have said office, but this time she'd made sure they were clear on where they stood, and by they, she meant herself. She was the one who had allowed it to get out of control. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his palms down his shorts.
I guess.
You guess?
I'm sorry for thinking there could be anything between us. I guess I let my guard down and didn't think how that could or would affect you. I should have, and it was wrong. I've had some time to think about that too, and I'll be more careful. There are rules you need to follow, and I get that. Which means I think we should probably meet here in your office to remind me of exactly what this is.
Her heart felt like glass on the verge of shattering. She hated this more than she hated anything. Feeling shut out, even if it was what was best for him, didn't hurt any less. Sure, but we're friends too. Or I'd like to think so.
No, we aren't. And that was part of my mistake. Thinking we could be.
As if her heart couldn't sink lower. Now it felt it was being pounded flat against the floor. She wanted them to be friends, and suddenly she felt desperate to reclaim that title. Yes, we are. We can be friends. We just can't be more. It killed her to say it, especially when all she wanted was to be with him, but they couldn't be together, and she knew that.
Dr. Crenshaw,
you can still call me Kennedy.
I need a degree of separation here. Using your title is a reminder to watch myself.
She nodded. As much as she hated it, he had a point. And that point was sharp and painful. Okay. He smiled, waited a beat, and then stood. Wait, she said and stood. You aren't leaving, are you?
I brought my tools. I figured I'd work on the house a little. The breeze is blowing, so it's not too hot.
Even after stepping back from her personally, he was still going to work on the house? Why are you working on it? You don't have to.
Yeah, I know. I enjoy it, though. It gives me something to do. I told you I was going to fix up the house, and I want to finish it before the fundraiser.
Oh, okay. I can bring you some lunch later as a thank you. Shaking his head, he walked to the door.
I think we should keep it professional, Dr. Crenshaw. I brought my own lunch.
He shot her one last smile and left. She slowly lowered herself back into her chair. Professional. It was such a dirty word now. She hated it, but he was right. It was the right call. She'd fallen for him, and look where it had gotten her. No, look where it had gotten him. Bending forward, she rested her forehead on her knees. It was the correct position when you were going down in flames. But putting some distance between them was what she needed to do, even if it wasn't her idea. She'd just have to adjust. Ryder was off limits. It would be easier to remember that with the constant reminder that she was his doctor. Stepping off the porch, Ryder took a left, stopping a few feet down and resting his forehead against the outside of the house. It had taken everything in him to face Kennedy. During the time they had apart, nothing about his affection for her had waned. If anything, it was stronger than before. Until he saw her, he'd convinced himself it was all in his head, that he'd merely attached himself to her because of how she'd helped him. But seeing her smile had killed those thoughts completely. He'd fallen for her. Doctor or not, he cared about her. That was what he'd grasped onto when he walked into her office. He cared about her deeply, And if that was the case, he'd put her needs and wants ahead of his own. That included sticking around until the rescue house was ready for the fundraiser, when it would have been easier on him to stay away from her. She didn't want anything more than a professional relationship with him, and he'd respect that. Although, it did seem like she'd paled when he'd told her they needed to keep things distant. For a second, he wondered if maybe she wasn't as sold on that whole doctor-patient thing as she tried to make him believe. That day on the beach, she wasn't exactly all put together. She'd been in tears. Straightening, he shook his head to clear the crazy thought. She was just disappointed they couldn't be friends. He was reading too much into it. No, not reading, throwing too much hope into it. Wishing it wasn't one-sided when that's exactly what it was. He'd messed up, putting her in an awkward position, and he'd fixed it. That's where things needed to stay, and he'd make sure they did. It didn't stop him from wanting more, thinking about the future or wishing he hadn't waited so long to get help. Maybe if he could have met her under different circumstances, he could have asked her out and seen where things went. But he didn't, and he needed to let it go. It was what was best for both of them. Chapter 16. Throwing a glance in Ryder's direction, Kennedy hesitated as she opened the door to her car. He'd spent all day in the heat, working on the house. She'd brought him water a couple of times under the guise that she wanted to make sure he wasn't getting overheated. Her reasoning was sound. The last thing the rescue needed was him passing out, and them getting sued because they didn't provide adequate hydration. At least, that was the excuse she used. Her heart had ached since the moment he declared their friendship over. More than ached, it had felt broken, and the depth of it shocked her. Then her thoughts had drifted to kissing him, and the need and want for him hit her so hard it took her breath away. Enough that she'd laid her head on her desk to rein in her wild thoughts. Sighing, she pulled her gaze from him and got into her car. She stuck her key in, and nothing. "You're so temperamental. I'm having a bad day. Just start so I can get out of here. I need a hot bath, a good cry, and a few gallons of rocky road." She wiggled the key. It had helped once before, but there was still nothing. Really? Girls are supposed to look out for each other, you know? Kennedy stepped out of the car, pulled out her phone, and tapped on the Uber app. It was too hot to walk. Just as she was about to pick a driver, she felt someone walk up behind her.
"Do you need a jump?"
Ryder asked. "Yeah, if you don't mind." He smiled.
"No, not at all,"
he said, hopping in his Jeep and starting it up. He'd parked behind her, so he pulled up a bit farther so the cables would reach. Once he had the cables on, she jumped back in her car and turned the key. Nothing. He stepped out of his Jeep and stopped at her rolled-down window.
"Give it a few more minutes."
"Okay." The silence that ensued was awkward and horrible and just made her want that much more ice cream. She was kissing her good jeans goodbye after tonight.
"Try again?"
As she cranked the key, she prayed with all that was in her that the engine would turn over. Apparently, it never made it to God's ears because her car battery was as dead could be. He leaned down.
"I can give you a ride home."
She squeezed her eyes shut and took in a deep breath. A car ride with him? He swore under his breath.
"I'm sorry, I can't seem to watch my boundaries. I'm sure you have it under control."
"Wait," she said, and quickly got out of the car. "I'd love that." It was dangerous, but true. She was an adult, and she could control herself. I mean, that's if it's not going to put you out. He shook his head.
"No, I just want to make sure I'm not pushing myself on you." As long as you're comfortable with me taking you home, I don't mind.
She took a few steps toward him. I've never felt that way. Not once. For a moment, he held her gaze, those dark eyes seeming to penetrate all the way to her soul.
Okay, let me get my tools.
He turned, walking back to where he'd been working. She tried not to stare, but she was only human, and he had one seriously super derriere. After he'd gathered his tools, she was waiting in the Jeep when he and Rufus got in.
I'd have left the tools and come back, but I think it would be better to just come early tomorrow.
Rufus panted and set his jaw on her shoulder. As she scratched his head, she replied, I bet. It's so hot, it's a wonder you haven't melted.
I feel like I have.
He laughed.
I'm soaked.
They chatted during the short drive, and he parked in the spot she pointed to. Thank you for the ride and for working on the house. I appreciate both. Rufus growled, low and deep, baring his teeth. Kennedy opened the door, and the dog bolted out. Rufus!
No, something's wrong,
Ryder said, jumping out of the Jeep and running after him. She hurried along behind him and skidded to a stop at her open front door. It took a second to process everything she was seeing. Her apartment had been ransacked. All her things were strewn about. Her furniture was ripped open as if someone had been looking for something. Abel. Her first thought was her ex, but she couldn't understand why. They weren't together. She'd told him she didn't have the money and that she wouldn't help. Why would anyone come for her when she'd done everything she could to get away from him? All anyone had to do was look up the rescue to know she was making a pittance. Certainly not enough to cover the kind of gambling debts Abel was capable of. Ryder turned to her.
By the look on your face, you have an idea who did this.
She nodded. My ex, but I told him I didn't have any money. I'm barely making my rent. He narrowed his eyes.
What do you mean?
Donations are down. It was either me or the dogs. I chose the dogs. Crossing his arms over his chest, he squared his shoulders. And for the first time since Kennedy met him, he felt intimidating. No, that wasn't the right word. Confident. That was it. He exuded confidence.
You know I can't let you stay here tonight and keep my conscience clean.
No, that's okay. I'll call the police and clean up. It was probably Abel, and now that he knows I don't have any money, he's gone. Rufus barked and sat at Ryder's feet, looking up at him.
Show me,
Ryder said. The dog took off for her bedroom, with them following behind. When they reached her bed, a note lay on it. Ryder picked it up and held it to where they could read it at the same time. Abel owes us 30 grand, and he pointed us in your direction. We want our money. You've got a week. If we come back and you don't have it, we'll find other ways to collect what's due. Kennedy swallowed hard and touched trembling fingers to her lips. He sent them for me? I told him I didn't have it. She choked. The letter drifted to the bed as Ryder took her in his arms and curled around her.
It's okay. Well, not okay right now, but it will be. I won't let them hurt you,
he said softly. For the first time in more than a year, she allowed herself to be comforted, to be held and feel safe. I don't even know how he found me. She pulled back and looked up at Ryder. I let my license lapse because I didn't want to register with the state as a licensed therapist. He held her by the arms.
People like that do what they have to in order to find people. Has this happened before?
Yes. Twice. He owed these men a bunch of money. I paid them off because they said they'd kill Abel if I didn't. Then it happened right before he went to prison, just as I was getting ready to serve him divorce papers. That was when I knew I needed to get out. I divorced him so I could remove myself from that whole mess. Why would they come for me? I don't have anything." Taking a deep breath, he looked around the apartment and then back to her.
"I don't know. We need to call the police. You need to pack a few things, and I need to get to work."
She knitted her eyebrows together. "Get to work?" Ryder smiled and dropped his hands from her arms.
"I'm the computer guy with the security group, remember?"
He winked as he pulled out his phone.
"You get your stuff together, and I'll call the police. When we get to my house, I'll start on tracking down whoever did this."
"I don't know of anywhere to go. I can't drag Willow into this."
"Then you'll stay with me."
With him? She was already struggling to not fling herself at him and kiss him until she dropped from lack of oxygen. How was she ever going to manage living in the same place? "Oh no, I can find a hotel." He tilted his head.
"You said you were struggling financially. I can keep you safe. Dr. Crenshaw, I have the 3-bedroom house, and 2 of the rooms are empty."
"I hate you calling me Dr. Crenshaw."
Ryder blinked. "I'm just trying to show you that you don't have to worry about me. That I know where I stand. I don't want you to think you can't stay with me because of my past behavior. I promise I know where we stand. You're my doctor. That's all."
Kennedy wanted to devolve into tears. First, she'd been violated by her ex-husband, sending goons to collect on a debt she didn't owe and didn't have money for. And secondly, Ryder was building a wall between them so tall that she couldn't see over it anymore. He was right, though. As long as she was his therapist, that wall needed steel rebar for reinforcement. Nodding, she said, "I trust you. I just don't want to put you out."
"You've helped me a lot."
He paused and shuffled his feet.
"I even have a date later this week, so we're good."
"A date?" He rubbed the back of his neck.
Yeah. Friday night."
Forcing a smile, she said, "That's great. I'm happy you've met someone."
"Yeah,"
he said, but his voice sounded off.
"So anyway, get your stuff, and I'll take care of the rest."
Before she could respond, he stepped out of her bedroom. A fog settled around her as she tried to come to grips with what she just learned. Ryder had a date with someone that wasn't her. She should be thrilled for him, but she was crushed. It wasn't his fault because she'd pushed him away. Her shoulders rounded. Never in her life had she been so torn. She loved what she did. It had been a dream of hers to work with veterans. In her early teens, she'd lost her favorite uncle because he didn't feel like he could talk to anyone. She never understood why people didn't fight harder for him. And from that point on, she'd vowed to never give up on anyone. Inwardly, she groaned. Why was she even allowing these thoughts? Someone had trashed her apartment and left a threatening letter, and they were coming back. Her life was in turmoil, and no one needed that baggage, especially Ryder. Sighing, she strolled to her closet as the fog turned to dark, stormy clouds. Ryder pulled his Jeep to a stop in front of his home. Kennedy, Dr. Crenshaw, man, he had to remember to call her doctor at all times now, especially since she was staying with him a little while. The police had arrived. They'd taken their statements, looked around a little, and placed the letter they'd found into evidence. Once they'd finished, Ryder had immediately called Noah to let him know what was going on. They'd come up with a semi-plan. The one that included his therapist sleeping in the room across the hall from him until they could find out who was behind the threat. He was already struggling with his attraction to her, even going so far as to lie about having a date so she'd feel comfortable being around him. It was one of the reasons he'd limited his contact with her. Yes, over the last 24 hours they'd talked, but now it was either in her office or when she'd bring him water while he was working. Nothing more. "Are you really sure this is okay?" she asked.
Yeah, it's more than okay. This is what I do for a living. I told you. We're good.
And he needed more than a console of distance from her. He got out of the Jeep and let Rufus out before grabbing her luggage.
Come on, you can pick whichever room you want out of the 2 empty ones.
He smiled as he jogged around and opened her door. She touched his hand. "Thank you."
You're welcome, Dr. Crenshaw.
Her eyes narrowed a little and her lips pressed together just slightly. Right. Her tone threw him. It had a chill to it. Wasn't this what she wanted? Him backing off? When they got inside the house, he stopped between the 2 rooms across from his.
Just tell me where to put your luggage.
That one? She pointed to the one directly across from his. Why did she do that? Didn't she want as much distance from him as possible? He cleared his throat and took her luggage to the bed.
There you go.
He turned and she smacked into his chest.
Whoa.
He took her arms to steady her. Blue eyes stared up at him and his breath caught. She really was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. The little upturn of her nose made it cute. "Sorry," she mumbled.
My fault.
He dropped his hands and stepped back.
I'm going to take a shower and then find something for dinner.
Okay. In an effort to keep himself in check, he nearly tripped trying to get away from her. One more second and he wasn't sure he could stop himself from kissing her, and that's not who he was. He'd worked with battered women and seen the aftermath of the abuse. He'd helped women get out of those situations, not put them in it. He'd offered his home without even thinking about it. She was in need, he had the space, and that was it. He'd never turned his back on someone needing his help. The thought sent a shudder through him. He leaned against the doorframe of his bathroom and hung his head. He'd never turned his back on someone needing help. Those kids in that village had needed his help, all of them. Noah had given each one of the men in the company an out, and they'd all volunteered without so much as a moment's hesitation. His intel might have been bad, but it wouldn't have changed a single thing. Not one single thing. It would have gone down the same way. Bad intel or not. For the first time since they'd been captured, his head and his heart were on the same page. The feeling brought him to his knees. Rufus pushed his head between Ryder's ribcage and his arm, whining loudly.
I'm okay, buddy.
Ryder? Kennedy's voice carried through the door. He looked over his shoulder and realized he'd not quite shut his bedroom door. Concerned eyes caught his.
I'm okay.
Kennedy hesitated a second and then pushed through the door. Why are you on your knees? She asked as she kneeled next to him. A choked laugh poured out.
It hit just now. It wouldn't have mattered what my intel said. I never would have turned my back on those kids. Me or my company. We volunteered without a second thought.
Tears pooled in her eyes. It was never in your nature to do that. You've never been the kind of man that would walk away from someone needing help. I knew that from the very beginning. She chuckled. You haven't really needed me at all.
I needed a friend, someone outside of my sphere, someone with no reason to fight for me.
Her eyebrows furrowed. I can't imagine anyone meeting you and not seeing a reason to fight for you. She circled her arms around his neck. You are a good man. Rufus barked, his tail wagging so hard his body wiggled.
Apparently he agrees with you.
Leaning back, she smiled. I said he was a smart dog.
Thanks.
Ryder smiled.
And he's not going anywhere, just so you know.
No, we need to make it official. Rufus barked and licked the side of Ryder's face and then Kennedy's. She helped him stand and looked up at him. You did this all on your own. You realize that, right? It was all you.
I think you did help.
There was a sadness in her eyes just then. I'll go get changed and let you shower. Thank you again for letting me stay.
You're welcome, Dr. Crenshaw.
This time she wouldn't meet his eyes, and instead of responding, she nodded and walked out of his room and into hers, shutting the door behind her. Ryder looked down at Rufus.
She helped. If nothing else, I got you.
He rubbed Rufus's head.
I don't know if I'm fixed, but I'm a lot closer than I was.
He hung his head as tears pooled in his eyes. There was a light at the end of the tunnel. It was bright and brilliant, and he could see clear, baby blue skies just past the exit. Chapter 17. For the millionth time, Kennedy tossed in bed. Her mind was filled with so many things that turning off her brain was impossible. From Abel to the rescue to Ryder, and none in any particular order. The longer she thought about that letter, the more it spooked her. She'd forgotten about the message left on her phone, the one with the menacing voice. Now she wished she hadn't deleted it. As the shock of the evening wore off, it had come back, and she could hear that voice in her head reading the letter to her. Why had Abel done this to her? Another thought that plagued her. When they'd first married, he'd been the most generous, loving man she'd ever known. All the good times they'd had played in her head. The ones of them smiling and laughing as they had a picnic in the park. The ones where they talked about kids and what their future held. Then his mom had died and her marriage was never the same. That kind man she loved turned into someone she didn't know. Was there something she missed in the beginning? Something that could have prevented all of the heartache and grief she'd been through? How could Abel send these men to collect from her when they were divorced? Why did he think she could bail him out this time, or that she would? She'd been firm that last time, solid in her conviction that she was done. She'd figured he'd be mad, but this? It never occurred to her that he'd put her in danger. Tears spilled over and ran down her cheeks. She was supposed to be free of him, and here she was, right back in the thick of things. There were happy tears, too. The ones she'd shed for Ryder after she'd left him in his room. She'd heard a thump. When she checked on him, he was on his knees. That was a moment she'd never forget. The light was 100 watts, and he'd found it all on his own. His whole journey was his own. He'd said she'd helped, but had she? Not in her mind. It made pushing him away that much worse. Yes, he was her patient, but nothing about their relationship had felt either doctor or patient. It had just been a friendship. That's all. She sat up and held her head. It was too much, and she was so overwhelmed. Throwing the covers off, she stood and made her way to the kitchen. After his shower, Ryder had disappeared into a dedicated secure room where his computers were stored, but not before telling her she was free to make herself at home. It had been a nice gesture and one she hadn't planned to take him up on just yet. But she needed something to help her sleep. As she rounded the corner of the hallway, she stopped as Ryder came into view. In the dim light that streamed through the kitchen windows, she could see his bare back, riddled with scars on full display as he faced the sink. Lash marks ran from the top of his shoulders all the way down to where his pajama pants hid what she figured were even more of them. Even with the scars, he was heart-pounding delicious. During their talks, she'd learned he worked out, but she hadn't expected him to be so muscular. A fantasy began to play in her head, and she was almost to the good part when he turned and caught her staring. "I'm sorry,
Did I wake you up?"
he asked as he put a cup to his lips.
"I just came out for something to drink. I tried to be quiet."
She shook her head and continued to the kitchen. No, the letter did that. He touched his chest and then set his cup down on the counter.
"Let me put on a shirt really quick. I'll be right back."
"Wait!" she blurted as he brushed past her. Ryder stopped and looked over his shoulder.
"Is everything okay?"
Are all those scars from... you know?"
"Yes. I'm sorry. I thought you were asleep and I dozed off a little. I wasn't thinking when I came out here."
She turned and reached out, stopping just short of touching him. "You have so many." Nodding, he said softly,
"Yeah. It was my intel that led us to that village where we saved the kids, and they wanted me to pay for it. Needless to say, they didn't appreciate us killing a few of their men and stopping them from taking the kids."
"I don't have adequate words to tell you how much this grieves me, that anyone could hurt you like this." This time she did touch him, her fingertips gliding across one of the raised welts. "This is awful." He cleared his throat.
"I'll be back in a second."
As he walked off, she wiped her eyes. She hurt all the way to her core. That kind of evil roamed the same earth she did. Ryder was kind and good. Why did good people have to be hurt like that? It didn't matter how long she was in practice, that was the one question she'd never figured out. Ryder returned wearing a black t-shirt that matched his red checkered pajama bottoms and flipped on another light.
"Really sorry about that. I won't forget again."
He pulled open a cabinet and set a cup on the counter.
"I have some hot tea. It's supposed to help you sleep, but it's never helped me."
Facing him, she said, "I'll take some of that. I can fix it if you want to." She let the sentence die. "You look so different now." He lifted an eyebrow.
"I look different?"
"Yeah, you're glowing." A soft chuckle escaped his lips, and his gaze dipped to the floor.
"I guess that epiphany helped. I offered my home to you without a second thought. It didn't even occur to me to look for other options. And..."
He paused, working his jaw.
"Bad intel or not, nothing would have changed what I did. What any of us did. For some reason, the words finally sank in tonight."
"They sure did. It looks good on you." He lifted his gaze to hers.
"I'm not saying I'm fixed or anything, but it felt like a boulder rolling off my back earlier tonight. I've felt different ever since." He smiled. "And you cannot have my dog back."
Kennedy laughed. "We don't take dogs back. Once we give them to a vet, they are theirs. Where is Rufus?"
"Camped out on my bed. He's behaved differently ever since, too."
He sighed.
"I think I needed him here to show me what I was missing by holding on to all this stuff. I don't want to be alone, and I want that more than I want to hold on to the past."
It was the most incredible thing she could have heard. It wasn't a tactic to get out of therapy either. She could see the weight lifted off of him. Hear it in the way he spoke. Feel it in the air. It was everything she wanted for him and more. The best part was that she'd been there for it. Without thinking, she hugged him around the neck. "I'm so happy for you." For a moment, he stood there rigid, and then he wrapped his arms around her. He pulled back, and those dark eyes held hers, only now there was a sparkle in them that hadn't been there before.
"Thank you for not giving up, and for listening."
The desire to kiss him was so strong, his lips seemed to have a gravitational pull. "You're welcome." He chuckled nervously, dropped his arms from around her, and stepped back.
"Guess it's a good thing, too, since I have that date on Friday. I don't think I have to worry about panic attacks now."
Date and doctor. 2 Ds that needed to go to a special hot place. She forced a smile. Yep, good thing. Ryder stepped around her and pulled a box of tea out of a cupboard.
"Here you go. I think I'm gonna go to bed for now. I've got a few searches running, and it can take a while to find anything."
Sure." She couldn't keep the disappointment out of her voice. He touched her arm.
"Or I could stay if you need to talk. I have some questions anyway, but I thought it'd be easier on you to wait until tomorrow."
To keep him around? She'd talk about anything he wanted, but it was selfish. "I know you're tired. We can talk tomorrow."
"Actually, I'm okay. Why don't I make you some tea and we'll take it to the living room?"
He smiled.
"Maybe a little conversation will help."
She chewed her lip. "Are you sure?"
"Positive."
He winked. Oh, her poor heart. He was someone she'd been searching for without even knowing it. A thought that, as his doctor, she shouldn't be having. But what if she wasn't his doctor? What then? It was such a fine line, and with Abel back in the picture sending people after her, it wasn't the time to consider it. Maybe later, much later, she'd revisit it. In the meantime, she'd enjoy her talks with Ryder. He made her feel safe, and that's what she needed most. With his back against the couch arm, Ryder sat facing Kennedy, Dr. Crenshaw. Her legs were pulled underneath her as she gingerly sipped the tea he'd made for her. He was tempted to sit across the room from her at a safer distance, but he didn't want her to worry that her being at his home was bothering him. His back was still lined with goosebumps from where she'd touched his scars. Then she'd hugged him, and that had caused even more problems. Her lips were so close he could feel their softness. And that coconut smell. It took effort not to bury his face in her hair and take a deep breath, like a weirdo. It was the last thing she needed after finding her apartment trashed.
"Okay, so tell me about your ex."
He'd found a picture of Abel from when he'd been booked for embezzlement. Now he just needed a personality to go with the photo. Maybe it would help in tracing him, too. She shrugged and set her cup atop her knee. He was a normal guy. Sweet, kind, generous. I met him just before I graduated from college. It was the most whirlwind thing I've ever experienced. I was madly in love with him. We got married, moved to New York City, and everything was great. How did a man let go of a woman like her? It was nuts in his mind.
"What happened?"
His mom died of cancer very suddenly. Like, they found it, and in months she was gone. He was really close to her, but not in a weird way. His whole family was close-knit and loving.
"Did he turn to gambling right away?"
She shook her head. No, not right away, but he was different. It was like he couldn't process losing her. Ryder took a drink of his water before continuing.
How long after was it?
Honestly, I don't know. He was hiding it at the beginning. My income paid the bills, and we'd travel and live off his. He was an investment broker, so we both made good money. I was at a conference buying lunch, and my debit card was declined. They ran it twice, and I figured it was a glitch with their system because I knew how much was in the account.
But it wasn't.
No, she said softly. I traced the charges back to an online gambling website.
Did you confront him?
A sharp laugh popped out. Oh, I did. He swore it was a one-time thing. That he'd just gotten too caught up in it and that he'd never do it again. She leaned her head against the back of the couch. I can't tell you how many times he said that to me.
How did it progress from there?
Her brows knitted together as she took the teacup from her knee and set it on the side table behind her. For months we went round and round, me confronting him and him making promises. It went from his draining the account to using the money I'd set aside for our bills, including our car and house payments. Ryder watched her a moment, wishing he could hold and comfort her. I finally took him off all of our accounts. He agreed to go to counseling, and I thought things were better. Months passed, and everything seemed fine. Except he'd moved from online gambling to sports betting to backroom poker games. Poker games with people who had no qualms about hurting people who owed them.
Yeah, I've dealt with some of them in my time with the Guardian group. Keep going.
The last straw before I kicked him out was when 2 men showed up at my door demanding to be paid or they'd kill him. He owed over $70,000. I had to drain our savings account and get a second mortgage on the house. She let out a heavy sigh. Again, he made promises, got an apartment, and renewed his pledge to get help. A week later, he was arrested for embezzling from his company to the tune of $700,000. Ryder blinked.
Wow. I can't believe he got away with it long enough to steal that much.
Abel is a slick talker. He can sell ice to someone living in the frozen tundra. I realized then that he was never going to be the man I married ever again. I served him divorce papers while he was awaiting trial. He begged me not to, but men showed up at my home a second time, threatening me if I didn't pay. I was done living like that. Nodding, Ryder said,
Yeah, because those men, they would hurt you.
I know. I scrambled to find the money, including selling my car in order to pay them off. I lost everything. With the second mortgage and all his debts, I couldn't make the payments by myself, so I lost the house to bankruptcy. After that, I packed up and left, trying to start over.
What does your family think?
She shrugged. My mom and dad were great. Supportive. The only reason I'm not terrified for them at the moment is that they went to Europe for the summer. My mom has family in Ireland, and it had been a while since she'd seen any of them.
That's good to know. I was about to call Noah and have him set up protection for them, too.
A small smile quirked on her lips. Thanks. Ryder leaned forward and touched her arm.
Are you okay after talking about all this?
Dr. Crenshaw nodded. Actually, I am. I've talked about it before with a colleague when it all started, but talking to you has helped even more. Thanks. She held his gaze a heartbeat before scooting closer. Do you think you could hold me for a while? I know I need to be... He didn't even let her finish before pulling her close and wrapping his arms around her.
I can hold you as long as you want me to. You're safe with me. I'll do everything in my power to keep you from harm.
The feel of her in his arms, her body flush against his, was amazing. He loved the way she felt, her soft skin, her hair grazing his arms, and the way her hand palmed his chest as she laid her head against him. It was everything he'd wanted and more. It was also painful because he knew it was fleeting. She didn't see him as someone she could have a future with. Just because she asked for comfort didn't mean she'd changed her mind. He'd put an end to her ex giving her grief, and then he'd find a new therapist. There was no way he was going to be able to continue seeing her after this. Not after knowing what it was like to have her in his arms. And he was going to need time away from her to move on. Chapter 18. Grumbling to herself, Kennedy set her elbow on her desk, put her head in her hand, and checked through her email. Not that she was actually focusing on anything that morning. She was too angry to see clearly. Her life was going along just fine until Abel had to burst into it. Instead of letting her ex control her yet again, she'd woken up with the determination to go on about her life like nothing had happened. If someone was coming for her, there was nothing she could do to stop it. She was going to the office and getting some work done. As she'd reached the door, Ryder had stepped in front of her with his arms crossed over his chest and a set jaw. Under no uncertain terms was she going anywhere alone until he knew who had left that letter. Even Rufus gave him back up. Ryder said he'd made a promise to keep her safe, and he was going to keep it. It was sweet, and to tell the truth, she wanted him close. After being held by him the night before, she couldn't imagine a time when she wouldn't want him as close as possible. She'd been freezing, and he was the warm blanket she'd needed. At some point, she must have fallen asleep on him, and like the gentleman he was, he'd carried her to bed. In her dream, he'd kissed her forehead as he covered her up. Before leaving for work, he'd informed her of what he was doing to catch the guys who'd threatened her. He'd set up a number of automated searches on his computer that were running through known acquaintances of Abel's. But so far, nothing had turned up. Either they were deceased or in prison. The ones who weren't, which were very few, had turned their lives around, checking in with their parole officers and showing solid employment histories. Not saying they couldn't have slipped up, but so far, nothing indicated they had. It hadn't stopped Ryder from putting trackers on their browsing histories. A knock from her door drew her attention away from her computer screen. "Hey." Ryder smiled.
"I finished power washing the house. It'll need a few days to really dry out before I start painting."
Rufus perked up. He kept her company in the office while Ryder worked outside. That's what Ryder had called it, but she suspected he wanted Rufus there in case anything happened. The dog gave a soft bark and laid his head back down. Kennedy checked the time on her desktop. It wasn't even lunchtime yet. Wow, that was fast.
"I knew it wouldn't take too long."
He stepped inside her office.
Is there anything else that needs work? I don't really want to leave you here alone, and I'd feel weird just standing around."
Shaking her head, she said, "No, not really." Willow stopped just inside the door.
"Hey, Ryder, thank you so much for working on the house. It looks so much better."
His cheeks turned the cutest shade of pink.
"No problem."
She turned her attention to Kennedy. Hey, I've got a lead on a couple of dogs in South Carolina. I was wondering if you could hold down the fort while I go evaluate them. I'll be back by Friday morning." Kennedy leaned forward with her arms on her desk. "Friday morning? Usually when you go home, you stay the weekend." Willow's cheeks flushed, and she smiled as she cast her gaze to the floor.
"I have a date. The first one in forever."
"Date?" Kennedy squeaked. Was Willow the person Ryder had asked out? She swallowed hard as her stomach soured. Willow dating Ryder. Kennedy knew she needed to be happy for both of them. Ryder was a great guy. Willow was sweet. Them together, the thought made Kennedy want to throw up. Yeah, he's a sweet guy. Willow's gaze flicked to Ryder, and the blush deepened. Anyway, is it okay with you? No, Kennedy barked. Her mind and her mouth were worlds apart. Willow cocked her head. It's not? Kennedy took a deep breath. No, it's totally fine. I'm sorry. My head just isn't here today. Everything okay? Willow asked. Ryder caught Kennedy's gaze and held it. Kennedy nodded. Things are okay.
Will you be staying with family while you're in South Carolina?
Ryder directed the question to Willow. Yeah, I'd really like to stay longer, but I know I'm needed here, and of course, my date. She smiled. Are you taking Greta with you or leaving her here at the kennel? Kennedy asked. Willow shrugged. Well, I could take her with me. She does need the work, and my family has a huge yard she'd love to play in. Kennedy stood and rounded the desk. You know what? We've been going nonstop since I got here. We have no dogs at the moment. I say we use this time to recharge. It would keep Willow out of harm's way and give Kennedy the chance to take care of her issues as well. How about 2 weeks? Her coworker's mouth dropped open. 2 weeks? I can't afford to go without pay that long. Paid. You've worked hard and you deserve some time off. That's awesome. I'll just reschedule my date. I'm sure he'll understand. Willow hurried forward and hugged her. Thank you so much. Kennedy held Ryder's gaze as she returned Willow's hug. Part of her hated that Ryder would have to reschedule, but the other, greener version of herself was nearly giddy. You bet. Go ahead home and pack. Ryder released her and bounced out of the office. Thank you. Ryder crossed his arms over his chest and whispered,
Good call. It gets her safely out of town and changes up your routine. The letter said they'd be back in a week.
Yeah, that was exactly why she sent Willow packing. Not because she was so jealous she could choke. Of course, I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier. I could have taken the whole day off. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. Let me get things situated and we can go.
Sure,
he said, as he walked to the couch and sat.
Take your time.
Kennedy walked back to her desk and eased herself into her chair. Her emotions were all over the place. From being worried about the letter to wondering if Ryder and Willow would make a love connection. Gah, she was losing her mind. Maybe with the time off, she could not only get her ex taken care of, but also get herself straightened out as well. Chapter 19. Grabbing his phone, Ryder dialed Noah and sat on the couch while Kennedy showered. He was still calling her Dr. Crenshaw to her face, but in his head, he'd given up calling her doctor halfway through the day. It was simply too hard. Rufus jumped up on the couch and laid his head on Ryder's thigh.
Hey.
Noah answered on the second ring. Most likely he was still at headquarters because Mia was working.
Hey, has Mia found anything?
Ryder was looking too, but he had to admit, sometimes Mia was just quicker than him.
No, but we aren't done.
With a snort, Ryder leaned back.
Yeah, I can see Mia now.
He absent-mindedly petted Rufus as he pictured Mia furiously typing on her keyboard and grumbling to herself. Is that Ryder? Mia's voice called from the background. Noah laughed.
Yeah, it's him.
How are you doing? Her voice became clearer as the question ended. Ryder suspected she was sitting next to Noah now.
I'm good.
Next thing he knew, a video call was coming through. He tapped the screen, and Noah and Mia came into view. I have a bone to pick with you. It's been months since I've seen you, You don't call, you don't email, nothing. Do you know how worried I was?"
"Okay, Mom," Ryder laughed. "I know, and I'm sorry. Did you not believe me when I said I was fine?"
She lifted an eyebrow. "This way I can see for myself. And you're right, you do look better." It felt weird talking to them about the things that had been bothering him, but he knew he needed to.
"It wasn't my fault. I could no more have changed what happened than I could have stayed behind while everyone else went in. They were kids, and they needed our help. Bad intel or not, I would have done the same thing."
A smile spread on Mia's lips. "It wasn't, and knowing you as I do, it wouldn't have changed anything. You are such a good man, Ryder. You deserve some happiness."
"What helped you come to that?" Noah asked. "Well, Rufus, for one."
Mia tilted her head. "Rufus?" Ryder chewed his lip as he nodded.
Yeah." He turned his head so they could see Rufus. "Say hi, buddy."
Rufus barked and wagged his tail. Gasping, Mia took the phone out of Noah's hand. "He's adorable. When do I get to meet him?"
"You know you aren't supposed to pet emotional support animals, right?"
He rolled his lips in. Keeping Mia from petting Rufus would be like keeping Loki from being a jerk. Her lips turned down. "Not pet him? I didn't know that."
"Yeah, it can mess with their training, but I'm not sure I'd call him an emotional support dog now. I'm not sure I need him." He paused a second. "But I'm keeping him. He's mine."
Noah took the phone back.
"Really?" "Yeah, I mean it. I'm good. I went to the grocery store the other day and nothing. I was fine."
Mia groaned. "Why aren't you here so I can hug you? That is so great." Noah chuckled.
"What happened?"
Ryder shrugged.
"Having him stay here made me realize just how lonely I was. Then Dr. Crenshaw, I don't want to spend the rest of my life alone. I want what you, Colby, and Gunnar have, and I knew I couldn't have that unless I let go of the past. If I'm going to be in a relationship, I have to be in the present."
Smiling, Mia said, "I really love you, Ryder, and that makes my heart so happy." Noah laughed as he put his arm around her.
"How is Kennedy doing?" "She's doing as well as she can."
His boss grinned, and Ryder braced himself.
"And is anything else going on?"
Mia looked at Noah, and then to the screen. "What else is going on?"
Nothing is going on. We have a professional relationship, and that's all."
Noah rolled his eyes.
"You said you had feelings for her."
"Feelings for her?" Mia's eyes widened as her smile grew. "That's awesome!" Ryder shook his head.
"I don't. It's platonic. It was just me feeling lonely. She made it clear she doesn't want anything like that with me. I don't really blame her either. I'll worry about our relationship later."
Mia frowned. "You'll find someone, and it won't take long. I just know it." He glanced down at Rufus.
"For now, I've got Rufus, and I'm good."
"I can't wait to meet him in person," Mia said.
"Yeah, he's pretty cool. I'm telling you, he's the smartest dog you'll ever meet."
Smiling, Noah said,
"Good thing the boss is okay with animals in the workplace."
Ryder nodded.
"Yeah, about that. I'd like to come back when this is over. I'm ready to get back to work."
And it would get him a couple of hours from Kennedy. By the time this was over, he was pretty sure the same solar system would be too close. "Are you sure?" Mia asked. "We don't want you to come back until you're really ready."
"I'm sure. Being in my hometown has been good, but I want to come home."
Noah shrugged.
"If Kennedy gives you the all clear, then I'm okay with that." "I'll agree to that."
Ryder yawned.
"Hey, I'm going to let you go. I've got a little work to do, and then I'm calling it a night." Mia is calling it a night, too.
Her mouth dropped open. I am not.
You've been here since Ryder called Monday night. You're going home and taking a break.
Ryder laughed.
I agree with Noah.
She narrowed her eyes. I will eat all of your hot tamales if you mess with me.
I'll buy more.
He grinned. Mia's lips pinched together. Fine. If I'd known the two of you were going to gang up on me, I wouldn't have video chatted.
Good night, Mia,
Ryder said, waving as he ended the call. He set the phone down on the side table and continued to pet Rufus's head. His heart felt even lighter than it had. Confessing to Noah that he'd punched through the other side made it feel official. Now all he needed to do was find who threatened Kennedy, get his release signed off, and get back to headquarters. That was the part that didn't feel so light. He hadn't been honest with Noah and Mia, but he didn't need them encouraging something Ryder knew was one-sided. He'd fallen for Kennedy, and leaving her was going to hurt. At least he'd be surrounded by friends. Friends who were in love, but he could handle that. He hoped. Chapter 20. Friday arrived like a bad rash. Kennedy's already sour mood had grown darker and darker throughout the week. She'd done her best to keep it from infecting Ryder, but the looming knowledge of his date, if it hadn't been with Willow, had her in a tizzy, a full-on mental meltdown. It wasn't even like she could date him. She knew that. Words like unethical, immoral, manipulative, and all the other icky words floated in her head like a storm. But her heart didn't seem to give a care. Well, not just her heart. Her body, too. Any time Ryder got near her, goosebumps would line her spine, and she'd resist the urge to lean into him. Boy, did he smell fantastic. Whatever aftershave or cologne he used was the best thing her nose ever had the pleasure of sniffing. Her cheeks burned with the memory of him catching her actually leaning over to breathe him in. Have mercy. Her only saving grace was that they'd gone out for drive-thru and they'd ordered different things. She'd panicked and said she loved the smell of whatever he'd ordered. Worst mistake of her life. Being the sweet man that he was, he switched meals with her since she liked it so much. Until she bit into it. Oyster tacos? What maniac puts ocean snot in a taco? Seriously, it took so much effort not to gag that she even thought about confessing the real reason she'd leaned over. Needless to say, that night she'd spent some time in the bathroom returning her dinner to the sea. As she sat on the couch, she kept eyeing the time on her phone, waiting for a freshly showered Ryder to come out of his room to leave for his date. She was sure he was going to be dressed to break hearts. He wouldn't have to take names. Women would be throwing them at him. It was already dark outside. When was he planning on leaving? They'd gone to the house earlier in the day, and he'd worked on it a little, sanding some of the more troublesome spots. After, they'd gone to the hardware store and picked out some paint. She wanted it to be bright, friendly, and welcoming, so she'd picked sunshine yellow for the trim and white for the rest. They'd returned to the house, and he'd started by painting the trim, which would take the longest. She'd helped too. Maybe if they got the house fixed up, it would be noticeable, and they wouldn't have to wait until September to see an increase in donations. Footsteps and the click of nails sounded from the hallway, and Kennedy glanced over her shoulder. Of course, Rufus was right there with him. And Ryder was in pajamas? I thought you had a date. Maybe it had been with Willow. He froze.
I canceled it because I can't leave you alone. We're still looking for the creeps who wrote that letter.
Rufus's head darted from Ryder to her, and then he yawned, walked over to the dog bed, and lay down. Her mouth dropped open. Now she felt really horrible. I can stay with a friend or something so you can go.
That's okay.
She stood and walked to him. No, really, I can find somewhere. It's not right that you have to change your life to fit me.
Really, it's okay.
But you should go on your date. Why on earth was she pushing this? Why wasn't she dancing with glee that he was staying home? Because she wasn't a selfish brat, that's why. He needed to get out and have a life. He deserved it. He shook his head and walked around her, stopping in the kitchen and opening the fridge.
I'm fine.
She followed him. Ryder, it's not fine. You've spent enough time alone. You need to get out and go on your date. I'll be fine. You can leave Rufus with me.
I'm good, really,
he said, as he grabbed a soda and shut the fridge. But
I don't want to go.
He stepped around her again and walked to the couch with her following. Kennedy threw up her hands. What happened that you don't want to go? Did she call off the date? Ryder took a sip of his drink, set it on the side table, and faced her.
No, she didn't call off the date. I just don't want to go. I'm fine.
You need to go on this date. You've been talking about
Dr. Crenshaw.
Something inside of her broke. Everything she'd been feeling the entire week hit her emotional dam, and it just crumbled. My name is Kennedy. Call me Kennedy. So much for not being a spoiled brat. She sure sounded like one, but she didn't care. He rubbed the back of his neck.
I can't.
She huffed. Yes, you can. This isn't a session. I'm staying with you while you protect me, which, honestly, you don't have to do because no one has tried anything. I bet they realized I had no money, and they went looking for Abel again.
I'm not leaving you here alone. That's final. No way.
You don't have to protect me anymore. I'll be fine. Ryder raked his hand through his hair. She continued. I'll go back to my apartment and work on cleaning it, and you can go on your date.
I lied.
The words sounded more blurted than purposeful. His eyes widened, and he stood there looking at her like he'd been caught stealing a candy bar from the grocery store. What?
I lied. You were worried about staying with me, so I told you I had a date. I didn't want you to worry that you'd be fending me off or something. The moment I said I had a date, you relaxed and agreed to stay here. I didn't know what else to do to assure you I wouldn't push myself on you again.
He took a breath and grumbled. Blood rushed in her ears so hard it was like white noise. He'd lied? To make her comfortable? Talk about a heart melter. So this whole week, when I've asked you about your date?
I never had one.
She smiled. It was the sweetest lie ever, and she'd never been more relieved in her life. He wasn't going on a date. A rainbow was showing after the storm. She was thrilled all the way to her toes. Thank you for letting me stay here, and that was sweet. I'm sorry you don't really have a date, though. He shrugged and smiled.
It's not a big deal, Dr. Crenshaw.
The bee in her bonnet buzzed like it had been hit with radioactive waves. Call me Kennedy.
No,
he said, turning around and storming back to the kitchen. She groaned and followed him, standing in the middle of the room. It was a closed galley kitchen, which meant now he had nowhere to go and he'd have to listen to her. As I said before, this isn't a session. You're my bodyguard or whatever. You can call me Kennedy. He kept his back to her.
I have to call you Dr. Crenshaw. I have to.
No, you don't. What was it going to take? Turning, he faced her, his lips in a tight line and eyebrows drawn in.
I have to call you Dr. Crenshaw. It's to remind me that I can't kiss you.
Her lips parted as she sucked in a sharp breath. Oh. Her voice sounded small even to her own ears.
Please, I'm trying to respect you. I want you safe, but...
He hung his head.
I know we can't...
Before she could overthink it, or even possibly stop herself, she closed the small gap between them and brushed her lips across his. Since the moment he'd first kissed her, she'd been fighting with herself. She'd wanted that kiss and she'd run from it. As his doctor, it was wrong to want it, but hadn't she just made the case that this wasn't a doctor-patient situation any longer? Pulling back just a breath, she locked eyes with him. Had she gone too far? He'd promised he wouldn't kiss her again. Did that mean even if she kissed him first, he wouldn't return it? Why did it ache so much to think she'd never feel his lips on hers again? In the next instant, he took her face in his strong hands and crushed his lips to hers. It was two large stars colliding, and the force blinded her. She'd never wanted anyone the way she wanted him. And it seemed as if the same hunger she felt for him was being returned in the way he was kissing her. He lifted her by the waist, stepped forward, and set her on the countertop, never taking his lips from hers. His hand slid up her back and into her hair, and he deepened the kiss with a moan. She tried to imagine a real kiss with him, but nothing in her imagination could have prepared her for the way he was kissing her, as if she was all he wanted or would ever want. Pulling his hand from her hair, he curled around her like he couldn't get enough of her. It wasn't a feeling she'd experienced before. Someone needing her, just her, that much. So much so that any amount of space was too much. Kennedy had no idea how long they kissed, just that when he pulled away, she felt lightheaded from lack of air. He kissed the tender spot behind her ear before setting his forehead against her shoulder. She sank her hand into his hair and pressed her lips against the soft flesh of his neck. A shiver ran through his body, and the next thing she knew, his lips were on hers again. This time it wasn't hungry or needy or desperate. It was delicate and sweet. He left her lips, leaving a trail of fiery tingles along her jaw, down to the hollow of her neck, and made his way back. Each touch felt like he was savoring her. When he captured her lips this time, it felt so different. It was raw and powerful, something she never wanted to let go of. Only, there was the question of her being his doctor. What would people think of her and her ability to treat people if they found out she'd kissed a patient? She cared about her reputation, and she loved her job. Breaking the kiss, she touched her forehead to his, tears pooling in her eyes. "I'm your doctor. What if—"
"You're fired."
She quickly leaned back and blinked. "What?" A smirk met her.
"You're fired. I fired you a week ago."
Her jaw dropped as she tried to process what he was saying. "You can't fire me. I quit." The smirk turned into a wide smile.
"I accept your resignation."
She cupped his neck with her hand and pulled his lips down to hers again. For months, she'd been longing to kiss him, fighting against her desire for him, and now that she was free to kiss him, she wanted to make up for lost time. A second later, an alarm blared. Ryder quickly pulled away and looked at his phone.
"We've got company."
"What?"
"You really think I'd bring you here and not have an alarm system on the house? I'm not new to this."
He winked. A sense of dread ran through Kennedy. "We'll be safe, right?" she whispered. He looked back down at his phone.
"Looks like a delivery guy. Did you order something while I was taking a shower?"
Kennedy shook her head. "No."
Stay right here. I'll take care of it.
Okay. She smiled, feeling more alive than she had in longer than she could remember. He turned to walk away and pointed his finger at her.
We have a lot to talk about after this. Logistics to work out?
She rolled her lips in and nodded. They had a lot of things to talk about, and she didn't even know where to begin. All she knew was that she wanted him. As long as the talk included details about forever, she'd talk until the end of time. With one last wink at Kennedy, he walked to the side table, opened the drawer, and pulled out a gun. He put his finger to his lips. That was all it took to get Rufus's attention. He was out of his dog bed and at Ryder's side faster than she'd ever seen him move. So far, he wasn't growling, so that seemed like a good sign. She watched as Ryder hid his sidearm behind his back and opened the door. She listened in, hoping to hear the conversation.
Hello?
Ryder said.
Yeah, I have a delivery.
The guy didn't sound very old, nor did he sound like the gruff loan shark she'd heard during Abel's message.
I didn't order any delivery. Perhaps you have the wrong address.
Kennedy heard the shuffle of a box.
Aw, man, I'm sorry. I got the number reversed.
Ryder chuckled.
Happens to the best of us. Sorry about that,
the guy said. A few moments later, the door shut. She exhaled in relief that it wasn't more than just a confused kid. Before she could finish the thought, a loud crash sounded from the front of the house. The next second, Kennedy screamed when Ryder was thrown to the floor as 6 guys tackled him. Instead of staying by Ryder, Rufus bolted over to her as she jumped to the floor from where she was sitting on the countertop. "Stop!" she screamed. Her whole body was trembling. She'd never been more scared in her life. The flash of a gun went off and Ryder went still. From where Kennedy stood, she didn't know if they'd hurt him or killed him. 2 of the men approached her, and Rufus bared his teeth, growling low and deep. The hair along his back stood on end. They were going to have to go through him if they wanted to get to Kennedy. One of the men pointed his gun at Rufus, and Kennedy's heart sank. "No," she said. "Please don't. I'll come with you. Just don't hurt him."
"Call the dog off,"
the man said without lowering his gun. Kennedy stooped next to Rufus. "Heal, okay? I'm going to go with them. You stay here with Ryder, okay? Just keep him safe."
"Your boyfriend's dead, and if this dog doesn't move aside, it will be too."
Her gaze went to where Ryder lay, where the men who had rushed him were all standing. Blood was smeared along his temple. Kennedy was empty, raked out and lifeless. "You killed him?" Even as she said it, she didn't believe it. In her gut, she knew that wasn't true, but she was smart enough not to voice it. The man stepped forward and grabbed her by the arm.
"We got business to discuss."
Rufus growled again. "No, Rufus," she said, keeping her eyes on Ryder. "Go lie down next to Ryder." The dog tilted his head as he looked at her and whined. "Go!" The man yanked her, putting her between him and the other goon. As she was pulled to the front door, Rufus draped himself across Ryder's body. Kennedy blinked back tears. She was staying put, he was going to be right back, and they were going to talk. A numbness started at the top of her head and slowly moved down her body. One last glance, and Ryder was gone from view. She loved him, and she had no idea if she'd ever see him again. The thought jerked her to a stop. In love with him. Head over heels, madly in love with him.
"Keep moving."
The man yanked her into a walk. She just had to stay alive long enough to tell Ryder. Chapter 21. Sitting on the edge of the couch, Ryder held an ice pack against his head.
How did you guys get here so fast?
He had set his alarm to notify the Guardian Group team if something set it off, so they'd seen the alarm and then the feed was cut. They'd raced for his place immediately. Right before they'd arrived, Ryder had woken up with Rufus lying across him. At first, he was angry because Rufus should have protected Kennedy. But then he put himself in Kennedy's shoes. He suspected Rufus had tried, and she'd told him to stand down. If he knew Kennedy as well as he thought he did, Rufus had been threatened, and she'd agreed to go to keep him from being shot. More than likely, Rufus had covered Ryder to hide the fact that he wasn't actually dead. It had been a smart move, one that Ryder was thankful for. Sitting across from him, Mia used the coffee table as a seat with Rufus happily lying at her feet, soaking up her attention. It's only a 2-hour drive, and my husband was a little creative with the speed limit. She bent down and stroked Rufus's head. You are such a good boy. Rufus barked. His tail wagged so hard it thumped the floor.
Yeah, because you said if we didn't get here and now, you'd have me sleeping on the couch.
Noah exhaled sharply. Okay, I was demanding, and he was creative. Mia leaned forward and touched Ryder's temple. Are you sure you don't need to be seen by a doctor?
He jerked back. My head is fine. It's my heart we need to worry about. I didn't even see it coming.
Mason crossed his arms over his chest.
Yeah, he does.
Their field medic had already given his opinion, but Ryder promptly ignored it. Those men had Kennedy, and Ryder was getting her back. In one piece. So he could tell her he loved her. That's what he'd wanted to talk to her about before he was ambushed. They'd shared the hottest kiss he'd ever experienced. And the sweetest. He'd known how he felt, and he'd tried everything to push them down because he thought she didn't want him. The second her lips touched his, he couldn't hold back how he felt about her. He loved her with every fiber of his being. If this had happened prior to dealing with his past, he would have been crippled. But now, he didn't have time to wallow in self-pity or doubt. His girl was taken, and she was depending on him to find her. Ryder glared at him over his shoulder.
Shut up! No, I don't. It's just a graze.
He'd been knocked out, as evidenced by the knot on the side of his head. The bullet barely missed, leaving a cut along his temple. His friend lifted an eyebrow and rolled his eyes. Elijah walked into the living room.
Okay, I called about that pizza delivery. The kid was sent here to deliver the pizza to distract you. They cut the security feed while you answered the door. Whoever is on that payroll was quick.
Ryder tossed the ice pack down.
The guns were amateurs. Either that or they didn't want to kill me, which I don't understand.
Picking up her open laptop, Mia set it on her lap, and her fingers flew over the keys. Before they cut your security, one of the dopes drove past the camera, and we got their license plate. I've been running a search. Ryder flicked a glance at Noah.
I told you they were amateurs. That, or they didn't know who they were messing with, and my bet is on that.
Noah replied. Elijah stopped next to Mason.
I agree with Noah. I suspect they were coming for Kennedy and thought maybe you were a rent-a-bodyguard. They never expected you to have trained backup.
Got 'em. Mia grinned. I think I've got them. They used a credit card at the rental company, and it was used again about an hour ago. They were going west on US 70. She looked at Ryder. I've also checked her call log on her cell phone. Abel's been calling her. Did you know that? Ryder shook his head.
No, I asked about him, but she said nothing about getting calls from him.
Well, she has, and the last one pinged from a cell tower about 20 miles from Hassel, North Carolina. It's about 2 hours from here.
Why didn't she tell me?
Mia sighed. The last call she took from him was a few weeks ago. It didn't last long. I suspect she stopped answering and didn't think she needed to tell you about the calls. She moved her laptop back to the coffee table. If you haven't noticed, Kennedy is loyal to a fault sometimes. She told me bits and pieces about him, but nothing substantial. I think she's hoped that he would turn things around. Did that mean she still loved him? Ryder's heart poured onto the floor. She'd kissed Ryder, not like a woman still in love with another man. Maybe she felt vulnerable? He swore under his breath. And he'd taken advantage of her. Why didn't he think more clearly?
Okay, Ryder replied. Regardless, we have to find her.
Mia's computer dinged and she checked it. The credit card was just used again. That same spot outside of Hassel.
Man, these guys are not the brightest, Mason said.
Elijah snorted.
Which backs up our theory that they have no idea who's coming for them.
Ryder stood a little too quickly and swayed. Scrambling to his feet, Noah steadied him.
I don't know, Ryder. Maybe Mason is right. Maybe you need to have your head checked. If it was Mia, what would you do?
His friend flicked his gaze to Mia.
Probably something stupid.
Exactly. At least I'm not going off into a warehouse while shot. Groaning, Noah rolled his eyes.
You are never going to let that go, are you?
Mia barked a laugh. And with good reason. That was stupid. As Noah glared at Ryder, he pulled Mia into his arms.
And worth every lump I got.
He kissed her cheek. Ryder lifted an eyebrow. See? Now let's go! He picked up his sidearm off the couch. We can plan when we get a layout of the area.
All right, you guys heard him. Let's load up.
Noah tipped Mia's face up to him.
You are not going. Colby should be here any minute. You're flying back to Tennessee with him. You'll stay there until I get done. Got it?
Mia smiled. Yeah. It was a sweet and tender moment. One Ryder wanted with Kennedy someday. Not that he wanted there to be danger involved, just he wanted moments like those with someone he loved. Elijah pulled out his phone.
I'll let local police here and in Hassel know what's going on.
Ryder was in turmoil. He had no idea who had Kennedy, what they wanted from her, or what they would do when they realized she didn't have what Abel promised. One thing was for sure. The next time he saw her, he was going to tell her he loved her. They'd talk about what that meant once she was somewhere safe. And Abel? He'd be dealing with Ryder from now on. Gagged, blindfolded, and strapped to a hard chair with her hands tied behind her back, Kennedy had no choice but to simply sit and wait in the creepy, dark, moldy-smelling room. She guessed she'd been sitting there for almost 2 hours, and the ride to wherever she was had taken a couple of hours at least. She tried to stay awake the whole trip, but she cried herself to sleep after being stuffed into the trunk of a car. She knew it was only a couple of hours because she was still groggy when they woke her up and dragged her out. A door opened and she perked up. She murmured into the cloth, keeping her from talking. In the next moment, both her blindfold and gag were gone. She blinked as her eyes tried to adjust. Abel? Surely he wouldn't have brought her into this mess willingly. He stood, staring down at her, his eyebrows knitted together.
I told you I need money, but you wouldn't listen.
And I told you I didn't have any. Looking around, she realized she was in what looked like a rundown cabin. The lights that were on were rather dim, and the whole place looked as if it hadn't been used in years. Her ex-husband sighed and turned to one of the men she recognized from the house.
Tell your boss she has the money. I just have to get her to cooperate. She thinks she's teaching me tough love.
No, I don't. Abel, what makes you think I have this money? He leveled his gaze at her.
You're a licensed therapist. Are you really going to tell me you don't have the money? You were the saver, remember?
I let my license lapse. I told you that. Abel set his hands on his hips and groaned.
She's just playing hardball.
The front door opened and an average-height man with a paunch walked in.
Hello, Abel. Please tell me your lovely wife has my money.
The man next to Abel shook his head.
She says she doesn't have it, boss. She does have it. She's a therapist and she thinks she's enabling me.
Abel's gaze darted from the man to Kennedy.
She has it.
Why would you send these men after me? Kennedy asked. We're not married. She looked at the man who'd just entered the room. I divorced him over a year ago. The man tilted his head.
Is that so? Honey, shut up. You'll get your money, Abel said. I thought you said if I got her here, you'd be able to pay me what you owe.
Kennedy couldn't believe what she was hearing. You sent them to get me?
Shut up.
Abel nodded at the man, training his gaze on her.
Yes, she has it. She's lying. I know her. She saved every dime she could. She just doesn't want to give it to me. You better hope she does. Otherwise, I'll have you both killed and buried out here where no one will ever find you.
Abel jerked his gaze to the man, and his eyes widened.
Please, just let me have a little time alone with her. I'll talk some sense into her, and I'll get you the money. He sighed. She's scared right now, and not thinking straight. If you and your men will just give us a minute alone, I'll convince her.
The man looked from Abel to Kennedy and motioned with his head for his man to follow him out. She closed her eyes and silently prayed that her gut had been right and Ryder was alive. The guy's in the other rooms, too. She needs to feel safe. Abel said, Fine. Come on, guys. Give the man some time alone with this girl. He stopped at the door. Take advantage of this moment together. If I don't get my money, it'll be the last one you have, he said, and shut the door. Abel turned on Kennedy. What was that? Are you trying to get us killed? She struggled against the ropes binding her to the chair. I've been kidnapped, tied to a chair, and my life has been threatened. How is any of this my fault? It was either that or they'd kill me. So you send them after me instead? Did they threaten you or something? Abel squatted in front of her and pushed her hair over her shoulder. You've let your hair grow out. I always told you how beautiful it would be if you did that. She flinched back. Don't touch me! I've missed you, Kennedy. Not enough to stop gambling. You sent these people for me. Abel hung his head. I have. I just made a mistake. It was a relapse. She scoffed. You were barely out of prison, and you were already gambling, Abel. I can't go through this again. I know losing your mom was hard. You don't know anything. He spat. The man she once loved looked at her with such hatred that she didn't recognize him. You're right. I don't, and I don't know you. I don't have any money, Abel, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. You may as well call them back and get this over with. Shut up. I'm getting out of this. You'll just take out a loan. We'll tell these guys you have the money, and we'll go to the bank and get it. My credit is shot. I lost the house, my car, everything. You took everything from me. Tears pooled in her eyes, and she cast her gaze down. No. I was gullible, and I gave it to you, thinking, hoping you'd change and love me. I let you treat me however you wanted, whatever whim you had at the time. I did love you. She looked up at him, a small plan forming. All she needed to do was live long enough for Ryder to find her. No, you didn't. You loved you from the very beginning, and I was too blind to see it. She paused. I'll help you because I don't want to die. We'll go to the bank, and I'll do whatever I can to get you the money, and then we are done. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
No, Abel, I mean it. There won't be a next time. That man you killed when they kidnapped me worked for a private security firm. I'm sure a group of ex-Army Rangers would love to have the hide of the man who had their friend killed. And I will help them find you. Abel looked at her like she'd slapped him.
I know you. You wouldn't do that. You don't give up on people.
Kennedy held his gaze. You should consider this my white flag. Never in her life had she felt such conviction. In that moment, she realized it wasn't her giving up on him. It was her fighting for her own mental health, her own worth. There had been a sliver of hope left for Abel all this time. Not that they could work anything out, but that he still had a shred of decency left. But he was gone, and she was done. She wasn't giving up on herself, and she was no longer allowing Abel to have any control over her or her future. Hopefully, that future included Ryder. Chapter 22. Once Mia was safe with Colby and headed away from danger, Ryder and the team, along with Rufus, took the van north. While Noah drove, Ryder put his skills to use and found an aerial view of the cabin Abel's ping had traced to and the surrounding area. He was even able to pull up information about the owner, a man who was deceased and had left it to his children. Based on the pictures Ryder saw, they'd allowed it to sit since they'd inherited it. The area around the cabin was dense with foliage and large trees. After studying the images, Ryder found 2 ways to get to it. When they arrived in the area, they found that one was a smaller road which looked like it had been used as an ATV trail and was harder to see from the road. The main entrance was overgrown somewhat, but still visible. From the car tracks and disturbed brush they spotted, that was the route the men who took Kennedy had chosen. Noah pushed through the overgrowth blocking the ATV train, and they found a place where they could sit cloaked in darkness, just far enough from the cabin to remain undetected and still keep an eye on the occupants.
I see 3 people moving away from the cabin and 2 bodies remaining inside,
Ryder said as he studied the thermal imaging camera.
One looks to be seated. I'm guessing that's Kennedy, and I didn't see Abel walk out, so the other is probably him.
Rufus sat at his feet with his dark eyes trained on the camera. If Ryder didn't know better, the dog was studying it right along with him. Noah sat on the van bench next to him, nodding.
Agreed. Do you know who these guys are yet?
Yeah, Zeus Richards. He flew in earlier today and landed at a private airstrip. They'd filed a flight with FAA. I'm not sure who flew the plane, but if Zeus finds out the guy logged it, he'll kill him. The credit card links back to him as well.
So who is this guy?
A small-time shark with big dreams of moving up in the ranks. He takes more risks than others, but he's also known for being vicious when it comes to collecting. He's the guy you go to when you don't have credit anywhere else. He'll shake every tree in your family to find what you owe him. If you don't pay, he'll kill you and the person who was supposed to pay. That didn't sit well with Ryder. Not when he knew Kennedy was only a few feet away from the man. Ryder also knew she didn't have the money. Another reason they were being careful. Local law enforcement had been notified and were on standby, ready to give backup. They'd conferred on a video call with Noah, who relayed the information they'd gathered. From there, they'd contacted a friend at the FBI and alerted that agency to Zeus's presence in North Carolina. They'd be arriving shortly to take custody of the man.
I thought you said the guys he hired were amateurs, but he doesn't sound like someone who would do that.
Nodding, Ryder said, "Yeah, I know. I thought they were too, but I think I was just lucky." Rufus softly barked and Ryder laughed. Or my dog is just that smart. The door to the van opened, and Elijah and Mason slipped inside.
"I found a spot,"
Elijah said, pulling out his case containing his rifle.
"There's a back door to the cabin. I'll position myself by the door."
Mason moved to the back of the van and sat. Ryder nodded. He wouldn't say anything else. As a sniper, Elijah kept his kills to himself. Of the guys in his company, he seemed to be the least affected by the time in captivity. Of course, the same thing could have been applied to Ryder not long ago. He'd hid his problem until he couldn't. Maybe Elijah was the same way.
"You aren't leaving this van, Noah."
Ryder twisted to face him.
"I do believe I signed the paychecks." "Yeah, you do. And you have a wife who loves you and wants you to come home. This van is bulletproof. If this goes south, you get in that driver's seat and you don't stop until you're out of danger."
Noah scoffed.
"I'm no coward. Mia knows this is what I do. There's only a few of them." "Yeah, and a few guns. It only takes one bullet."
Ryder flicked a glance to Elijah. Elijah paused, assembling his rifle.
"You aren't a coward for wanting to go home to your wife. If we actually needed you, that would be one thing. But we don't. Stay in the van." "Agreed. You step outside this van, and I'll personally put you back in it,"
Mason said. Nodding, Ryder said,
"And I'll help. I love Mia. She's like a sister to me. I will not fly to Tennessee to tell her that her husband died when he didn't have to."
Looking around the van, Noah shook his head.
"No way."
Rufus growled low. Ryder smiled and glanced down at Rufus.
"Even he agrees."
He gripped Noah's shoulder.
"Listen, if you weren't married, it would be one thing. But you are, and you can't be stupid anymore. I can't change what happened in the past, but I can protect my future. If something happens to you here, I will carry that the rest of my life, because I'll know I could have done something different."
With a sigh, Noah lowered his gaze to the floor.
"Thank you."
His friend didn't want to look like he was backing down from a fight or letting Ryder down when he needed him. It was a noble gesture, and one Ryder appreciated.
"Stay in the van. We'll wear earpieces. If you see something, you can warn us. That will help."
Noah smiled.
"All right."
He crossed his arms over his chest.
"I suspect you'll want to blaze through the front."
He gave Ryder a pointed look. Ryder shook his head.
"No, I don't want to get shot again. I'm the smart one, remember?"
Mason and Elijah snorted.
"Shut up."
Noah glared at Elijah, and then Mason.
"Okay, since this is your show, what's the plan?"
Ryder scratched his jaw with his hand.
"That's a good question. I don't know what Abel's thinking right now. If Kennedy was dragged into this against his will, he'll want to get her out safely. If that's not the case, I don't know if he's willing to pull a gun on her or not." "Yeah, I would hope the latter is not the case," Mason replied. Ryder nodded. "Me too, but he's proven himself to be an idiot, so nothing's off the table."
Elijah finished assembling his gun and laid it across his lap.
"We need to draw those three away from the cabin so Abel doesn't hear anything. That way, when you open the door, he's expecting Zeus. You can surprise him." "True."
Ryder knitted his eyebrows together and looked down at Rufus.
"I bet they'd chase Rufus, and he's too smart to get caught. Right, buddy?"
Rufus barked softly and wagged his tail.
"This dog of yours is creepy," Mason said. "It's like he understands you."
Chuckling, Ryder said,
"Because I think he does. I believe wholeheartedly that this dog isn't a normal dog. You know how there are dogs that just show up, no explanation, and they're just special? Yeah.
Mason nodded.
He's that kind of dog.
Elijah called Rufus, and he trotted over, sitting between Elijah's legs.
Did you do a search on him? Someone could be missing him.
He scratched Rufus's head.
When I first got him, I spent a few hours combing the internet for something, looking his body over for tattoos or markings. There was nothing, Ryder said. I promise I did everything I could. We trust you, I just feel bad for the person who lost him.
Shrugging, Ryder nodded.
I know, I even called the shelter where Kennedy got him and broke into their records. Nothing. All it said was that he was an owner surrender. If that's true, then you might be right. He's just one of those special animals that shows up when you need them.
Elijah smiled.
I think so.
Ryder grinned as he looked at Rufus.
Okay, here's the plan. Elijah and Mason, you take Rufus and find a spot far enough away that you won't be heard. Send Rufus after Zeus and his goons and let him lead back to you. No kill shots unless it's necessary. I want them turned over to testify. Maybe the FBI can get them to roll on Zeus. That guy's got skeletons that need out of the closet.
Noah stooped as he walked to the side door of the van.
All right, you guys ready?
Elijah, Mason, and Rufus edged toward the door and slipped out into the night. For a moment, Ryder and Noah watched them before they disappeared into the dark woods. Once they were gone, Noah kept the door open a fraction. If something went wrong, Ryder needed to be ready to move. He pulled out his sidearm and checked the magazine.
Nervous?
Asked Noah.
No, anxious to get this over. You love her. With all my heart.
Ryder smiled.
And I didn't get the chance to tell her.
Noah exhaled heavily.
I know that feeling. The second you do, tell her. No matter what's happening, tell her.
Ryder nodded.
I will, and just so you know, I'm moving back home. Yeah, I figured. You jerks are dropping like flies.
Laughing, Ryder slapped him on the back.
I'll work remotely. I'll have a dedicated, secure room built. But if I can have a life with her, I get it. You don't need to explain anything to me.
Noah grinned.
Just tell her how you feel.
That's exactly what he planned to do. Even if he had to confess it in front of everyone. The first opportunity he had, Kennedy was going to know how he felt. He only hoped she felt the same. If she didn't, he'd wait for her until she did. He did. Chapter 23. The sound of a faint dog bark jerked Kennedy to attention. Rufus! It must be Rufus, which meant Ryder had to be near. She coughed the second time she heard him bark to cover it. I could really use some water, Abel, she said, continuing to cough. Abel waved her off.
Did you hear that?
Hear what? We're in the middle of the woods in the middle of the night. There could be anything out there.
It sounded like a dog. There are no dogs around here.
Kennedy rolled her eyes. It could be hunting dogs.
It's not hunting season, Kennedy, Abel grumbled. And stop talking so I can listen.
You're a real jerk. I don't know why I ever married you. He squatted in front of her and took her chin in his fingers.
I've often wondered that myself, especially when I was sitting in prison. You're part of the reason I went to prison.
No, I'm not. I didn't embezzle from your company. That was all you. His fingers slipped from her chin.
No, but you did write a letter to the prosecuting attorney. It wasn't exactly glowing.
Did you know those men that showed up that first time? His eyebrows furrowed.
Yeah?
Tears pricked her eyes against her will. They came back. Threatened to kill me if I didn't pay your debt.
You never told me that.
I didn't tell you a lot of things, Abel. I stopped talking to you long before you went to prison because our marriage and our lives revolved around you and your gambling. Did you know that I was awarded for a paper I wrote? It was prestigious and exhilarating. You were supposed to accompany me. Do you remember that? He shook his head.
No,
he whispered. The word had barely left his lips when the door cracked open. Abel quickly came to his feet and rounded Kennedy, using her as a shield. The door swung the rest of the way open, and Ryder stood framed by the entrance with a gun pointed at Abel. All he needed was a white horse, and he'd be a knight.
Hi.
He winked. Kennedy smiled. Hey, you're not dead.
No, I couldn't die when my girl was in danger.
The cold tip of a barrel pressed into the side of her neck, and her breath caught. Abel? Abel dug it in further.
If you want her to live, you'll back out of the room and give me an opportunity to get out of here. If you even think about pulling that trigger, I will drop you.
Ryder chuckled.
The only reason you're still alive is that I don't want Kennedy to watch her ex-husband die.
The pressure of the gun lessened a fraction.
Then I don't have to worry about you shooting me.
Ryder stepped further inside, keeping his back against the door, and looked at Kennedy.
I promised myself that the second I got the chance, I'd tell you that I love you. So I love you, Kennedy, with all my heart and with everything in me. That's great. I will kill her,
Abel snarled.
That little red dot hovering over your heart says that if you try, you will drop on the spot. I said I didn't want her to see you die, not that I wouldn't kill you.
There was a menacing tone in Ryder's voice that Kennedy had never heard before. The gun dropped from her neck.
Step away from her, Ryder said. Get on your stomach, thread your fingers together, and place them behind your head. If you make any other move at all, I will not hesitate to shoot you.
A man's voice that Kennedy didn't recognize called from behind her. Ryder lowered his gun, walked to her, and untied her. He'd barely loosened the ropes before he pulled her out of the chair, wrapping her in an embrace that warmed her to her soul. He leaned back and cupped her jaw. His eyes roamed over her face.
Are you okay?
I am now. The tears she'd held back earlier flowed freely down her cheeks. I just knew you'd rescue me.
I got here as quickly as I could.
He kissed her forehead.
But you aren't hurt?
No, he didn't hurt me. Did you mean what you said? That you love me? Ryder skated his fingertips along her cheek.
Every word. I love you more than I'll ever be able to express. You are beautiful inside and out, with equal measure.
He lowered his gaze.
I know.
I love you, she said.
I was hoping you did. I was going to wait if you didn't.
Rufus broke through the door and ran over to them, barking.
Good boy, Rufus,
Ryder said with a laugh. I'm telling her right now. The dog quieted and sat, his tail wagging. Ryder returned his gaze to hers. Kennedy brushed the back of her hand along his cheek. I love you. You are a special man. I knew that the moment I met you.
I could say the same about you.
He smiled that smile that made her knees weak and kissed her. Circling her arms around his neck, she threaded her fingers in his hair and returned the kiss. Instead of pulling her into danger, he'd risked his life for her. He loved her. He wanted her. She couldn't remember a time when she'd felt so loved and wanted. Everything she'd experienced prior to Ryder paled in comparison to what he was giving her. He curled around her, deepening the kiss. A throat clearing ended the kiss far quicker than she wanted.
This is Noah.
She smiled. Oh, you told me about him. The man's eyes narrowed.
It was all lies.
He said you were a great guy.
Oh, well then, it's the absolute truth.
He laughed.
Local law enforcement wants her statement.
Sure, she said, and caught Ryder's gaze again. I'll be right there. The ordeal was over, at least for the moment. She knew she'd probably be called on to testify, and she'd leave nothing out. Abel needed to be held accountable for his crimes. This time, she wasn't covering for him or trying to make him sound better. Whatever his punishment, it was caused by his actions. When this was over, she was having that talk with Ryder. She hoped his thoughts were the same as hers. He had been willing to wait for her, and she was willing to wait for him. Chapter 24. Ryder waited with his back against a tree as Kennedy gave her statement. It infuriated him that Abel had pulled her into something so dangerous, that he'd done it to save his own hide. Ryder should have taken the opportunity to punch the guy's lights out, but he'd never raised his hands to another person out of anger. He certainly wasn't giving that scum the satisfaction of ending Ryder's streak. Ryder had sent Rufus with Kennedy, more for moral support. He'd wanted to stay with her, but he'd been giving his own statement. Hey! He turned and found Kennedy staring at him.
Hi!
Ryder stooped and gave Rufus a quick scratch behind the ear.
Good boy. I need to talk to her, okay?
The dog yawned and flopped down on the ground. Sheesh, that dog. Man, he loved him. Ryder returned his attention to Kennedy.
Are you sure you're okay?
Tucking a piece of hair behind her ear, she nodded. Yeah, I'm okay. When I said I knew you were coming to rescue me, I meant it. I knew it just like I knew the sun would rise. He took her in his arms.
It scared me to death to wake up and find you missing.
It was scary being taken, but I knew it was only a matter of time before you'd find me. She slid her hands around his neck and hugged him. I've never been so happy to see someone in my life.
The feeling is mutual.
He squeezed her for emphasis. I want to have that talk.
Maybe it would be better for later, when everything's settled down.
He didn't want to talk about futures when she'd been through something so traumatic. She shook her head. No, nothing needs to settle. I love you, Ryder. I will give up everything if it means I get to be with you.
That's not the way I work. You don't give anything. You've worked hard at the rescue. And there are people returning home who need you and your brand of stubbornness.
He smiled.
I've already told Noah I'm moving back here. That's if you want to make a go of it.
I would really like that.
Kennedy Crenshaw, would you do me the pleasure of going out with me? On a real date?
All my dates belong to you, Ryder Whitlock.
That's good to know,
he said, bending to kiss her. That hot kiss in the kitchen was amazing. But this kiss, it meant he belonged to her. All her dates were his, and he was going to cherish them all. He'd let go of the past, and in the process he'd found himself looking toward a future filled with love and hope. Ryder wasn't sure who'd heard him that night on the dock, but someone had. He knew because he was holding the proof in his arms and soaking up her kisses. He'd do what it took to show his appreciation for the rest of his life. Epilogue. Later that year, at the fundraiser. Kennedy took the mic and stepped onto the stage to address the crowd gathered. It was time to announce the winners of the car show and give out the trophies. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. The fundraiser was small, but the return was worth all the effort they'd put in. Enough that they'd already begun planning for the second annual event. Well, Willow had. After meeting Noah and the rest of the Guardian group, she'd squashed Ryder's plans to move away from them. They were his family, and she wasn't taking that from him. It had been a sweet gesture, but once the fundraiser was over, Willow would be the new director. Since rescuing her from Abel, she and Ryder had been inseparable, spending every moment they could with each other when she wasn't working on getting her license back. She couldn't imagine loving someone more than she loved him, which made it easy to move with him. She liked Palm Shores, but her home was wherever he was. Plus, as it turned out, Noah liked the idea of a therapist on staff. He was hiring more people, and having her around seemed smart. Abel, he was done. He was awaiting trial, but with the charges against him, he was looking at hard time. Kennedy had filed a restraining order on him this time, and it had been backed up with threats from Ryder. Finally, Abel was out of her life, and she didn't have to worry about him coming back. Thank you all for making this fundraiser such a success, and thank you for all the support. You are helping so many veterans find the emotional support they need after coming home. Not all veterans need it, but we are so happy to provide for those who do. A loud cheer rose from the crowd, and she paused. Before she could continue, Ryder stepped onto the stage and lifted the mic from her hand.
Hello, everyone.
What on earth was he doing? Her brows furrowed as she tried to figure out why he was on the stage. What? Ryder turned to her.
You are looking at one of the most incredible women. She is as beautiful on the inside as she is on the outside. She loves with all her heart and fights for people when they've given up hope. And she's the love of my life.
He went to one knee, pulling out a small box from his shirt pocket and opening it. Gasping, she covered her mouth with her hand. Ryder!
I have never loved anyone the way I love you. I love your drive to help people. I love your kindness, your courage, and your heart. I love you, and I would love to spend the rest of my life showing you how much you mean to me.
I do! Her cheeks burned. I mean, yes, I'd love to marry you. She held out her trembling hand, and he placed the most beautiful heart-shaped diamond on her finger. He stood, took her in his arms, and said,
I love you. You helped me see hope. And in the process, you made me whole.
Then he kissed her, and the cheer of the crowd drowned everything around her. This sweet man had made her dreams come true. He'd filled her life with love and happiness, hope and joy. They'd made each other whole. Two pieces cut just right that fit together. And now, they'd stay like that forever. This has been Ryder, a clean Army Ranger romance, Book 4. Written by Bree Livingston, narrated by Krane. Copyright 2019, Bree Livingston Publishing.